Chris, and is all going to come down to this final 500.
Yeah, so these two leading scullers, this leading combination, Johnson and Johansson, I have finally found the results that I was looking for. So Hannah Johansson, bronze medalist from yesterday morning in a blustery under-21 women's single scull final, and Emma Johnson in the in that A final as well, but conditions proving a little bit tough for the Tamar sculler in that instance. But here in the double scull, no such troubles here for the Toowong Tamar composite. 3.5 seconds now at the 1500 metre mark over Felicity Cox and Ella Welsh from Adelaide University and the University of Queensland, respectively. And then it is back to the first of a couple of West Australian crews in this race. So the Swan River West Australian Rowing Club composite there of Hubbard and Metzger. You can see just trailing by, it'll be almost a bit over a boat length now. So if they want to make inroads for a silver medal, they'll have to start to turn this around now, as they have only about 300 metres left to row, approaching the 1750 metre mark. It is as it was at the 1K, but there we go. I think a little bit of a charge on now from the crew in lane 6. The West Australians there looking to convert that provisional bronze into a silver, putting the pressure on. So it'll be up to the Queensland and South Australian composite. You can see on the course there of Felicity Cox and Ella Welsh to respond. They've certainly got the look back on that competition. Over on the near side of the course, only distancing themselves from this battle, Toowong and Tamar, Emma Johnson and Hannah Johansson, who I think have just taken another length out of the field in the last couple of 100 metres. So they've seen the danger going on over to their left. They've seen that scrap for the silver medal, and they've decided they're going to get themselves clear of it and not have to worry in these beautiful conditions here on Lake Barrington. Could it get any better here on day 5? We've had some delays, but it is all behind us now. These girls have had a few rows up and down the course in some choppy conditions this morning. They were held at the start. We couldn't get the race going, but they're back on the water and they've taken it all in their stride. The Toowong and the Tamar crew here, Emma Johnson and Hannah Johansson, will be national champions in the under-21 women's double scull. The silver medal will go the way of University of Queensland and Adelaide University, Cox and Welsh, and the bronze, Imogen Hubbard and Sinna Metzger from West Australian Rowing Club and Swan River. High fives all round for our leading double scull there. A little way back to 4th place will be Swan Rivers, Connolly and O'Neill, which certainly wasn't a photo finish with the Adelaide Uni and Adelaide combination of Kelly and Humble. It then is the Corio Bay Yarra Yarra crew of Kafasis and Benson. Mercantile on the far side of the course, and then on the near side of the course, UTS, Haberfields, Greibel and Alexander.
Well, I tell you what, if you had have asked me about 2 hours ago if we're going to have these conditions around 1 o'clock, I think most people would have said, no, you're joking.
You'd asked me about 45 minutes ago when we had the call to resume racing. I wouldn't have believed you. It's absolutely perfect out there here on the Apple Isle as we're moving straight into the next race. We're on 8-minute intervals for these finals, so thick and fast, Ben.
So under 21 men's double scull final. So in lane 1 from WA Rowing Club, Jacob Lundberg and Tom Jones. UTS Haberfield in lane 2, William Pender and Robert Olivier, coached by Matthias Ungermark and Jack Hargraves. Mercantile Adelaide composite in lane 3, Igor Zarubin and Joe Lee Conway. Zarubin from Adelaide, Joe Lee Conway from Mercantile, coached by Scott Rowe and Katie Healy. Fremantle West Australian composite in 4, Lucas Kadachi from WA, Remy Payne from Fremantle, coached by David Vandis and John Gearing. Uni of Queensland in lane 5, Thomas Stevens and Frederick Atkins, coached by Randall Martin and Lachlan Johnston. In lane 6 at Sydney Uni, Tasmania University composite, Henry Manning from Tasmania University, Luke Purdy from Sydney Uni Boat Club. Torrens in lane 7, Tom Redman and Finn Redman, coached by Emma Hall-Craggs. And in lane 8 from Canberra, Harrison Braithwaite and Angus Scott, coached by Tom Westgarth. And it's Fremantle WA Rowing Club leading the way through the early stages of this one. Kadachi medalist in the singles a little bit earlier on in the week. Zarubin won that event, and Joe Lee Conway probably didn't perform as well as he would have liked in the final. He was really impressive in the semis, so I reckon he will be very much motivated to get one back with Igor Zarubin. So they are in lane 3. They're a little bit further back than I would have thought, and you can see it's lane 4, lane 6. Moving nicely with lane 5 there, Uni of Queensland sitting just behind them, Frederick Atkins as well, performing well in the single. But there are the West Australians in front, but I wouldn't write off Luke Purdy and Henry Manning. They're in a great position as well.
Certainly not, and I'm certainly not for the Novocastrian in the commentary box with me. That Luke Purdy running in the provisional silver medal position, but it is very, very tight. If they saw those margins when they came up, less than a second separating each position on the field. Now it certainly still is that crew in lane 4, the West Australians, Cardaci and Payne, but Manning and Purdy, and then you can see, so that's the all West Australian Rowing Club crew there, Lundberg and Jones, and then the crew on the far side there from UTS Haberfield of Will Pender and Robert Olivier. Will Pender, younger brother of Australian Rowing National Training Centre athlete Nick, and Robert Olivier, the brother of, I think, Charlotte, who won a gold medal in the under-19 double scull this morning before we had to reschedule our racing. Look how close it is here through the 1,000-metre mark, Ben, between our leading two crews. That is still the crew in lane 4, the West Australians, and the crew in lane 6, the Sydney University and Tasmania University composite of Henry Manning and Luke Purdy. Luke Purdy rowing in Sydney University colours, but is a very busy man here this week with plenty of racing, both for Sydney University, for his school, Hunter Valley Grammar, because he's still at school, and also for New South Wales in the Penrith Cup for lightweights. So a bit of lightweight racing, bit of heavyweight racing, bit of schools racing. He's got it all, has Luke Purdy.
So what you're saying is he's got a few Zooties packed away for the the trip down south.
I hope his mum's got him doing his own washing, because it's it'd be. I'm sure there's a lot of it to do. There's a lot of changing going on throughout the day.
Well, he's certainly moving well in this Sydney Uni Zoot, and I'm thinking when he does wrap up his schooling, that's where he will be heading, of course, to Sydney Uni Boat Club. He was part of the Aussie under-19s team last year in the double. So.
Tobias Elias, who's now moved up to racing in the under-23 competition for Mossman Rowing Club. And I think they've just started to put on the afterburners early, have the Tasmanian University and Sydney University crew. I think what I'm going to say here is that our leading two crews are going to start to break clear of the field. But there's the crew in between. This is an early sprint. I've seen them all just start to really turn up the wick with about 600 metres left to go. They've sent the rate through the roof. It's going to be who can hang on the longest here, and it is going to be through the 1,500 metre mark. Sydney University and Tasmania University by best part of 3/4 of a boat length now are over the West Australians, and then so Cardaci and Payne running second, Zarubin and Lee Conway running third, and then Harrison Braithwaite and Angus Scott. Don't forget the Canberrans there running in 4th place. Torrens, the Redmonds, running in 6th place, or 5th rather, because I think we had a double press of the buttons there. Pender and Olivier from UTS, then the All West Australian Rowing Club crew. But gee, they've gone early, haven't they, Ben?
Oh, they have. And I tell you what, you see this Mercantile Adelaide crew. I thought that it was surprising they were a little bit further back. I reckon they are in with a massive shot here of overhauling the Uni of Queensland.
Yeah, I think so. The early race leaders, the West Australians, now they are under threat from either side of them, but I think they've probably got another gear here, approaching the 1,750 metre mark. So it's only about 30 strokes left to go for most of these crews, depending on how highly through the roof they chuck the rating even more. They have turned up the wick, have this very young Sydney Uni and Tasmanian University crew, and here come the West Australians back at them, and I think you've called that right, Ben, on the near side of the course. The crew from the crew there in lane 3, the Mercantile and Adelaide composite of Zarubin and Lee Conway, right up in the mix now, and starting to encroach on our provisional silver medalists, but also don't write off the University of Queensland. Stevens and Atkins there, who are in the hunt, and then the crew on the far side of the course as well, from Torrens, who are up in the mix for this race, or from Canberra Rowing Club rather, who are up in the mix for the bronze medal. I think it is going to be Purdy from Sydney University teamed up with Tasmanian University's Henry Manning, who are probably just going to come home in the lead. The West Australians throwing everything at them, but it's too little too late. Sydney Uni, Tasmanian University take the gold medal. The West Australians second, University of Queensland third. Canberra Rowing Club coming out of nowhere there with the sprint finish for 4th place. Mercantile and Adelaide there in 5th. The Redmonds, Finn and Tom from Torrens in 6th place. And then it'd be UTS Haberfield and the West Australian Rowing Club for 7th and 8th place. Ben, we talked about the weather too much. We've just had a little bit of a head breeze start to blow here at the finish line. So certainly not out of the woods yet for these competitors hoping for quick times. I don't think we're going to see that quite yet.
No, but that is a pretty sharp time, isn't it? 6:53.62. It was almost like there was a little bit of, I wouldn't call it a tail, but it certainly was still there for most of that race up until the last few strokes. So you can see, just confirming unofficially, Sydney Uni, Tasmania Uni, gold medal, Fremantle WA Rowing Club in the silver, and Uni of Queensland. They did so well there to hang on to that bronze medal. Ladies and gentlemen, the presentation of medals for the Under-21 Women's Double Scull Championship of Australia. The medals will be presented by Chris Grummett, life member, Rowing Australia. Third place and bronze medalist from WA Rowing Club, Imogen Hubbard, and from Swan River Rowing Club, Sina Metzger. Second place and silver medalist from Adelaide University, Felicity Cox, and from Uni of Queensland Boat Club, Ella Welsh. They're coached by Lachlan Johnson, Randall Martin, and Katie Healy. And our gold medalists and Australian champions for 2026 from Tamar Rowing Club, Emma Johnson. And from Toowong Rowing Club, Hannah Johansson. Coached by Alex Field and Andrew Hull. Please congratulate the 2026 Australian champions and medalists in the Under-21 Women's Double Scull.
And Ben, moving up to the Under-23s, and I think this is set to be a cracker coming down the course here. Under-23 Women's Double Scull.
Yes, and you can see all the crews lined out pretty evenly across the course, bar lane 1, who's just dropped back, and that is the Tamar Swan River Composite. Isabella Edinger from Swan River, Ashley Cherry from Tamar, Surfers Paradise in lane 2, Gemma Jansen Van Buren and Courtney Davis, coached by Augustin Rodero. In lane 3, Tasmania University and Buckingham Composite, Alana Edwards from Buckingham, Olivia Yates from Tasmania Uni Boat Club, also with the Tasmania Institute of Sport. Uni of Queensland Composite with the QAS in lane 4. Sophie Malcolm from Centenary, Eliza Bridgefoot from Uni of Queensland. Mercantile Mossman Composite in 5, Zoe Bond from Mossman, Zara Kafuri from Mercantile, coached by Alfie Young, Scott Rowe and Josh Hewitt. In lane 6, ANU, Talia Turnbull and Zara Turner, coached by Tom Westgarth and Nigel Harding. In lane 7, Adelaide Uni of Queensland Composite, Sarah Burke from Uni of Queensland, Caroline McNally from Adelaide Uni, coached by Lachlan Johnston and Randall Martin. And in lane 8, Mercantile Sydney Composite, Liesl Page from Sydney and Georgia Campbell from Mercantile, coached by Lachlan Carter and Scott Rowe. So 500 metre splits are in. Mercantile and Mossman, Bond and Kafuri, they're in lane 5. They were leading the way, Chris, and it looks as though they are still in front at the 1K, but it's not much in there in this one against the Queenslanders alongside them. Yeah, certainly not too much separating any of these crews at the 1,000 metre mark. We've got pretty much the entirety of the Under-23 women's single scull field here, so we should get a pretty good read on the form, although it's certainly not quite playing out as it did a couple of days ago. Certainly not for the Queenslanders, who are running second at the moment. So Eliza Bridgefoot
from the University of Queensland, and Centenary's Sophie Malcolm. They were first and second yesterday morning in the under-23 women's single scull, and they're currently running second to Zoe Bond and Zara Kafuri. They were 5th and 7th in the under-23 women's single scull. So maybe just in these flatter conditions, we're seeing a bit of a different read on the field of the under-23 sculling competition at the moment. But as I say that, here comes the Queenslanders in lane 4. We're seeing, just as we roll up overhead, we're seeing them almost start to draw level with the Mercantile and Mossman composite. An appropriate composite, given two clubs with very, very similar colours there for Zoe Bond and Zara Kafuri. But here come the Queenslanders, and then third place, anyone's guess at the moment. So it is still currently the Tasmanians, Alana Edwards and Olivia Yates. Olivia Yates, who was out of the under-23 quad last year, and also does a little bit of writing for us, rather, at JRN. Wrote a few previews here for the National Championships, I think, and all around the Australian rowing season. So
not on this race, though.
Not on this race. No, we generally don't let people write previews on their own race, unless they really want to. But most of the time, people really don't want to write about their own races.
No. But you probably know it better than anyone else, don't you?
You probably do. I know last year we had someone in the under-23 field who really didn't want to write about her own races, but I'd always write about them and just call her and ask her what was going on, and she'd let us know. You certainly have a very familiar, intimate knowledge of things. Through the 1500, and it is the Queenslanders. They made that move just after the 1K, and they're now just over a boat length ahead of the two Z's, Zoe Bond and Zara Kafuri. The Tasmanians running third, and themselves starting to go clear of Zara Turner and Talia Turnbull. Talia Turnbull fresh off a national championship in the under-19 women's single scull, and rowing up here in the under-23 field here, and in fourth, but certainly in with a shout of reeling in the Tasmanians. Of course, the Tasmanians know this water very well. The Canberrans are used to the race drawing to a close in about 100 metres time from now. So there's a little bit more to row, obviously. It hasn't affected them so far this week. The Queenslanders, though, they are just continuing to move away from the early race leaders of Bond and Kafuri. So I think this is a pretty good read of our under-23 sculling cohort at the moment. Selectors can let me know if they agree with that, I guess, but they'll be watching on with interest. I'm sure the single scull yesterday, the selectors taking grains of salt with some of the results that we saw, not to discredit the fantastic performances we saw in yesterday's racing, but it is the two Queenslanders who are backing up yesterday's racing here with Bridgefoot and Malcolm. They were first and second yesterday, and currently best placed to add to another national championship for Eliza Bridgefoot. That's the crew on the screen there. A little bit further back in this field, which is Liesl Page and Georgia Campbell from Sydney and Mercantile, who were third and sixth respectively in that single scull field, but a little bit out of the competition here. The Tasmanians coming under a little bit of threat from the Canberrans, and indeed that Sydney and Mercantile crew on the far side of the course coming home with a wet sail, but I don't think it'll be enough for a bronze medal. But here come Sophie Malcolm and Eliza Bridgefoot. They were second and first in the under-23 single, and they will be national champions in the under-23 women's double scull. Kafuri and Bond from Mercantile and Mossman rowing clubs take the silver. Bronze will go to the Tasmanians of Edwards and Yates from Buckingham and Tasmania University. They'll hold off a fast-charging Page and Campbell from Sydney and Mercantile for fourth, who run in fourth place. Australian National University, Talia Turnbull and Zara Turner in fifth. Burke and McNally, UQ and Adelaide Uni in sixth. Jensen Van Vuren and Davis from Surfers Paradise in seventh place. And then back in eighth will be the crew in lane one, the Tamar and Swan River composite of Ashley Cherry and Isabel Edinger.
Ladies and gentlemen, the presentation of medals for the Under-21 Men's Double Scull Championship of Australia. The medals will be presented by Chris Grummett, Life Member, Rowing Australia. Third place and bronze medalist from the Uni of Queensland, Thomas Stevens and Frederick Atkins, coached by Randall Martin and Lachlan Johnston. Second place and silver medalist from WA Rowing Club, Lucas Kadachi. And from Fremantle Rowing Club, Remy Payne, coached by David Vandis and John Geary. And gold medalists and Australian champions for 2026, representing Tasmania University, Henry Manning. And representing Sydney University, Luke Purdy. Please congratulate the 2026 Australian champions and medalists in the Under-21 Men's Double Scull Championship of Australia.
Thank you, Ben. And just to break up the double sculls action that dominates most of this hour's proceedings, we've got the Under-19 Men's Coxed 4 coming at us. Boy, this is set to be an interesting competition, and they're through the 500-metre mark, I believe.
Yes, so in lane 1, Sydney Grammar, Daniel Hall, Joe Lanigan, William Stumbles, Will Dalton, and their cox is Ian Bura, and coach is Stephen Stewart. In lane 2, the Shaw School, Braden McDonald, Xavier Duvernay, Ed McDonald and Will Reid, coxed by Seb Cheers. In lane 3, Ballarat Clarendon College, Charlie Lawler, Finn Russell, Tiger Williams, Jake Connolly, coxed by Reese Belcher and their coaches Ian Peel. Mercantile in lane 4, Charles Caillard, Thomas McLennan, Archer Atkins and Max Glover, and their cox, Max Glover and their cox is Sam Harris. Mercantile in lane 5, Hugh Mayo, Finn Mitchell, James Negri, Arthur Thomas, and their cox is Kipling Griffin. In lane 6, Scots, Henry Merrion, Thomas Beck, Oliver Milling, Mark Berkelow, Charlie Cameron is their cox, and their coaches Amos Noon and Judith Ungamark. In lane 7, the Shaw School, Ollie Cock, Liam Kennedy, Alistair Curry and Matthew Duretta. Their cox is Oscar Miller. And Scotch College Adelaide in lane 8, Thomas King, Jack Henry, Blainson, Blore Robinson and Jackson Sullivan. Their cox is Emma Calder and their coach is James Seppel. So there's actually been a number of changes to these crews. There's about 5 changes all up. Yeah,
some movement in between the two mercantile boats, and just mostly seating changes and stuff like that as well. So nothing too major. These two mercantile boats, and a very interesting prospect, something I want to watch very closely. Rumour has it this is 2 halves of an 8 to go over to Henley and challenge in the schoolboy 8 in the middle of the year. So some boys from I think Brighton Grammar and Caulfield Grammar jumping in these ones, and Mercantile with that great little junior program. It's been sending crews over to Henley. Sent their junior women's 8 last year, who made it through a couple of rounds, and keen to continue that program. Great little recruitment tool for that club on Boathouse Drive. But at the moment, not quite running both crews in the top 3. One of the crews, it's the combination in lane 5, the one coxed by Kipling Griffin, Kip, who is maybe just running in 3rd place, but it is the Scots College, Henry Merrion, Thomas Beck, Oliver Milling, Max Berkelow, Charlie Cameron, the cox, out of their first 8, who are currently leading this race, and leading it by the best part of a boat length at this point from the Shaw School. So Shaw's Ollie Kosh, Liam Kennedy, Alistair Curry, Matthew Duretta and Oscar Miller, the cox. I believe out of their second 8 are those 5 gentlemen, and they are currently challenging for the race lead at the moment. Though the 1,000-metre mark, we had them as 5 seconds adrift. I don't think it was quite that far, but it's about 2/3 of a boat length now. Shaw just starting to make a move now in the second half of this race. 2 seconds adrift, and then the 2 mercantile crews, the lane 5 crew, Kipling Griffin Cox over the Sam Harris Cox crew in station number 4. So I'm sure mercantile coaches will be glad to see that their 2 4s are very close together, and that should mean that they're both getting the best opportunity for some sort of fair racing and all the rest of it. So a great hit out for those boys. Here's the Scots boys in the gold, and they had a great row in the under-19-8 the other day, and went very, very quick indeed. They were the quickest qualifiers in the under-19-8, and now in the under-19-4, looking to back that up with a gold medal here. But not if the Shaw School are going to have anything to do with it. They've got about half a length of overlap, and the Shaw School will have to watch out for the Mercantile crew of Mayo, Mitchell, Negri, Thomas, Griffin in the Cox's seat. And that's them on the screen there. Well, that's the Mercantile crew that are challenging on the screen there. So Shaw will have to watch out for them in these headwind conditions. The Cox 4 is a brutal boat, but it is certainly a boat where we can see some spectacular finishes. Here comes Shaw. Scots have responded. Mercantile going with them. Scott's currently best placed for a national title here in the under-19 men's Coxed 4. Last year it was Sydney Grammar. What a historic win for that school. They're over in lane 1, and don't think they're going to repeat it this year. But here's Scott's leading this race. Shaw coming home strong now. Mercantile going with them. Shaw and Mercantile battling it out for the silver medal. Are they going to encroach on our race leaders for a national title here? Here comes the Shaw School. I think Scots are just going to hold on. Scots by 2 seats at the moment. It is going to be the Scots College national champions in the under-19 men's Cox 4. The Shaw School will have to settle for silver. Mercantile run 3rd. The second Shaw crew run 4th. The second Mercantile crew 5th. Scotch College Adelaide in 6th place. Ballarat Clarendon in 7th, and it'll be Sydney Grammar School in 8th place. And despite the slower conditions, 7:06 isn't horrific for the Cox 4. So these crews still having a really good tilt at this race.
Yeah, what a finish. What a finish that was. Scots looked like they had it in the bank, didn't they? They were just keeping a close eye on Shaw and Mercantile. And they timed their run to perfection. Shaw just unable to make up the gap, same as Mercantile, but cracking race there in the under-19 men's Coxed 4. Ladies and gentlemen, the presentation of medals for the Under-23 Women's Double Scull Championship of Australia. The medals will be presented by Melissa Ashton Garrard, CEO, Rowing New South Wales. 3rd place and bronze medalists from Buckingham, Alana Edwards, and from Tasmania University Boat Club, Olivia Yates. Second place and silver medalist from Mossman Rowing Club, Zoe Bond. And from Mercantile, Zara Kafuri. Their coaches, Alfie Young, Scott Rowe, and Josh Hewitt. Gold medalists and Australian champions for 2026. From Centenary Rowing Club, Sophie Malcolm. And from the University of Queensland Boat Club, Eliza Bridgefoot. Please congratulate the 2026 Australian champions and medalists in the Under-23 Women's Double Scull.
Well, we'll go back to the double sculls up next in the under-23 men's double scull on the course. And we saw that cracking race in the women's under-23 double scull earlier on. And I think we're going to see an even closer affair here in the men's equivalent, Ben.
Yes, looking forward to it. Look at these. There's some big names in this one. In lane number 1 from Mossman and N-Swiss, Tobias Elias and Oscar Shield-Gamborg, coached by Alfie Young, Rowena Meredith and Josh Hewitt. UTS Haberfield in lane 2, Brandon Smith and Oscar Baragi, coached by Matthias Ungermark and Jack Hargraves. Hawthorn Composite, Charlie Hine from Sydney, Max Curry from Hawthorn, who won the single earlier this week. In lane 4, Oliver Evans-Wood and Jasper Boyce from Adelaide Uni. In lane 5, Mitch McGeever and Mitch Owen from the Uni of Queensland, coached by Randall Martin and Lachlan Johnston. In lane 6, Canberra ANU Composite, James Robson from ANU, Darcy James from Canberra, coached by Tom Westgarth. In lane 7, WA Rowing Club with the WA Institute of Sport, Josh Hankey and Lachlan Brown. And in lane 8, from Camden Mercantile, Matisse Kerr from Mercantile, Jake Gilmore from Cand, coached by Scott Rowe and Miller Rose. So full 8 in this one. Adelaide University, who you probably would have installed as favourites in this one. They're currently sitting in first place as it stands after the first 1,000. WA Rowing Club not far behind, out in lane 7, but that's a sneaky good crew that out there. You don't want to underestimate them, and they're sitting in the provisional silver right now, Chris.
Yeah, absolutely. I certainly would not be writing off anyone for the win in this race. In fact, that West Australian crew out in lane 7, I think, have moved on at a rate of knots since they came through the 1,000-metre timing mark. That's the Mossman crew on the screen there, Tobias Elias and Oscar Shield-Gamborg in the stroke seat. Tobias Elias came home with a swag of medals from the Australian Championships last year. Hasn't quite been able to replicate it yet this year. Charlie Hine from Sydney and Max Curry from Hawthorn, the under-23 single national champion, is Max Curry on the screen there, but they're out of the picture at the moment, just down the left-hand side. But it is still the same crew leading from lane 4. Oliver Evans-Wood, who was 3rd in the men's single yesterday. Jasper Boyce, who ran 5th. And combining in their Adelaide University colours to currently lead this race, but it was 4 seconds, almost 5 seconds at the 1,000-metre mark, back to the crew on the right in the red of the West Australian Rowing Club, Joshua Hankey and Lachlan Brown. But they have made up the majority of that ground and are now, look at them, they're almost taking a foot a stroke there in the third 500. So approaching the 1,500, we'll get another read on the timings. I think back into third is still the crew in lane 5 there. So it is 1.89 seconds between our leader and the provisional silver medalists, Mitch McGeever and Mitchell Owen in third place. Ben, 3 non-composite crews in the top 3 of this race. It'll make our lives very easy calling the presentations, won't it?
Love it. Love a non-comp, so they could row the club double as well if they know they couldn't, because they'd probably be nominating, wouldn't they?
Yeah, yep. Exactly. But,
a few years' time, maybe.
Yeah. Well, then they'll have the unenviable task coming up against you, Ben Homer. But
I'll be too old then, Chris.
Catch you at the Masters Championships. Adelaide University then, still leading. They've put in a good shift to halt the progress of Hankey and Brown on the far side of the course. McGeever and Owen still a little while back, but will have to hold off those from the Australian Capital Territory, James Robson and Darcy James, who I think will both row in the King's Cup for at the ACT on Sunday. And they're now drawing level for the bronze medal. So the University of Queensland, McGeever and Owen, who have sat pretty comfortably in that bronze medal position the whole way down the course, are going to have to respond if they want a trip to the rostrum. Adelaide University then, Oliver Evans-Wood and Jasper Boyce. Great little program going on there with the under-23 boys at Adelaide University. Had dinner with their coaches last night, and they're very, very proud of their efforts thus far this week. The West Australians on the far side of the course, they've done well to push them the entire way down the course, but it's the South Australians who have responded. Adelaide University Boat Club, their limited edition Zudi with the pink frills on it this year. Oliver Evans-Wood and Jasper Boyce are your national champions in the under-23 men's single scull. The silver will go to the West Australians. Bronze will be the Canberrans with a good move in the last 500. University of Queensland for third, close for fourth, close for fifth. I think just the Mossman boys over the Hawthorn and Sydney combination. UTS then in 7th, and then Camden Mercantile back in 8th place. He changes the lead there, just snuck up on us right at the closing strokes. We'll come back to pick up this medal presentation, Ben, but moving back to the fours now, and on the water is the under-23 women's Coxless 4.
So this first crew from Mercantile, some changes there. They're in lane 2, Catherine Ross, Sophie Carter, Eve Sadler and Mackenzie Pugh, coached by Rhett Spiller and Scott Rowe. Sydney University in 3, Alexandra O'Brien, Alice McCready, Alice Reedy, Alyssa Fickers, and they're coached by Phil Bergeron and Alan Bennett. Melbourne Uni of Queensland composite in lane 4, Tyler Hutton from Uni of Queensland, Gabrielle Ryan from Uni of Queensland, Meg Dumbrell from Melbourne Uni, Chloe Nevins from Melbourne Uni. Sydney in lane 5, Ellis Spalding, Hannah Ashley Carter, Amelia Carpenter and Nicole Vance, and they're coached by Lachlan Carter and Florence Griffiths. And then also some changes in this final crew, which is a Swan River Adelaide West Australian composite. So Stella Wandell from WA Rowing Club, Tamara Bates from Adelaide, Emma Pittman from Swan River and the WA Institute of Sport, and Greta Spencer from Swan River. So just over a minute early stages in this one, but it's that Swan River composite crew. They've got 3 different clubs represented, and they've started the fastest out in lane 6.
Yeah, I'd say they were due to only have 2 different clubs represented, but a late substitution, Stella Wandell from the West Australian Rowing Club, jumping in place of Grace Barrera, who rows for Adelaide Rowing Club, normally rows with Tamara Bates, who's sitting in front of her, or at least on the way that it is written down, and then the 2 West Australians from Swan River. And have a look at them through the 500 metres, Ben. We've got the Swan River composite, the Melbourne Uni and UQ composite, absolutely neck and neck, and then the Sydney and the Sydney University crews neck and neck, but just half a length behind. So there are 4 crews within half a length here in the early stages of this race in the under-23 women's Coxless 4. We're going to see fireworks here on the waters of Lake Barrington, I think, in this race. The University of Queensland and Melbourne University composite there. Tyler Hutton and Gabrielle Ryan from UQ, Meg Dumbrell and Chloe Nevins from Melbourne University Boat Club, who I think at least one of those 2 from Melbourne University, if not both, might be racing in the Queen's Cup on Saturday. And they are currently leading the boat, leading this race in the boat with the green decks, with the former Australian team boat. There's the 3-club composite from the West Australian Rowing Club, so Stella Wandell in the bow seat, and then Tamara Bates from Adelaide in the 2 seat. And the 2 Swan River girls, Emma Pittman and Greta Spencer in the stern pair. Sydney Rowing Club on the screen there. Ella Spalding up in the bow seat. Hannah Ashley Carter, Amelia Carpenter and Nicole Vance in this one. That is how they are seated as well. Nicole Vance will be racing lightweight on Sunday in the Victoria Cup, and they've moved up into the provisional bronze medal position. Here's Sydney University Boat Club then. Alex O'Brien, Alice McCready, Alice Reddy, and Alyssa Fickers, coached by Philip Bergeron and Alan Bennett, who are currently in 4th, but certainly not out of the race yet. So Sydney falling back just into 3rd place, but still within a length of our leading 2 crews. The West Australian, South Australian crew on the far side may have just made a move here in the second 500. Conditions slowing towards the finish line. No, it is still the Queensland and Victorian combination on the near side of the course. 0.45 of a second. I think that might have been 0.045 of a second, really, through the 1,000-metre mark, and still so much longer left to row here in this under-23 women's Coxless 4. These 2 crews tearing strips off each other in the middle of the race. Here's the Mercantile crew on the screen now on the near side of the picture. Catherine Ross, Sophie Carter, Eloise Adam and Mackenzie Pugh, coached by Rhett Spiller and Scott Rowe. A little bit of a younger combination there in lane 2.
Ladies and gentlemen, the presentation of medals for the Under-19 Men's Coxed 4 Championship of Australia. The medals will be presented by Adam Harrison, CEO of Rowing Victoria. 3rd place and bronze medalists from Mercantile Rowing Club, Hugh Mayo, Finn Mitchell, James Negri and Arthur Thomas, coxed by Kipling Griffin. Second place and silver medalist from the Shore School, Holly Cock. Liam Kennedy, Alistair Curry and Matthew Giretta, coxed by Oscar Miller. Gold medalists and Australian champions for 2026. The Scots College, Henry Merrion, Thomas Beck, Oliver Milling and Max Berkelow, coxed by Charlie Cameron and their coaches Amos Noon and Judith Ungermark. So please congratulate the 2026 Australian champions and medalists in the under-19 men's Coxed 4.
Thank you, Ben. And back out on the water. Things opening up a little bit on our podium, but our leading two crews still remain the same. The Melbourne University and University of Queensland crew, Tyler Hutton and Gabrielle Ryan from north of the Tweed, and Meg Dumbrell and Chloe Nevins from south of the Murray there in the stern pair, who are leading this race, but only narrowly, 1.45 of a second across ahead of what I assume is a combination that's had a very late change into it. So Stella Wandell from West Australian Rowing Club stepping in for the place of Grace Barrera of Adelaide. Tamara Bates from Adelaide there in the two seat, Emma Pittman and Greta Spencer from Swan River in the stern pair. So our leading two crews have now separated themselves from Sydney Rowing Club's Spalding, Ashley Carter, Carpenter and Vance. They look pretty locked in for a bronze medal. The question is if whether or not the West Australian and South Australian composite crew can do anything for a gold here, but I think the Queensland and Victorian combination here on your screen there have done enough in the third 500. They've held off a charge from the three club composite on the right of your screen. The Sydney Rowing Club crew just having a few dramas with their steering there in the closing strokes of this one, but it won't be enough to bring Sydney University back into the mix. Here we go there. The University of Queensland and Melbourne University Boat Club composite will be national champions in the under-23 women's Coxless 4. The West Australian, Adelaide and Swan River Rowing Club crew put up a valiant charge in the first half of that race, but will settle for silver. Sydney Rowing Club will take home the bronze, and just off the podium be the Sydney University Boat Club crew, O'Brien, McCready, Reddy and Fickers in fourth place. And fifth will be a young mercantile combination in lane two of Ross, Carter, Adam and Pugh back there in fifth place.
Ladies and gentlemen, the presentation of medals to the Under-23 Men's Double Scull Championship of Australia. The medals will be presented by Adam Harrison, CEO of Rowing Victoria. Third place and bronze medalists from Canberra and ANU, James Robson from ANU and Darcy James from Canberra Rowing Club, coached by Tom Westgar. Second place and silver medalists from West Australian Rowing Club, Josh Hankey and Lachlan Brown. And gold medalists and Australian champions for 2026 representing Adelaide University, Oliver Evans-Wood and Jasper Boyce. Please congratulate the 2026 Australian champions and medalists. Okay, back onto the course for the under-23 men's Coxless 4. And a 7-boat final. So in lane 1 from Sydney Uni, Max Garnett, Gus Zolka, Jack Cullen, Raphael Corbett, coached by Simon Huxley and Robert Black. In lane 2, Tom Foley from Melbourne Uni, Sam Forbes from Uni of Queensland, Alec Hoskin from Sydney Rowing Club, Monty Martin from Uni of Queensland, coached by Randall Martin, Lachlan Johnston and Shane Mulvaney. In lane 3, Mercantile, Eric Wiseman, Luke Vallely, Joe Collingwood and Harry Pollock, coached by Ed Rowe and Ed Ryan and Scott Rowe. In lane 4, Fergus McNamara from Swan River, Quinton Marquetos from Swan River, Miles LeBurn from Mercantile and Joshua Felderhoff from Mercantile, coached by Scott Rowe and Mark Beer. Toowong, Joseph Petrie Repar, Emmanuel Koga from Uni of Queensland, Joe Thin from Uni of Queensland, and Nicholas Barlow from Toowong in lane number 5, coached by Alex Field and Randall Martin. Sydney in lane 6, Nick Whalen, MacArthur Bucknell, Hugh Harold and Will Clubb, coached by Shane Mulvaney and Brooke Robertson. And in lane 7, Lex Tucker from Uni of Queensland, Drew Waitman from Uni of Queensland, Henry Belcher from Adelaide Uni, William Rogers from Sydney Uni, coached by Randall Martin and Simon Huxley. So, Chris, number of composite crews in this one, and the 1K, it is one of the composite crews, the Uni of Queensland composite, who are leading from Sydney Uni Composite.
Yeah, boy, I'll do my best to try and decode who we're seeing out here on the water. So I think if you lined up next to that lane 2 crew from the University of Queensland, Sydney Rowing Club, Melbourne University, you'd be maybe not. You wouldn't fancy your chances, really. So that's the first and second place pairs from the under-23 men's coxless pair, and Alec Hoskin and Monty Martin actually back-to-back in that event, won that event last year. And then Tom Foley and Sam Forbes up there as well, and that is the crew that's leading this race. They're leading from a composite on the far side of the course. Lex Tucker, Drew Waitman from the University of Queensland, Henry Belcher from Adelaide Uni, and Will Rogers from Sydney Uni. Those 4 gentlemen made up the 6th and 7th placed pairs in that final, and are also very well placed for a medal, but trailing quite about 2 or 3 boat lengths from our leading composite first and second place pairs. You can see this all Sydney University crew on the course there on the picture. They're a little bit out of the race for the medals. So at the moment, the race for the bronze medal is in between the crew 2 across from our leading crew. So the Mercantile Swan River crew of McNamara and Marquetos from Swan River, LeBurn and Felderhoff from Mercantile. They're the crew with the green shells, the green deck on the shell, and then 2 lanes over from them, the all Sydney Rowing Club crew, Nick Whalen, MacArthur Bucknell, Hugh Harold and Will Clubb. Nick Whalen and MacArthur Bucknell, who actually rode together at school for the King's School in 2021, 2022, and winning, Nick Whalen not in 21, but they won the Head of the River together in 2022, and now challenging for a bronze medal together in the under-23 men's coxless 4. It is still our leading crew in lane number 2, Tom Foley from Melbourne Uni, Sam Forbes from the University of Queensland, Alec Hoskin from Sydney Rowing Club, and Monty Martin from the University of Queensland, who have stolen a march on the field and will be short price favourites here to take the under-23 men's coxless 4.
Well, looking forward to seeing who's going to win that battle of the Mercantile Composite and Sydney Rowing Club for the bronze medal. I tell you who's also coming back into that, Sydney University on this near side of the course. So I reckon 3 fighting it out for the bronze medal. Even at the moment, you can just see that Sydney Uni Composite crew on the far side may just be dropping back towards that little tussle for the final spot.
I think so. Sydney probably took a seat there, but at the same time, they also can't seem to keep that boat straight over on the far side of the course. They're just spending a bit of time with the boys. They're right in the middle of the lane again now. And I think if they can hold it there and not drift off course, they probably should be able to come through for a bronze medal here. And the Mercantile Composite in the centre of the course, as I was saying that, starting to lose a grip on their steering as well, or just a couple of slight adjustments. So it can come right down to the finest of margins. Every time you turn that foot and do a bit of steering, it is like putting the brakes on these shells. And the Mercantile crew there in the boys, as the Sydney crew were a few strokes ago, but Sydney capitalising well on that. It is going to be the University of Queensland Composite here on the near side of the course. Foley, Forbes, Hoskin and Martin, who will be national champions in the under-23 men's coxless 4. Silver will go the way of the UQ Sydney University Adelaide crew on the far side. The Sydney Rowing Club crew snatched the bronze there. The fourth place will go to the Swan River Mercantile combination in the centre of the course after sitting so strongly in the medals so long down the course. The All Sydney Uni crew in 5th place. And then back to the Queenslanders from Toowong and the University of Queensland. And then the all Mercantile crew there in lane number 3, Wiseman, Vallely, Collingwood and Pollock to round out this under-23 men's Coxless 4.
Presentation of medals for the under-23 Women's Coxless 4 Championship of Australia. The medals will be presented by Noel Donaldson, Rowing Australia Life member. 3rd place and bronze medalists from Sydney Rowing Club, Ella Spalding, Hannah Ashley Carter, Amelia Carpenter and Nicole Vance, coached by Lachlan Carter and Florence Griffiths. Second place and silver medalist, representing West Australian Rowing Club, Stella Wandell. Tamara Bates from Adelaide Rowing Club, Emma Pittman from Swan River Rowing Club, and Greta Spencer from Swan River Rowing Club. And gold medalists and Australian champions for 2026 from the Uni of Queensland Boat Club, Tyler Hutton. From the University of Queensland Boat Club, Gabrielle Ryan. Representing Melbourne University Boat Club, Meg Dumbrell. And from Melbourne University Boat Club, Chloe Nevins. Please congratulate the 2026 Australian champions and medalists in the under-23 Women's Coxless 4.
Alrighty, Ben, moving up into our open category, back to the double sculls with the open women's double scull. We saw some cracking racing in the open women's single scull yesterday, and I'm sure that this will be no different.
So lane number 1 from Swan River, Alora Kelly and Brianna Murray from ANU, coached by Nigel Harding and Mark Beer. In lane 2 from Tasmania University, Kate Oliver, and from Toowong, Jemima Powell, coached by Alex Field. From Sydney Rowing Club in N-Swiss, Grace Cypher and Lucy Spores, coached by Lachlan Carter and Florence Griffiths. In lane 4 from UTS, Sarah Fard, and from Mossman, Tara Rigney, coached by Alpha Young Sam Fennessy. Melbourne University with the VIS in lane 5, Romy Cantwell and Sarah de Ure, coached by Beth Ross. ANU, Sydney University Composite in lane 6, Emily Shepherd from Sydney Uni, Catherine Kahn from ANU, coached by Tom Westgarth and Sam Fennessy. In lane 7, from Mercantile, Freya Axton, Bridget Harwood from Melbourne Uni. And in lane 8, from the Uni of Queensland with the QAS, Wallace Russell and Elizabeth Newell, coached by Michael Russell. No surprises here, lots of composite crews, lots of combinations, but Tara Rigney along with Sarah Fard, they're sitting in a good position. You would expect they to be towards the head of this field after their performances in the singles yesterday.
Yeah, Sarah Fard lit up the first 1,000 metres of the open women's single scull yesterday, but it was the experience of Tara Rigney who ultimately came through to take that title she didn't row in that title last year, just rode the interstate, so ticking off the Open Women's Singles Scull. And now they're combining and leading this race over the Melbourne University combination of Romy Cantwell and Sarah Diure, who are still certainly in touch at the 1,000-metre mark. So this will be interesting to see how this plays out when we know from Mossman, Tara Rigney has that mid-race rhythm and is able to really step on in the second half. We know that Sarah Fard had that fast start yesterday. So which of those is going to carry that crew through the second 1,000 metres of this race, and what are Melbourne University going to have to say about it? Battle for bronze is interesting as well, with the Australian National University and Sydney University. So Emily Shepherd from Sydney Uni and Catherine Kahn from ANU in lane 6, currently sitting in the provisional bronze medal position. And then the Sydney Rowing Club crew in lane 3, Grace Cypher and Lucy Spores, another very well-credentialed crew on this course, running in 4th at the moment, but certainly every bit the chance of securing themselves a medal. I think over the last 500, Cypher and Fard have just taken out another quarter of a boat length or so, so certainly not a decisive move in the third quarter of this race. Well, not even the third quarter of this race, only just through the 1,250 metre mark, rather, and half a length in front. These two girls from Melbourne Uni. Romy Cantwell probably didn't have the race she was after in the Open Women's Single, but Sarah Diure, she ran in 4th place. So two very well-credentialed scullers. Romy Cantwell was the Australian sculler last year at the World Championships in Shanghai after a great under-23 campaign, a medal in the under-23 single at that World Championships, and moving up into the senior category. But Tara Rigney has been Australia's single sculler for a number of years, a couple of years off post-Olympics, where she placed in 4th in Paris after a number of medals, 2 bronze medals at the World Championships the last couple of years, and a couple of medals at the World Cups in 2024 as well. So one of not just Australia's, but one of the premier scullers in the world in the bow seat of that leading double scull. But here come Melbourne University. They haven't been able to shake them, have Fard and Rigney. Melbourne Uni still sitting half a length down. Are they biding their time, or is this all we're going to see? We'll wait and see. 500 metres left to row. The margin just a second. Richard Dorstein joins me in the commentary box for the next hour or so. I will relent to Stuart John after this race, but this is set to be a cracker. Here come Melbourne Uni. A little bit of steering going on from Rigney and Fard. A little bit short in the bow seat of our leading double there. So struggling in these conditions, certainly nothing on what we saw this morning or even yesterday afternoon, but slow and tricky conditions. It is better conditions than what we saw in the single sculls yesterday, isn't it, Richard?
Yeah, it's fantastic out there now, Chris, compared to what we faced 2 or 3 hours ago. So well done once again to Rowing Australia for getting us back racing as soon as they possibly could, and looks like a great afternoon ahead of us here.
Absolutely. Here comes Melbourne Uni. Well, I was about to say here comes Melbourne Uni, but here comes the response from Fard and Rigney. Sarah Fard, a silver medalist in the Open Women's Single yesterday. Tara Rigney, the gold medalist in the Open Women's Single yesterday. They shared the lead throughout that race, and now they're sharing a double scull as they look to add a gold medal in the Open Women's Double to their collection. Sarah Diure and Romy Cantwell from Melbourne University have challenged them the entire way down the course. It's certainly not over yet, but with about 180 metres left to row and a big gust of wind about to hit them just now, I think we can see the impact that big gust of wind had on both crews there. And I think in the closing strokes here, barring disaster, it should stay the same, but a disaster's not out of the question in the conditions like this. Tara Rigney and Sarah Fard then, on the right of your picture, taking their final few strokes. They certainly have not had an easy time of it here in the Open Women's Double Scull, but they have reigned supreme over these conditions. And it'll be almost a boat length in the end. Tara Rigney and Sarah Fard, first and second in the Open Women's Single Scull yesterday, and together they'll be national champions in the double scull. Mossman and UTS for the gold medal. Melbourne Uni, Cantwell and Diure for the silver medal after challenging our leaders the entire way down the course. The Sydney Uni and ANU composite have held off a push from the All Sydney Rowing Club crew, have Catherine Kahn and Emily Shepherd to grab themselves a bronze medal here. Sydney Rowing Club, Cypher and Spores will finish in 4th place in the end. Then we'll look back to the Melbourne University and Mercantile combination. Freya Axton from Mercs, Bridget Harwood from Melbourne Uni, who are taking their final very tough strokes across the line here. Ahead of the University of Queensland's Wallace Russell and Elizabeth Newell. And then on the near side of the course, our final two crews to cross the line here. Lane 1 is Swan River Rowing Club's Elora Kelly and Brianna Murray from the Australian National University. And then the Toowong and Tasmania University crew, Kate Oliver from Toowong and Kate Oliver from Tasmania University and Jemima Powell from Toowong, as I will leave this presentation in your hands, Richard, and I'll hand over to Stuart John.
The presentation of medals for the Under-23 Men's Coxed 4 Championship of Australia. The medals will be presented by Noel Donaldson, Rowing Australia Life member. In third place and bronze medalists, Sydney Rowing Club, Nick Whalen, MacArthur Bucknell, Hugh Harold, and Will Clubb. Crew is coached by Shane Mulvaney and Brooke Robertson. In second place and the silver medalists, representing the Sydney University, Adelaide University and University of Queensland boat clubs, Lex Tucker, Drew Waitman, Henry Belcher, and William Rogers. Crew is coached by Randall Martin and Simon Huxley. The gold medalists and Australian champions for 2026. Composite crew from the University of Queensland, Sydney Rowing Club and Melbourne University. Tom Foley, Samuel Forbes, Alec Hoskin, and Monty Martin. Crew is coached by Randall Martin, Lachlan Johnson, and Shane Mulvaney. Please congratulate the 2026 Australian champions and medalists.
Moving on to the final of the Open Men's Double Sculls. Our thanks to Chris McCarthy for his commentary over the last hour. Lane 1 from the University of Western Australia and Sydney University, Adam Holland and Ben Clayton. Lane 2 from Sydney and ANU, Hamish Harding and Alexander Wolf. Lane 3 from Adelaide University and Mercantile Rowing Club, Dom Frederico and Nick Blackman. Lane 4, Sydney University's Tom Anderson and Hamish Danks. Lane 5, Cormac Kennedy Leverett from Sydney Rowing Club, Jackson Free from Cairns Rowing Club. Lane 6, UTS Haberfield, Sam Green and Pasha Bevan from Sydney Rowing Club. Lane 7, Jack Cleary from the West Australian Rowing Club, Marcus Delamata from Sydney University. And Lane 8, it's a Banks crew of James Meads and Nick Ziggiter. Have a look on the screen. If you're not watching down on the water, then you need to be, because it is 3 crews right across the top, all within striking distance of each other. Jack Cleary and Marcus Delamata, our leaders through 1,000 metres. Cormac Kennedy Leverett and Jackson Free, the silver and bronze medalists from the Open Men's Singles yesterday. Dom Frederico and Nick Blackman, the Under-23 Australian Double Scull from 2024. They're our 1, 2 and 3. Sitting just in behind in 4th place, Tom Anderson and Hamish Danks from Sydney University, who themselves were one of our heat winners of heat number 2 back on Monday or Tuesday. So it is all to play for as they come up now into the 1,500 metres. It is the top 3 from the Open Men's Singles, Marcus Delamata, Jackson Free and Cormac Kennedy Leverett. And as they come through the 1,500 metre timing point, the wind just picking up again. It's Cairns and Sydney. So Kennedy Leverett and Jackson Free, the Queensland teammates, have moved through. Cleary and Delamata, they've dropped back into third spot. Frederico and Blackman have moved up into second. Pasha Bevan and Sam Green into fourth. Danks and Anderson in fifth. Holland and Clayton back in sixth place. Then it is a little ways back to Harding and Wolf, and then Meads and Ziegler. What a great race this is, Richard, and it looks like the Queenslanders have just moved themselves out in front.
Yeah, it is indeed, Stuart. Clear top three, but lots to race for here over the final, about 300 metres now of this race, as it does look a little choppier out there once again on the waters of Lake Barrington, but they are closing quickly in on the concluding stages here, and great to see that strong Queensland combination of Cormac, Kennedy Leverett and Jackson Free at the head of the field in the centre lane.
Yeah, when Jackson Free came in the other day, he had a bit of a chat and said that himself and Cormac Kennedy Leverett been rowing together for, I think, about 8 years or something like that. So there's plenty of understanding in that boat. They didn't panic in the early stages when it was Marcus Delamata leading them out with Jack Cleary. You can see there on the screen now, it's still a boat length. It's Cormac Kennedy Leverett from Sydney Rowing Club, Jackson Free from the Cairns Rowing Club. Couple across from them, Frederico and Blackman doing all they can to try and hold off the push from our open single scull champion Marcus Delamata, rowing with Jack Cleary. Coming out towards the finish line now, the sun glistening on Lake Barrington. There's still a little bit of wind, there's still a little bit of a head breeze. It's not bothering the Queenslanders. They are holding out in front, but here comes the push on the far side from Blackman and Frederico. It might just be a little bit too late though. It will be Cormac Kennedy Leverett and Jackson Free taking the win in the open men's double sculls. Second place going to Dom Frederico and Nick Blackman from Mercantile and Adelaide University. Third place will go to Jack Cleary and Marcus Delamata. Fourth place going to the Sydney University crew of Tom Anderson and Hamish Danks. Pasha Bevan and Sam Green from UTS and Sydney finishing in fifth place. Then it is a little ways back. We've got the crew here closest to us of looks to be the Sydney University WA crew, Adam Holland and Ben Clayton. And then it's the battle on for the final placings. It does look like it's going to be Hamish Harding from ANU and Alex Wolf from Sydney Rowing Club, finishing ahead of James Meads and Nick Ziegler of the Banks Rowing Club. But a well done row there from Cormac Kennedy Leverett and Jackson Free, our open men's double scull champions.
The presentation of medals for the Open Women's Double Scull Championship of Australia. The medals will be presented by Ben Dodwell, Rowing Australia Director and Sydney 2000 Olympic bronze medalist. In third place and bronze medalists, Catherine Kahn of the Australian National University and Emily Shepherd from Sydney University Boat Club, coached by Tom Westgarth and Sam Fennessy. In second place and silver medalists, representing the Melbourne University Boat Club, Ronnie Cantwell and Sarah DeUre. Who is coached by Beth Ross. Our gold medalists and Australian champions for 2026 from the Mossman and UTS Haberfield clubs, Sarah Fard, and Tara Rigney, who is coached by Alfie Young and Sam Fennessy. Please congratulate the 2026 Australian champions and medalists.
We are underway in our next race, and this is the Open Women's Coxless Fours. This is for the Gina Reinhard AO Trophy. In lane number 2, representing Sydney and Melbourne University, Remy McKay, Zara Lavery, Caitlin McManus-Barrett and Isabella Scammell. In lane 3, representing Cairns and ANU, Ella McKenzie, Rose Biddulph, Camilla Kralikate, Laura Chancellor. In lane 4, it is a Swan River West Australian University of WA composite of Rebecca Pretorius, Bronwyn Cox, Georgia Patton and Jackie Swick. Lane 5 from Sydney University and Mercantile, Stephanie Preller, Ruby Jelikas, Olivia Natti, Tiffany Bota. And lane 6 from Sydney Rowing Club, Brianna Sumpter, Lilla Anderton, Gabby Morton and Samantha Morton. And Richard, it is unsurprising to see that WA composite, who's I dare say is going to be the Stern Four of the Queen's Cup for Western Australia. They are out in front and looking very good in these conditions.
Yeah, absolutely, they are, Stuart. You're right. We were looking through the interstate cruise during the break-in racing a little earlier, and some very strong combinations coming over from the west of the country. And of course, they'll enjoy a home national championships next year too, the Western Australians. And also worth pointing out here, as you noted before, this race is for the new trophy, the Gina Reinhardt AO Trophy, to be awarded for the first time this year to the winners of the championship winners, the championship women's four, to celebrate 2026 being 10 years of the partnership between Rowing Australia and Hancock Prospecting, led by, of course, their executive chairman and Rowing Australia patron, Mrs. Gina Reinhardt AO. And we'll have some more to say about that during the presentation ceremony for this race.
So through the 1,000 metres, it was still that West Australian composite leading out, a canned ANU composite in second place, then Sydney and Melbourne University in third, the Sydney Club Crew in fourth place, and Sydney University Mercantile in fifth. I swear I'm cursed because every time I come up here, the wind.
It's a talent, isn't it?
Yeah, we've got lightning to Cosno, and I live in Canberra, so plenty of wind.
Yeah, it brings the wind. Yeah, we were walking around downstairs before an hour or so ago, saying how fantastic the conditions were and how great the afternoon's going to be, which I still believe to be the case, but we can feel the wind here through the tower as well.
So we're looking now as they're coming up towards the 1,250 metres, and it is still the West Australians. Look at that. It is clear water lead between the West Australians and the rest of the field. We've got the canned ANU composite sitting in second place. That is featuring Camilla Kralikate from the Australian National University, but more famous, I guess, as a Lithuanian pairs rower at the Paris Olympics, where she finished fourth place. Now, that crew are being challenged a bit over on the far side by that Sydney crew in lane number 6, and also challenged on the near side by Sydney and Melbourne University. So the top place as they come into the 1,500 metre timing point, it is certainly the West Australian composite looking very, very good, but second and third is well and truly up for grabs. It's the canned composite, Sydney Melbourne University composite and Sydney Rowing Club, all with a shot as they're coming in towards the 1,500 metre timing point. It's still canned and ANU sitting in second place, bit over a boat length between them and Sydney Melbourne University, and then the Sydney Club Crew 0.14 of a second back behind them. Anything can happen over these last 500 metres, but the West Australians, there's no doubt about our leaders, and it would be appropriate for the Gina Reinhardt AO Trophy to go to a West Australian crew in the first year.
Absolutely, Stuart. Well said there indeed, and it looks very comfortable for these Western Australians out on front here on the waters of Lake Barrington. It was 9.36 seconds with 500 to go, and may well have extended beyond 10 seconds now, but good race behind them, certainly for the silver and bronze medals still to be sorted out from crews on either side of the course here. There's a wonderful shot from above as our hard-working drone pilots go back up in the air now with the winds under control, and we can see a fantastic race, certainly for the bronze medal in prospect here too, I would think.
Yeah, Sydney Rowing Club on the far side of the course, Sydney and Melbourne University on the near side of the course. We're looking down at that West Australian composite, so you can see there Rebecca Pretorius from Swan River Rowing Club in the bow seat, Bronwyn Cox in front of her, and then Georgia Patton in the red of the West Australian Rowing Club, and Jackie Swick also of the Swan River Rowing Club. Camden ANU still sitting in second place. They're keeping those other two crews at bay. They've kept them about a boat length back. They can look out to the right-hand side, see exactly where Sydney Melbourne University are, but can Sydney Rowing Club put on a push over the last 150 metres or so. They've certainly upped that rate and they're making a run for it. It's the West Australians, though, that are going to be the inaugural winners of the Gina Reinhardt AO Trophy for the Open Women's Coxless Fours. They cross the line, plenty of clear water for the win. Second place will go to the Canned ANU Composite in lane number 3. And then third place will go to the crew from Sydney Rowing Club in lane 6, finishing just ahead of the Sydney Melbourne University crew in 4th place. And then back a little bit further to the Sydney Mercantile crew in lane number 5. So just in that Canned Composite crew, there was a late substitution. Lily Alton was in the 2 seat of that boat from the University of Queensland.
Well, as we go now to the presentation of medals for the Open Men's Double Scull Championship of Australia. The medals will be presented by Andrew Guerin, OAM, Rowing Australia Life member. Third place and bronze medalist Jack Cleary from the West Australian Rowing Club and Marcus Delamata from Sydney University Boat Club. In second place and silver medalist, the Mercantile and Adelaide University Boat Clubs, Dom Frederico and Nick Blackman. Crew is coached by Scott Rowe. Gold medalists and Australian champions for 2026, representing the Cairns and Sydney Rowing Clubs, Cormac Kennedy Leverett and Jackson Free. Crew is coached by Tom Westgarth and Marcus Free. Please congratulate the 2026 Australian champions and medalists in the Open Men's Double Scull.
And we are racing in the Open Men's Fours. This is for the Bob Aitken Memorial Trophy. Lane 2, we have a Sydney Mercantile Canned Composite of Jack Robertson, Darcy Wasser, Fergus Hamilton and Alex Nichol. In lane 3 from Mercantile, James Simpson, Sam Chin, Charlie McIntosh, Matt Fielding. Lane 4, a North Esk Adelaide University Mercantile Composite of Jake Polkinghorn, Hamish Allen, Matt Dickenberg and Jack Barrett. Lane 5 from Adelaide Canned and Mercantile, Angus Whitcomb, Mitch Salisbury, Angus Dawson, Alexander Hill. Lane 6 from UTS Haberfield and Melbourne University, Winston Hooper, Mackenzie Thompson, Henry Blackwell and Joshua Wilson. And lane 7 from Melbourne University and UTS Haberfield, Benjamin Canham, Nick Smith, Paddy Holt and Rowan Lavery. Through the 1,000 metres, it is our men's pairs champions. That is Angus Dawson and Alex Hill from the Adelaide Rowing Club, combining with Angus Whitcomb and Mitch Salisbury for a 3-second lead through the first 1,000. And then half a second in behind them, we have, 3 seconds behind them, we have the UTS and Melbourne University Composite. Then we've got the Sydney Composite in lane number 2, so that's Sydney Mercantile and Canned in 3rd place. And then Melbourne University UTS in 4th, Mercantile in 5th, North Esk Composite in 6th place. That North Esk Composite, Matt Dickenberg from the North Esk Rowing Club at the Tasmanian State Championships. He won the singles, the pairs, the quad, the 4, the Coxed 4 and the 8s for the North Esk Rowing Club. It was an amazing couple of days for the Tasmanian here on Lake Barrington. So we're having a look on the screen at the moment with that crew from Adelaide, Canned and Mercantile. They were our leaders through the 1,000 metres, but things might just be tightening up a little bit. You can see on the screen there, the crew off to their right-hand side, Hooper, McThompson, Blackwell and Wilson pushing hard, as are the crew over closest to the grandstand. That is the crew of Robertson, Watter, Hamilton and Nichol. So through the 1500 metres now, it is still that Adelaide composite. They're holding on, but it's only a second between first and second. It's less than 2 seconds back to lane number 6 and only a second back to 4th place. You can see the 4 crews, the 4 fours up on the screen, all within striking distance of each other as they come in now to the final 500 metres. The Adelaide composite, they've led from the start. It was 3 seconds at the 1,000, but now it's down to just a second, Richard.
Yeah, fantastic racing here in the Open Men's Coxed for a race, of course. Australia has such a storied and proud history on, including, of course, on this course where the awesome foursome was born back in the 1990 World Championships or thereabouts and went on to have such a great decade. So it's fantastic to see here the Bob Aitken Memorial Trophy to our winner here, and you've got 4 chances lined up across the course here, not just for the trophy, Stuart, but for 3 medal spots.
Yeah, 4 into 3 does not go. It's the 4 fours coming down. Great musical time. Great to watch if you're in the racing. It is the Adelaide composite who are holding on still. The Tokyo Olympic champion, Alex Hill. Can he will them over the line? They're just starting to pull a little bit further away now. It's Whitcomb, Salisbury, Dawson and Hill keeping their bow balls out in front. Closest to us though, Robertson, Water, Hamilton and Nicol. They want that Bob Aitken Memorial Trophy. All of our crews still within about a boat length of each other, but the Adelaide composite just keeping ahead. The battle for the minor placings, it is going to come down to the surge. It's the Adelaide composite. They've led from the start. They've been put under pressure, but they are going to win the Bob Aitken Memorial Trophy for 2026. Second place will go to the Sydney Mercantile Can composite in lane number 2, with third place over on the far side of the course. That is the Melbourne University UTS composite of Canham, Smith, Holt and Lavery, finishing just ahead of the other Mercantile and Melbourne University composite of Hooper, Thompson, Blackwell and Wilson. And then coming in behind them, our final couple of crews, it is going to be the crew from North Esk, Adelaide University and Mercantile, finishing ahead of the Mercantile Rowing Club crew. And the skill of our men's pairs winners comes through again. They take out the Bob Aitken Memorial Trophy for the Open Men's Fours.
Yeah, fantastic race there, Stuart, to the Bob Aitken Memorial Trophy. The Adelaide composite crew will get it there, 6:57.60 their time, beating home the Sydney composite crew by just over a second, 1.06. And then the Melbourne Uni UTS Haberfield in third place. So 3 great medal-winning crews there in the Bob Aitken Memorial Trophy, the race for the Open Men's Coxed for it. It's the last of our A-finals for now. There are more coming up later on today. We'll have some repechage racing on the course shortly, but a presentation first, and an important one here. And ladies and gentlemen, as we turn now to the medal presentation for the Championship Women's 4, we take a moment to recognise a truly significant milestone for Australian rowing. 2026 marks 10 years of the partnership between Rowing Australia and Hancock Prospecting, led by Executive Chairman and Rowing Australia patron, Mrs. Gina Reinhardt, AO. For a decade, this unwavering support has strengthened every level of our sport, from grassroots through to our world-class Rosellas, including Olympians and Paralympians, and continues to play a vital role in enabling events like the Australian Rowing Championships. And today, we are proud to mark this milestone with the inauguration of a new perpetual trophy. The Gina Reinhardt AO Trophy will now be awarded to the winners of the Championship Women's 4, a fitting tribute to Mrs. Reinhardt's enduring contribution to Australian rowing and her commitment to supporting women in sport. Representing Mrs. Reinhardt for today's presentation, we are pleased to welcome Lee Hansen, who joins us to present the newly inaugurated trophy. I understand she will be accompanied by John Boltby, AM, a Rowing Australia Life member who will assist with the medal presentations as well. So to announce the inaugural winners of the Mrs. Gina Reinhardt AO Trophy, we will first recognise the bronze medalist in the Open Women's Coxed 4, and that is the crew from the Sydney Rowing Club. Rihanna Sumpter. Lila Anderton. Gabby Morton. And Samantha Morton. Crew is coached by Lachlan Carter. In second place, and silver medalists, composite crew from the Cairns Australian National University and University of Queensland rowing clubs. Ella McKenzie. Lily Alton. Camille Kralakate. And Laura Chancellor. Crew is coached by Tom Westgarth, Charlie Betts and Miller Rowe. The gold medalists and Australian champions for 2026. Composite crew from the Swan River, West Australian and University of Western Australia boat clubs. Rebecca Pretorius. Bronwyn Cox. Georgia Patton. And Jackie Swick. Lee Hansen will now present the Gina Reinhardt AO Trophy to our Championship Women's 4 winners. And now a small token of appreciation. Sarah Cook, CEO of Rowing Australia, has presented flowers to Lee Hansen in recognition of her role here today, representing our patron, Mrs. Gina Reinhardt AO. Congratulations once again to all medalists in the Championship Women's 4 and to our inaugural recipients of the Gina Reinhardt AO Trophy, a moment of history here at the 2026 Australian Rowing Championships.
As we move back down the course for the rapid charge one of the under-17 women's Coxed Quad Sculls, it's the top two through to the semi-final. Lane 2, Loretto Ballarat. Lane 3, Radford College. Lane 4, Perth College. Lane 5, it is Unley High, Loretto College, Marriotteville and Adelaide High School, so a South Australian composite there. Lane 6, a Mersey Pembroke School composite, and then lane 7, Scotch Oakburn College. So our leading crews just coming up to the 1500 metre mark, and it does look like our two crews to qualify will be the Unley High composite. That's Layla Bryant, Ada Dedich, Eugenie Anderson, Rachel Luscombe and Winnie Katsaros, coached by Dario Sportelli, Mitch Parker and Joanne Malcolm. So they're sitting nicely out in front. Mersey and the Pembroke Schools, so that is another combination there, interstate combination. Alex Riddler from the Pembroke School, Catherine Watts from Pembroke, Ave Loon from Mersey and Miranda Sutton from Mersey with their coxswain Beatrice Liu. They're sitting nicely out in front, and with the top two to go through, it would take an absolute catastrophe not to qualify for the semi-finals of the under-17 Coxed Quad Sculls. Our final crews just coming through the 1500 metre timing point. Radford College in third place. They are 26 seconds behind. Loretto Ballarat, though, having a nice battle paddle with the Canberrans. And then in behind them, we've got our final couple of crews. We've got Scotch Oakburn, who have just crossed over the 1500 metre timing point, as well as the crew from Loretto Ballarat and also Perth College.
Yeah, so just two to go through here from this repechage, Stuart. The first of two repechages here in the under-17 women's Coxed Quad Scull to go through to the semi-final. So still huge fields here in these under-17 women's quads, which is fantastic to see. But it's fairly cutthroat racing, of course, at this stage of proceedings. But it is clearly out in front here. The only high composite from South Australia and a Mersey Pembroke School composite crew, so a two-state composite there, who look to be comfortably in the two qualifying spots.
Yeah, at the South Australian Championships, this Unley High, Loretto and Adelaide High School crew, Layla Bryant, Dedich, Anderson and Luscombe, some very strong results in the under-17s, in the singles and the doubles and then the quads. Combining here in the under-17 quad, they've had to go through the repechage, but they are sitting very nicely out in front, ahead of a combination that you wouldn't expect to be training all that much from the Pembroke School and from Mersey. So what's that, South Australia and Tasmania?
And Tasmania, yeah, I'd love to see. Maybe they've been coming across on the ferry a few times to train on the Mersey in Devonport.
Why not? Or a bit of a return trip up to West Lakes.
Absolutely.
You know?
Plenty of options.
Either way, it's a very scenic, very scenic part of the world. It is going to be the Unley High Composite who finish in first place and go through to the semi-finals of the under-17 women's Coxed Quad Sculls, where they'll be joined by the Mersey and Pembroke School Composite back in second place. Coming through now, we've got our next couple of crews. So it looks to be the crew from Loretto Ballarat who have managed to move themselves ahead of Radford College over that final 500 metres as they come up towards the line here in lane number 1. So that is Mimi Martin, Lucy Filan McClure, Ruby Kavanagh, Eden Carter and Eva Cummins, finishing ahead of Radford College's Lara Ward, Estella Thew, Emily Egan, Winnie Howe and Harper Walter is their coxswain. And then we are a little ways back to our final couple of crews to cross over the line on the far side of the course. It's Sienna Kearns, Claire Russell, Olive Kwan, Florence Rogers and Isabella Skiditano from Scotch Oakburn, and then Perth College's Oliva Butler, Miller Hambleton, Stella Barton, Olivia Foster and Sasha Ong Sen is their coxswain. So that was the first repechage of the under-17 women's quad scull. Second repechage on the course, lane 2, Perth College, lane 3, Damascus College, lane 4, Ballarat Clarendon, lane 5, Commercial Rowing Club, lane 6, Hunter Valley Grammar, Manning Valley Anglican and New England Girls School. So a 3 school composite there, and then Newcastle Grammar in lane number 7.
It's a new one for me too, Stuart, the New England Girls School. So,
well, that's all.
Combination there, all from the same part of New South Wales.
Yeah, Newcastle through to Taree for Manning Valley, and then New England. So that'll be around
Armidale or thereabouts, I imagine. Yes.
We might have to do a quick Google on that one. Through the 1,000 metres, though, it was the commercial crew from Queensland. Olivia Alford, Grace Camiglia, Eva McGeechee, Maggie Rowan and Audrey Hewitt, coached by Gary Townsend, part of that revival of the Commercial Rowing Club, particularly in their junior programs. Second place is going to be interesting. Damascus College are leading out Ballarat Clarendon, but only by about a boat length. So it is it's the crew from Damascus, which are Greta Kelnack, Mary Hexter, Grace Rivet, Danny Crilly, Lewis Harrison is their coxswain, coached by Tam Lloyd Tess and Paul Blanchfield. Ballarat Clarendon are Mietta Higney, Delaney Kopp-Veldhuis, Maggie Peel, Chloe Forsyth and Grace Burke. They're coached by Claire Boatman. As we just see our leading crew from Commercial very nicely out in front. Still a bit of rough water there. You can see really got to get those blades off the water as you come forward to the catch. And this crew from Damascus College are actually doing that really, really nicely as they come across the 1500 just ahead of Ballarat Clarendon. Dare
I say these Ballarat crews in the event may have some practice on similar conditions. I have seen some fantastic days at Lake Wendouree. It's not as bad as it's made to sound, but there have been some ordinary windy days there too. And a bit like the course here, it can change in an instant. So yeah, the Ballarat schools always strong on these school or underage events, and 2 of them here, Ballarat Clarendon lane 4 and Damascus College Ballarat in lane number 3.
Newcastle Grammar leading the battle of the northern and central New South Wales crew. So Newcastle Grammar leading out that Hunter Valley, Manning Valley Anglican and New England Girls School composite. And then a little bit further back then to the Perth College crew over in lane number 2. So Commercial Rowing Club with that lead, sitting nicely out in front. You can see them on the screen there, and you can see that gap back to Damascus College in the green hull, who themselves are about a boat length ahead of the crew from Ballarat Clarendon. So that's our 1, 2 and 3. It's only the top 2 to go through to the semi-finals. So if ever there was a point for Ballarat Clarendon to put the foot to the gas, it's now as they go into those last 250 metres. They're not going to catch Commercial barring disaster, but they can still make it through to second place.
Correct. So that green boat there doing well for Damascus College too from Ballarat, coached by Tam Lloyd-Tees and Paul Blanchfield, the Director of Rowing there at Damascus College in Ballarat, who train out of the Wendouree Ballarat Rowing Club at one end of Lake Wendouree, right in fact beside the Ballarat Clarendon boat shed at the same city end of the lake. And it's a 2-boat race, you'd think, for the second qualifying spot here, Stuart, because our leaders have gone well clear.
Yeah, you can just see them coming up towards the finish line now, riding on board with Commercial, and it is going to be the girls from Brisbane who will go through and take the win in the second repechage of the Under-17 Women's Coxed Quad Sculls. Commercial Rowing Club from Brisbane winning the second repechage. Who's going to take second? It looks like it's going to be Damascus College, keeping ahead of Ballarat Clarendon, doing exactly what they needed and finishing second. They'll go through to the semi-finals. Ballarat Clarendon, unfortunately, missing out by just over a boat length, just couldn't quite put the foot down enough to get over the top of that Damascus College crew. Newcastle Grammar, they themselves are a boat length over some local rivals, Hunter Valley, Manning Valley and New England Girls School. But they've just had a couple of rough strokes. The wind just gusted a little bit as they came up towards the line. That composite crew making up a little bit of ground with every stroke, but they'll just run out of course. It will be Newcastle Grammar in 4th place. The Hunter Valley Grammar composite in 5th, and then Perth College will come through in 6th.
So 9:24.04 there, the unofficial winning time for the crew from the Commercial Rowing Club of Queensland, as our next repechage also coming down the course in the Under-17 men's quad now.
Yeah, in lane number 1, Leichhardt and Hunter Valley Grammar. Lane 2, Gibson Grammar. Lane 3, Newcastle Grammar. Lane 4, it's the full licorice all sorts. Leichhardt, Mossman, Nudgee College and Redlands. In lane 5, we've got another licorice all sorts, Swan River, Centenary, Ulverston, Surfers Paradise and Ballarat City. So 5 clubs represented there, including
it's not bad, is it?
That's a great effort for under-17s. Hawthorn and Albert Park College in lane 6, Newcastle Grammar in lane number 7, and Mersey, Geneva Christian College and Pembroke School composite in lane number 8. Through the 1,000, it was that Leichhardt, Mossman, Nudgee and Redlands composite.
Of course it was. Of course it was.
Who are in the lead there. They've got some very talented rowers in there. I think Luca Wilson from Leichhardt, second place in the Under-17 men's single sculls, and I think he got third as part of that Leichhardt crew, along with Soren Anderson a little bit earlier on today in the Under-17 doubles. They're sitting about 5 seconds ahead of the Newcastle Grammar crew in lane number 7, who have been challenged by the Newcastle Grammar crew in lane number 3. Gibson Grammar in 4th, Hawthorn Albert Park College in 5th, the Leichhardt Hunter Valley Grammar composite in 6th, Swan River composite in 7th, and Mersey composite in 8th.
This is a sole repechage here, Stuart, in the Under-17 men's Cox Quad Scull. So 4 boats from here will go through to the semi-final and join the top 4 from each of our 3 heats held earlier in the regatta. We consider a fantastic race there too for the remaining qualifying spots between our race leaders. Gibson Grammar School up on screen there in lane number 2, and the Leichhardt Hunter Valley composite crew in lane 1, bouncing their way down the waters of Lake Barrington, but still on lane number 4. It is the 5-club composite crew from 3 different states if we got in there as well. It's certainly 2 states at least. St Joseph's, Nudgee in there with some Sydney schools, Leichhardt, Mossman and Redlands. So certainly a well-travelled composite crew there.
Yeah, that's Alexander Watt, Banjo Kirkham, Soren Anderson, Luca Wilson and Lily Van Holsen in that crew. So I think Lily Van Holsen will be from Redlands, Banjo Kirkham from Mossman, Alexander Watt from Nudgee and Soren Anderson and Luca Wilson from Leichhardt. So they're sitting out in front. Now, who's it going to be out of these two Newcastle Grammar crews? We've got Newcastle Grammar over in lane number 7. They're sitting in second place now. And then the crew from Hawthorn and Albert Park in lane number 6 have moved up into third. Gibson Grammar in 4th place. So that second Newcastle Grammar crew in lane number 3 have just dropped off just outside of the qualification positions now. Leichhardt and Hunter Valley Grammar in 6th place. And then it is a little ways back then to the Swan River Composite and the Mersey Composite. Our two crews looking like they'll just miss out. Let's keep an eye out on the left-hand side of the course. Top 4 to go through to the semi-final. It is Gippsland Grammar leading out the Leichhardt Composite and Newcastle Grammar, but there's only a boat length in it. They're close enough if they're good enough.
Absolutely, yes. It should be a good last 300 metres here for those final qualifying spots. We'll see a lot of these crews too, I imagine, rowing in the school races that do still start this afternoon. So we've got a big, I think we can call it a night here now, through to about 7 p.m. when our school races will conclude. So we'll officially get to the Australian Open Schools Championship shortly. But of course, so many schools now competing in the underage events too. Exactly the case in this particular race.
You can see there the N of Nudgee College, Alexander Watt in the bow seat of that boat. Off to their left-hand side, we've got the crews from Newcastle Grammar and also Hawthorn and Albert Park College. So there's the Newcastle Grammar crew back on board with our 4-club crew. It is the crew from Leichhardt, Mossman, Nudgee and Redlands coming up towards the finish line. Just having a look in the battle for third and fourth place, it is Gibson Grammar who've kept themselves out in front. There's plenty of cheering coming on from the banks as our Leichhardt, Mossman, Nudgee College and Redlands Composite take the win in the repechage for the men's under-17 Coxed Quad Sculls. Second place will go to the crew on the far side from Newcastle Grammar School. Hawthorn and Albert Park College will finish in third place. And then coming in a couple of boat lengths behind them will be the crew from regional Victoria, Gippsland Grammar, finishing in fourth place. They'll qualify just ahead of the Leichhardt Hunter Valley Grammar Composite in lane number 1. And then they themselves are ahead of the second crew from Newcastle Grammar, who'll finish back in 6th place. And then coming in behind them, we've got the Swan River Centenary, Ulverston Surfers Paradise, Ballarat City Composite in lane number 5, and then the Mersey, Geneva Christian College and Pembroke School Composite. That's a new one for me. 5 people in the boat, 5 different clubs and schools represented.
And 4 different states too there, Stuart. Swan River Centenary, so 2 from Queensland, Ulverston, Tasmania, Ballarat City, of course, from Ballarat. Not a bad combination indeed. But no match there for Leichhardt Composite. Winners in 7:58.97, 9.33 seconds ahead of Newcastle Grammar. The presentation of medals for the Open Men's Coxed 4 Championship of Australia. Medals will be presented by Peter Anthony, in fact by Andrew Guerin, OAM Rowing Australia Life member. In third place and bronze medalists in the Melbourne University and UTS Haberfield clubs, Benjamin Canham, Nick Smith, Paddy Holtz and Rowan Lavery. Second place and silver medalists, composite crew from the Sydney Mercantile and Canned rowing clubs of Alex Nicol, Fergus Hamilton, Darcy Water, and Jack Robertson. Our gold medalists and Australian champions for 2026, representing the Adelaide, Cairn and Mercantile rowing clubs, Angus Whitticombe, Mitch Salisbury, Angus Dawson, and Alex Hill. please congratulate our 2026 Australian champions and medalists.
On the screen at the moment in the final stages of repechage 1 of the under-19 women's quad sculls, Mosman Newcastle lane 3, University of Queensland lane 4, Leichhardt Torrens, Manning River, Walford Anglican in lane 5, Askham, the Armidale School and Centenary lane 6, and St Patrick's Townsville, Loretto Marriotteville and Fremantle in lane number 7. Now we've only got the top 2 to go through to the final, and it does look like it's through the 1,000 metres. We had the Askham and Armidale Centenary composite, who was sitting back in about 4th place, but now they've well and truly moved up. So it is the crew there. It looks to be from the from Mosman and Newcastle, who are sitting ahead of the Askham composite. University of Queensland about a boat length back in 3rd place, just fading towards the end there, as did the Leichhardt composite in lane number 5. So as they come up towards the line, it's Catherine Walsh, Roxana Brown, Isabel Armstrong and Amelia Diarcy taking the win in the repechage. Then Scarlett Hall, Georgie Jones, Isabel Coddington and Isabel Bugg taking 2nd place. They'll go through to the final. Just missing out on a spot will be the crew from the University of Queensland, Amelia Moore, Allegra Cavalucci, Coco Kent, Jessica Carroll, as does the Leichhardt composite of Amara Davis from Walford Anglican, Ava Falzon from Manning River, Caitlin Anderson from Torrens, and Mia Simkovic from Leichhardt. And then our final crew to cross the line will be a composite of Sophia Tornatora from Fremantle Rowing Club, Alice Shanahan from Loretto Marriotteville, Layla Strickland from St Patrick's Townsville, and Matilda Schroeder also from St Patrick's Townsville.
Thanks, Stuart. First repechage concluded in the under-19 women's quad scull, and the second one on the course already, as we see the 5 crews there in race 359. Lane 3, a Banks and Karam 2 club composite crew. In lane 4, Genesis Christian College and Bundaberg. Lane 5, Mercantile and Yarra Yarra. Lane 6, the West Australian and Mersey clubs combine. And lane 7, the Brisbane and GPS Rowing Club.
So it's Genesis Christian College and Bundaberg composite who have the lead through the 1,500 metres, a couple of seconds ahead of the Mercantile Yarra Yarra composite in 2nd place. Brisbane and GPS, they're in 3rd. They're about 4 seconds back, so it's going to take one heck of an effort to try and get into those qualification positions. The West Australian Mersey composite back in 4th place, and then Banks and Karam back in 5th. So our leading crew at the moment, it's Mary Stelmack and Sophie Evans from the Bundaberg Rowing Club, and Tiana Kutz and Pia Muller-Croft from Genesis Christian College, coached by Ashlyn Chapman and Ray Smith. They're leading out the Mercs Yarra Yarra composite of Grace Walter and Elkie Pearson from Mercantile, Sadie Schlitt from Yarra Yarra and Melandra Nell from Mercantile, coached by Susie Franklin and David Orchard.
And that's Brisbane and GPS there on screen as well. The crew over in lane number 7, Lucy McGee, Zara Jack, Steph Christmas, Estella Menzies and Nigel Stubbs, the coach of that combination from Brisbane and GPS, who sit in 3rd place, just outside the qualifying spot for now. And then it would be the West Australian Mersey. Again, another fairly disparate combination from either side of the country there. Juliana Rodriguez from West Australian Rowing Club, along with Elena Casas-Huelen and Evelyn James. And from Mersey, Sybil O'Rourke in that crew, ahead of the Banks Karam composite as well on this side of the course. But our top 2 still look pretty comfortably clear here, Stuart.
Yeah, it is the Genesis Christian Bundaberg composite who have the lead ahead of the Mercantile Yarra Yarra composite back in 2nd place. It is a bit of a gap back to Brisbane and GPS. We're just seeing a few crews having some steering issues, trying to keep within the buoys, which themselves are quite small and can be a little bit difficult to see once the wind starts to pick up and the waves starts to go over the top of them. But this Genesis Christian and Bundaberg composite, they'll go through and take the win, make their way through to the final of the under-19 women's quad sculls. 2nd place going to Mercantile and Yarra Yarra. They'll finish just over a boat length back. Brisbane and GPS, I think they celebrated 150 years last year or something.
Yeah, significant anniversary for the Brisbane and GPS rowing club, at least the entities that merged to lead to its eventual formation, but stretching back a long, long time in the history of Queensland rowing. And they'll finish there in 3rd place. 4th will go to the West Australian and Mersey composite combination, lane 6, and 5th place to Banks and Karam down lane number 3, 8:58.22 That will be the unofficial winning time there for Genesis Christian College along with Bundaberg, and 5.97 seconds their margin back in the second of 2 repêchages in the under-19 women's quad scull. And we're moving back to finals racing here. We've got a series of lightweight races coming up, and I'm going to make way for Ben Homer very soon, who is the oracle of many things lightweight rowing around Australia. But the field here, firstly, in race 360, the under-23 lightweight men's double scull. Mossman Black Mountain racing in lane 2. North Esk Rowing Club in lane 3. University of Western Australia Black Mountain in lane 4. UTS Haberfield in lane 5. Commercial Rowing Club from Brisbane in lane number 6. And the West Australian Rowing Club are racing in lane 7.
Through the 1,500 metres, it was the Mossman Black Mountain combination of Joshua Miller and Julian Lemaitre leading out commercials. Alex Cook and William Dalgleish, Ryan Zhu and Nicholas Mathua from UTS in third. West Australians Jasper Marshall and Jacob Lundberg of the West Australian Rowing Club back in fourth. University of Western Australia and Black Mountain, Oliver Manning and Liam Bow in fifth place. And then North Esk's Chris Kingston and Lachlan Tonnelly back in sixth place. Our leading rowers coming towards the end, and it's been a well-timed push here from the men from Commercial. Alex Cook and William Dalgleish, have they got themselves out in front now? I think they have, of that Black Mountain and Mossman composite of Miller and Lemaitre. So they're sitting in the top 2 positions. And then looking across, it looks like it might be the West Australian Rowing Club who've potentially moved up into the bronze medal position over in lane number 7. The wind, it's coming, it's going, it's gusting, it's not. It's making things tricky, but not for these lightweight double scullers. The under-23 lightweight men's double sculls coming down to the line. It was Mossman and Black Mountain that led through the 1,500, but now Commercial take the national championship. Alex Cook and William Dalgleish, Joshua Miller from Black Mountain and Julian Lemaitre from Mossman will finish in second place. They'll take the silver medal. Bit of a hug there in the Black Mountain and Mossman crew. Over on the far side of the course, Jasper Marshall and Jacob Lundberg, a great run there for third place. They'll take the bronze medal, finishing ahead of the crew from UTS Haberfield, Ryan Zhu and Nicholas Mathua in fourth. Coming in behind them, we've got our final couple of crews. So it looks like it will be the crew from the University of WA and Black Mountain, Oliver Manning and Liam Bow as the wind starts to gust through. And then North Esk Rowing Club, Chris Kingston and Lachlan Tonnelly back in sixth place. As Richard Dorstein steps out from the commentary box, I am joined by the legend himself, Mr. Ben Homer. Good afternoon to you, Ben. That wind's just starting to come again.
I don't want to talk about it. I don't want to talk about it. I've been sitting, you know what, I was sitting downstairs in our sort of room.
Palatial media room.
Is that right? Yeah, palatial media room. I like that. And I was just listening to the wind, and I thought, you know what, I don't want to be thinking you're going to make an announcement about potentially no racing. So I thought I'm going to come up here and watch it for myself from up here and just make sure that the wind doesn't get too much stronger. But it's pretty strong at the moment, but we're still racing, which is exciting. So under 23 lightweight men's Coxless 4, we've got 3 in it. So lane 3 from Mercantile, Maxwell Finlay, Tyler Fitzpatrick from Essendon, Oscar Tyrrell from Mercantile, Fletcher Douglas from Mercantile, coached by Scott Rowe and Mark Dwyer. That is a very, very strong crew. Adelaide University in lane 4, Isaac Nilsson, James Ratoso, Kyle Miller and Daniel Wurzma. In lane 5, it is a licorice all sorts combination, this one. So we've got James Cameron from UTS, Nishan Sunnat from Curtin University, Micah Talbot from Townsville and JCU, and Thomas White from Toowong, coached by Simon Daly, Jamie Forbes, and Jacinta Edmonds. And you do see this a little bit in lightweight racing, of course, a lot of mixed crews, because not always that you have a bunch of lightweight rowers at the same club, but Adelaide University certainly do, and they are moving beautifully at the moment. You can see them on screen, and you can see across the course lane 3 in front, that Mercantile Essendon composite, and this crew was expected to perform well, of course. Tyler Fitzpatrick, who has been very strong at this regatta, but also at the New South Wales titles as well. Oscar Tyrrell from Mercantile, Fletcher Douglas from Mercantile, Maxwell Finlay from Mercantile Rowing Club as well, and they are really performing strongly despite the conditions here. You can see they are rocking and rolling on these quite choppy waters on Lake Barrington, and they are keeping that boat moving as well as they can. And you can see that lead back to Adelaide University, who are in that limited edition Zudi this season. And that you can just see their boat just moving a little bit more than what we saw that Mercantile Composite out in front. And then the Toowong Composite back in third place, but it will only be a gold and silver for this event with the 3 entries.
Yeah, this South Australian crew of Isaac Nilsson, James Ratosa, Kyle Miller, Daniel Wiersema, Nilsson, Miller and Wiersema all to row for South Australia in the Penrith Cup. In the Mercantile Essendon crew, you've got Oscar Tyrrell will row for Victoria in what is expected to be a very, very strong lightweight Victorian Penrith Cup crew. It's and you also within the Queensland crew, I think Mika Talbot for Queensland was due to be rowing for Queensland originally from Townsville and James Cook University. So unsurprising to see a few representatives in here. It's unsurprising to see Victorian lightweight rowers out in front in the under-23 lightweight men's four. Mercantile and Essendon leading out Adelaide University by 7.5 seconds. And then it is a little ways back to that crew from Toowong, Townsville and James Cook University, Curtin University and UTS Haberfield. So that's the very top of the country, partway down Sydney, Townsville, Brisbane, Sydney, Perth.
Yeah, so it's spread across the country, the competitors in this one. And we've got open lightweight women's and men's double sculls, which are coming up. And then we'll have the under-23 lightweight women's double sculls. So a little bit jumbled around, but that, of course, is to allow everyone to get their racing in. As they head into the last 250 metres here, Stuart, Victoria are going to be heading into the Penrith Cup as raging hot favourites. And you can see why, as you said, just one member in that Penrith Cup crew in this Victorian boat. So they have got some talent to pick from.
They certainly do. It'll give the South Australians, they'll be a little bit more confident after this row, I think, though. Challenging conditions, 3 out of the 4 from the Penrith Cup crew. It gives them that opportunity to potentially blow out some cobwebs with the sweep, but they know that it's all to do because the Victorians are the raging favourites, as you say, Ben. It is the crew from Mercantile and Essendon Rowing Club who are going to go through and take out the under-23 lightweight men's coxless fours. They're going to finish ahead of Adelaide University and the Toowong Composite. So Mercantile and Essendon come away now with another medal. A lovely sprint finish towards the end. You wouldn't know it was choppy based on this rowing. It has been fantastic from this crew, and they are now national champions for 2026. Punching the water with absolute delight. They'll finish multiple boat lengths ahead of the crew from Adelaide University. Just dropping the rating down towards the end there. They'll finish in second place with the Toowong, Townsville and JCU, Curtin University and UTS Haberfield crew finishing back in third place. I'm going to go rest the old tonsils, hand you over to Chris McCarthy.
Ladies and gentlemen, the presentation of medals for the Under-23 Lightweight Men's Double Scull Championship of Australia. The medals will be presented by Peter Anthony, OAM, Rowing Australia Life Member. Third place and bronze medalists from West Australian Rowing Club, Jasper Marshall and Jacob Lundberg, coached by Jack O'Day and John Gearing. Second place and silver medalists representing Black Mountain Rowing Club, Joshua Miller, and Mossman Rowing Club, Julian Lemaitre. Coached by Renee Domichens and Peter Wern. And your gold medalists and Australian champions for 2026 Commercial Rowing Club, Alex Cook and William Dalgleish, coached by Jacinta Edmonds. Please congratulate our Australian champions and medalists for the under-23 lightweight men's Coxless 4. And welcome to the commentary box, Chris McCarthy. Open lightweight women's double on the water.
Yeah, look, I'm going to say this probably isn't the event that I would want to be racing as the wind just picks up a little bit. Still not as bad as we had it this morning, but certainly will be some trying conditions out there for the crews out on the course in the open lightweight women's double.
So those crews in lane 1 from Toowong Rowing Club, Caitlin Douglas and Izzy Emery from Uni of WA, coached by Roland Warren and Alex Field. Black Mountains, Abby Richards and Adelaide University's Lulu Colgrave in lane 2. Essendon Rowing Club, Sophie Robe and Zara Mason in 3. From ANU, Hannah Tippett and Alexandra Moylan, coached by Nigel Harding in lane 4. Team Hong Kong are in lane 5, Wing Wun Lung and Yun Shan Chung. And in lane 6 is Banks Rowing Club, Antonetta De Cosmo and Ellie Brennan, coached by Glenn Fishman. And from Essendon Rowing Club, Rachel Hatherley and Francesca Spano. And we will declare an interest in this one, Chris. We've got Ant De Cosmo out on the course, one of the members of the commentary team this week. And they're about 5 minutes down. It's very tough going just past the 1K.
Yeah, certainly this is a tough old slog out here on the course. It is the Team Hong Kong crew who are leading this race, Wing Wun Leung and Yun Shan Chung. We saw the Team Hong Kong sculler win the open lightweight men's single scull later yesterday morning, and he was due to race in the lightweight 8 with Adelaide University as well, but I think that's been kiboshed with our change in schedule, with that race looking like it's going to be moved to tomorrow. But Team Hong Kong leading from ANU to their right, and Essendon then the crew at the bottom of the picture there with Sophie Robe and Zara Mason. Rachel Hatherley and Francesca Spano from Essendon running in 4th place, which is interesting because that second Essendon crew, they're in the Victorian Cup for Victoria for Sunday, but the first Essendon crew, Robe and Mason, Zara Mason is in it, but Sophie Robe not. So you would maybe think would be the other way around. Ellie Brennan, who is paired up with Antonetta De Cosmo from Banks. Ellie Brennan's the reserve, and they're joining her, as you mentioned, member of our commentary team and a member of been a great addition to the Rowing Down Under podcast. Listen wherever you get it. On double speed is the recommendation from you normally, isn't it, Ben?
I don't mind a double speed. You can get through a few more podcasts that way.
Yeah,
so.
Exactly.
And as long as, well, I reckon 1.5 is usually pretty good. Yeah. 1.5 to 1.8.
That's what I normally. Uni lectures are 1.5. That's
uni lectures, they're double speed.
A little bit of steering going on there. We just saw it on the drone from the Essendon crew, Robe and Mason. It was a couple of dirty strokes, and although a double scull should go pretty straight and straight into the wind, if you just catch an errant wave and lose a little bit of control, it can mean that it can put you on the back foot in terms of your steering. So through the 1500 metre mark they go, and I think the order slightly changed there with so Team Hong Kong through the 1500 metre mark is still leading and leading comfortably from ANU's Tippett and Moylan, Robe and Mason in 3rd, Hatherley and Spano in 4th, Banks to Cosmo and Brennan back in 5th place there in the centre lanes, or on the far side of the course a little bit there. But it is all about our visitors from Hong Kong. They've made this trip reasonably worth it with a couple of good performances. I think they are due to get out of here tomorrow morning, but it has been great having some international visitors here at the Australian Rowing Championships. And back to second, so this margin really starting to extend in the closing strokes of this race. I'd say there's still a battle on here for second and third, or for the minor placings, but our race leaders starting to walk away with it. ANU's Tippett and Moylan some way back off our race leaders, but starting to push themselves clear of a battle for the bronze medal, which is going on either side of them between the two Essendon crews. It is Sophie Robe and Zara Mason on the near side, and then Rachel Hatherley and Francesca Spano on the far side of the course. So we're seeing plenty of Victorian representation in this race, which probably spells pretty positive signs for that state in their race for the cup named after them, the Victoria Cup for interstate lightweight quads on Sunday afternoon. I think the Essendon crew on the far side of the course there, Hatherley and Sparno, just starting to make inroads on a place on the podium, but it is all about Team Hong Kong as they take their final strokes in the line. They've mastered these tough conditions as their sculler did in the lightweight men's yesterday. And it's going to be Team Hong Kong's Wing Wun Leong and Yun Shan Chung with the late substitution there, who are national champions in the open lightweight women's single scull. Second's going to go the way the Australian National University, who will race against each other in the Victoria Cup on Sunday. Hannah Tippett and Alexandra Moylan. And third will go the way of the Essendon crew on the far side of the course in the end. Rachel Hatherley and Francesca Sparno get one up over their club mates who led them early in the race. Sophie Rowe and Zara Mason run in 4th place. Anta Cosmo and Ellie Brennan over on the far side of the course in the salmon pink of the Banks Rowing Club. They'll run in 5th place here in the open lightweight women's double scull. And then it'll be back to the combination on the near side of the course here. The Black Mountain and Adelaide University crew. Abby Richards from Black Mountain, Lulu Colgrave from Adelaide Uni, and they will lead the Toowong and University of WA based boat club crew who will run in 7th place.
Ladies and gentlemen, the presentation of medals for the under-23 lightweight men's Coxless 4 Championship of Australia. The medals will be presented by Sarah Daverin, Executive Officer of Rowing ACT. Second place and silver medalist from Adelaide University, Isaac Nilsson, James Ratossa, Kyle Miller and Daniel Worsma. And your gold medalists and Australian champions for 2026 from Mercantile, Maxwell Finlay. From Essendon, Tyler Fitzpatrick. From Mercantile, Oscar Tyrrell. And also from Mercantile Rowing Club, Fletcher Douglas, coached by Scott Rowe and Mark Dwyer. Please congratulate the 2026 Australian champions and medalists.
Thank you, Ben. And another race, I believe that there is keen interest in this commentary box. The open lightweight men's double scull on the course and well into the third 500 metres at the moment. In lane 1 from Team Hong Kong, Chin Wong and Tik Lun Chan. Lane 2 from Newcastle Rowing Club, Jack Hanley and Remy Keats. In lane 3 from North Esk Rowing Club, Sam Casey and Andrew Kingston, coached by Trevor Barrett. In lane 4 from the University of WA, Ethan Bromley and Oliver Cliff, coached by Roland Warren. In lane 5 from Barwon Rowing Club, Carl Tomzak and Thomas Hastings, coached by Michael Cushion. In lane 6 from Essendon Rowing Club, Mitchell Jacker and Isaac Sorotich, coached by Mark Dwyer. And in lane 7, a composite crew of the North Esk and Banks Rowing Clubs, Nick Ziegler from Banks and Oscar Birtwhistle from North Esk Rowing Club. And Ben, we are seeing them just come through the 1500 metre mark now.
Yes, Chris, and it was Jack Hanley and Remy Keats from Newcastle who were leading at the 1K, but only seconds or less than a second behind them were Nick Ziegler and Oscar Birtwhistle, who Birtwhistle medalled yesterday in the lightweight men's single. Ziegler did, and he missed out in those choppy conditions, and no doubt he will be keen to turn that around. Team Hong Kong, you probably thought coming into this one, were probably the favourites, and Jack Hanley and Remy Keats from Newcastle just sitting ahead of them at the moment. So the medals pretty much are going to the top 3 because it's 9 seconds further back to Essendon in 4th place. And of course, I've got to declare an interest, Chris, in my training partners, Jack Hanley and Remy Keats there in lane 2 from Newcastle. They have been working very, very hard over the past few months. Remy Keats part of that New South Wales Penrith Cup crew for the first time, but they have a little bit of work to do heading into the last 250 metres. Team Hong Kong are just moving up on their stroke side. It's a long look that you've got to take over to the far side of the course, though. Ziegler and Birtwhistle who were right up there with Team Hong Kong as well in the favourites for this one, along with Newcastle. So it's panning out as you would probably have expected. These three crews fighting it out for the medals. So it is going to be going to one of these three crews. It's just deciding the placings. Newcastle have just dropped back into the bronze medal position, which is what they claimed last year behind Team India. So it's Zigida and Birtwistle, who have got about 200 metres to travel. Team Hong Kong in silver. Newcastle sitting in the bronze medal position. Can Team Hong Kong push themselves into the gold medal position? They started a little bit slowly in this one, but they are coming home like a steam train. So you can just see the boys over there on the far side of the course. Zigida along with Birtwistle. Nick Zigida from Banks, Birtwistle from North Esk, and they are going to claim the Lucerne Cup, the Open Lightweight Men's Double Scull Championship of Australia. Team Hong Kong are going to claim the silver medal, and for the second year in a row, it will be a bronze for Newcastle in the Open Lightweight Men's Double Scull Championship of Australia. Coming through the middle of the course is Uni of WA, who are going to finish in 4th place. Not 5th as it says there. They will be in 4th. Essendon just behind them in 5th. And then the remaining crews, Sam Casey and Andrew Kingston out of North Esk Rowing Club. Tom Shack and Hastings as well. And that will round out the field here in the Open Lightweight Men's Double Sculls.
Just a reminder for all here.
Well, Ben, what a cracker. Newcastle Rowing Club back-to-back. What was it, their first non-composite medal in how many years last year in this event? And firmly on the lightweight rowing scene.
Yeah, I've got it in front of me. It was since 2007 last year, so that's back-to-back medals at the Nationals for Newcastle's first time since 2007. Hugh McLeod, I've got to give Hugh McLeod a shout-out. He won gold in the lightweight quad 2006, bronze in the lightweight under-23 lightweight double, and then silver the next year in the under-23 lightweight single. And our only other medalist at Nationals, Odin McIntosh in the under-19 quad back in 2014. So, yeah. Well done to the boys for another bronze medal.
So many positive signs coming out of Newcastle. We saw Miss Atherton taking a bronze for Newcastle University Boat Club. She is Tasmanian, but Newcastle.
Yeah, well, that's right. Well, Newcastle University.
I think it got a run on NBN News last night, so.
Yeah, Newcastle University is a great university, and people from all over the country come to attend it. So it's great to pick up some wonderful athletes to our region. Speaking of someone that's gone the other way, we'll touch on that in this race, because we've got Kate Atherton, who's come from Tasmania to Newcastle. You can see Annabelle McKenzie in the UTS Haberfield boat in lane 5. She's gone from Newcastle Grammar to UTS Haberfield. So I'll just run through the start list here. So Banks Composite in lane number 1, Alice Shanahan from Loretto College, Marriotteville, and Ariel Vanderpoel from Banks. Swan River Rowing Club in 2, Elizabeth Moss and Elsie Griffith, coached by Mark Beer and Neville Kempton. Toowong Tasmania University Composite in 3, Imogen Stewart and Tiggy Wake. So Imogen Stewart out of Tasmania University and Tiggy Wake from Toowong, coached by Alex Field. Toowong Uni of WA Composite in lane 4, Isabella Utley from Uni of WA. Alice O'Toole from Toowong, coached by Roland Warren and Alex Field. UTS Haberfield in lane 5. That's Sarah Berritry and Annabelle McKenzie, coached by Sam Fennessy. We've got a scratching from Sydney Cand in lane 6. And then that Newcastle Uni Nepean Composite in lane 7. Ellie Taylor from Nepean, Kate Atherton from Newcastle Uni, coached by Odin McIntosh and Daniel Waddell. And the ANU North-Est Composite, Jasmine Axman-Friend from North-Est, Ruby Gray from ANU in lane 8, coached by Trevor Barrett and Nigel Harding. And it's Swan River who look to be in front in the early stages. They are getting a little close to that boy line, Elizabeth Moss and Elsie Griffith.
Yeah, and again, much to delight. We'll keep going on about Newcastle University Nepean there. Ellie Taylor from Nepean and Kate Atherton, Newcastle Uni on the left-hand side of your picture.
What about Nepean?
Lane 7.
You've got to love Nepean as well. The Waddells do a great job down there, and it's a small club, but geez, they have some talent, as we'll head to a presentation.
Ladies and gentlemen, the presentation of medals for the Open Lightweight Women's Double Scull Championship of Australia. The medals will be presented by Sarah Davarin, Executive Officer, Rowing ACT. Third place and bronze medalist, Essendon Rowing Club, Rachel Hatherley and Francesca Spano. Second place and silver medalist, the Australian National University, Hannah Tippett and Alex Moylan. The crew was coached by Nigel Harding. Gold medalists and Australian champions for 2026, Team Hong Kong, Wing Woon Young and Yun Chan Chung. Ladies and gentlemen, please congratulate our 2026 Australian champions and medalists in the Open Lightweight Women's Double Scull.
Okay, so I've got some 500-metre split times, and that makes sense. I think they're heading towards 1,000 now. So it was Ellie Taylor and Kate Atherton. Now, we had lots of content on these top two, Chris, and they're both sitting there. So Ellie Taylor out of Nepean, Kate Atherton from Newcastle Uni, first to the 500, then Sarah Berritry and Annabelle McKenzie from UTS Haberfield in second, Isabella Utley and Alice O'Toole from Toowong Uni of WA in third place at the moment, but I think there's been a shift there because it looks like that Toowong Uni of WA crew has moved up into first place. It's a fool's errand to read too much into the 500-metre split times. So it gives you more of an indication as they head here to the 1K. There's that UTS crew. So this will be indicative of how this race has played out through that second 500 as they near the 1,000-metre. The bright yellow cube there, which we're about to get the times through in a second.
Yeah, so that crew from opposite ends of the country, Toowong and University of WA. Although I do think it is we've had UTS Haberfield there marked through as the leading crew through the 1,000-metre mark, but I think it certainly was the Toowong Tasmania University crew over. We'll wait and confirm that one. It is UTS Haberfield rather who were through the 1,000-metre mark. Sarah Berritry and Annabelle McKenzie says 7 seconds, but surely much closer than that. You can see them there leading out the field to their left-hand side in lane number 6. Lane number 6 had scratched. So I think that Newcastle University composite there is the Toowong composite that's leading there. We've had all sorts of button presses going on through the 1,000-metre mark. It is definitely the Toowong and Tasmania University composite there of Isabella Utley of University of West Australia Boat Club and Alice O'Toole of Toowong, who are leading this race, and then very, very close between the two New South Wales composite crews over on the far side, running in second at the moment, but challenging again for the lead is Ellie Taylor from Nepean and Kate Atherton from Newcastle University. We spoke in the last race about the ANU crew of Moylan and Tippett, who will race against each other for opposite states on Sunday, and that's also the case for the For the Newcastle University composite, Ellie Taylor making her interstate debut in the New South Wales crew, and Kate Atherton rowing for Tasmania here on the waters, trying to retain the local win, a very popular win last year of the Victoria Cup. But first, the under-23 lightweight women's double scull still to be decided. Our top three crews have moved out from the rest of the field. Berretry and McKenzie from UTS Haberfield running in third, and then the Newcastle Uni and Nepean composite on the right-hand side of your screen running in second. They are challenging for a medal here, Ben. Or challenging for a gold medal, rather, here, Ben.
Well, they are, and you wouldn't write them off at this point with just over 500 metres remaining. So here come the splits, and you can just see conditions. I reckon we had some blustery conditions maybe 20, 30 minutes ago. They seem to be slightly better, or they're certainly not any worse, we can say, than what they were previously.
Love the optimism.
Last 500 metres, here they come. So Toowong Uni of WA just from that Newcastle Uni Nepean crew, but they are getting a wriggle on. UTS Haberfield sitting in that zone between the top two and the rest. So they are sitting in that bronze medal position, about 5 seconds off second place, but almost 8 seconds away from fourth place. So they're in a tough spot there, UTS, if they want to move themselves into that silver medal position. But I tell you what, that Nepean Newcastle Uni crew, they are certainly coming, and I reckon they'd much prefer a bit of flatter conditions for a sprint finish, but maybe it's going to favour them over there as Toowong and Uni of WA try to hold them off.
Yeah, I'm sure, but even when it's a bit slower, it's there's a bit more, a percentage change is sometimes a little bit more achievable, and a sprint finish right at the end sometimes, although it's obviously very heavy and very difficult, sometimes in these slower races, certainly possible. So let's not write them off. The leading crew as well will also face off against each other on Sunday. So a lot of friendly rivalry going on in the Victoria Cup on Sunday with in the leading crew, Isabel Utley of UWABC will race for Western Australia. Alice O'Toole of Toowong will race for Queensland. And it is that leading crew who have responded now as they enter the last 250 metres. They've got almost a length on the Newcastle Uni and Nepean crew on the far side of the course. UTS, Berretry and McKenzie look destined for a bronze medal here. There is the UWA and Toowong crew rowing in the very distinctive boats of the University of West Australia Boat Club. And the finish line almost in sight now, just about 150 metres left to row. Big sprint finish coming from the far side of the course, but I don't think it will be enough from the composite crew, both in the light blues of Nepean and Newcastle University, but they will almost certainly be destined for a silver medal here in the under-23 lightweight women's double scull. Toowong and the University of Western Australia, Alice O'Toole, the Queenslander, Isabella Utley from Western Australia. Two scullers from the opposite ends of the country coming together to be national champions in the under-23 lightweight women's double scull. Nepean's Ellie Taylor and Newcastle Uni's Kate Atherton will run second to claim a silver medal. The bronze will go the way of UTS Haberfield. Berretry and McKenzie finished third. Fourth to the Toowong and Tasmania University crew on the near side of the course. Lane 2, Swan River, Moss and Griffith run in fifth place. And then two more crews still to come down to the line over on the far side there. The ANU composite with North Esk, Axman Friend and Ruby Gray. And then on the near side here in lane number 1, the Banks composite, Alice Shanahan from Loretto College Marriotteville and Ariel Vanderpoel from the Banks Rowing Club will round out this field.
Ladies and gentlemen, the presentation of medals to the Open Lightweight Men's Double Scull Championship of Australia, the Lucerne Cup. Medals will be presented by Peter Anthony, OAM, Rowing Australia Life member. Third place and bronze medalist representing Newcastle Rowing Club, Remy Keats and Jack Handley. Second place and silver medalist representing Team Hong Kong, Ching Wong. And Tik Lun Chan. And gold medalists and Australian champions for 2026. From Banks, Nick Ziggiter, and from North Esk, Oscar Birtwistle. Coach is Joe O'Neill. The Lucerne Cup will now be presented by Peter Anthony, OAM. Please congratulate the 2026 Australian champions and the winners of the Lucerne Cup in the open lightweight men's double scull. And our medalists. So Chris, finals all done and dusted for today. So, well, we've got some under 17 women's 8 repechage action. We've got the school kids on the water this afternoon, and this is going to be testing conditions, but what an opportunity here for them to prove themselves in just about the some of the toughest conditions they will have faced.
Yeah, I mean, I think it was us on together that called the heats of this one. I think it was only 2 days ago, but it feels like it was on Monday at this point. And of this a brand new event for 2026, the under-17 women's Coxed 8, and joined by the under-17 men's Coxed 8, and then the school equivalents in the quads. So anyone eligible to enter this event, so long as they are under-17, composites allowed, clubs allowed, and obviously encouraged. And at the moment, Commercial Rowing Club running in second place. It's top 4 through to the final. Only one crew looking like they'll miss out, and at the moment, Loretto Marriotteville trailing behind the pack. So it's Loretto Turak there in the blue boat from Commercial in the blue Zooties, but the yellow boat, Farn in the gorgeous orange boat, and Loretto Kirribilli in the slightly darker blue boat. We love a coloured boat up here in the commentary box, don't we, Ben?
That we do, and you know what, we also like a party. And I've been told that if you're interested in a party tonight, the Australian Rowing Championships welcome party is on at the Bridge Hotel in Forth. Live music from 8 p.m. All welcome. And get yourself there. 8 p.m. tonight, the Bridge Hotel in Forth for the ARC welcome party. Did I just see music? Is there a disco or something? Live music. I don't know whether there'll be a disco. There were a few people asking me earlier today whether we'd have a disco in the break between racing. They wanted to do something active.
I think they just wanted to hear you sing, mate.
Well, it was Stuart, I think. They were actually wanting to hear him. Now, that is today. I don't have that in the message that I've received, but apparently it is today. It's definitely today.
At the
8 p.m. tonight.
8 p.m. tonight.
8 p.m. tonight. It wasn't initially at 6, but it is at 8 p.m. tonight.
Well, 6 probably wouldn't work, as none of the school events start till about 6 o'clock now. But well, I'm sure there'll be racing replays on the TV at the Forth Hotel regardless. But yes, some racing to get sorted with here first. But Loretto Turak are streaking clear of the field at the moment. The combination of Cordelia Postil, Emma Lynch, Luca Tomeski, Eliza Scherfel, Annabelle Blythe, Camilla Jones, Emily Ralph, Maisie State Butler, and Ava Charles, the Cox, Henry Armstrong and Annie Trainer, the coaching duo there, and they are leading this Commercial Rowing Club crew, who I seem to recall are in the repechage because they raced the quads like 40 minutes or something before the heats of this race, so we're probably destined for the repechage. We knew that they'd be having another crack in the repechage because they would have been pretty tired with those quick turnarounds. And but Loretto Turak there on the screen, one of 3 Loretto crews. I think we had 4 Loretto crews in the race, and Aidan Smith from Loretto Normanhurst said he really loved us comparing all the blue boats in the heats when his crew from Sydney was in that first heat. So I'm glad. I hope he's enjoyed our chat about boat colours in this one. But it is going to be the lighter of the 2 blue boats in this race, Loretto Turak, who take the win in this repechage of the under-17 women's 8. Commercial Rowing Club will follow them across the line. The Queenslanders will join them in the final of this event, as will Loretto Kirribilli on the far side of the course and Farn in the orange shell in the centre of the course. Loretto Marriotteville there in station number 7 that will be their last round of this event.
Ladies and gentlemen, the presentation of medals to the Under-23 Lightweight Women's Double Scull Championship of Australia. The medals will be presented by Philip Mangelsdorf, President of Rowing South Australia. Third place and bronze medalist from UTS Haberfield Rowing Club, Sarah Berretry. And Annabelle McKenzie. Their coach, Sam Fennessy. Second place and silver medalist representing Nepean Rowing Club, Ellie Taylor. And from Newcastle University Boat Club, Kate Atherton. Coached by Odin McIntosh and Daniel Waddell. And your gold medalists and national champions for 2026 from University of WA Boat Club, Isabella Utley. And from Toowong Rowing Club, Alice O'Toole. Their coaches Roland Warren and Alex Field. Please congratulate the 2026 Australian champions and medalists in the Under-23 Lightweight Women's Double Scull. Okay, so medal presentations all done and dusted for day 5, and we've got a repechage, just the one repechage in the Under-17 men's Coxed 8. I don't think I have time to run through every name here because they are charging down towards the finish line, but we've got Scotch, Oakburn, St Augustine, St Peters, Sydney, Swan River, Ulverston Composite in lane 3, Xavier College in 4, Melbourne Grammar in 5, Brighton Grammar in 6, Trinity Grammar Q in lane number 7. So top 4 go through to the final. Just the one boat misses out.
Yeah, and so our top 4 are well clear of that trailing one boat. It does look like Trinity Grammar and Q over on the far side of the course are destined to run in 5th in this repechage. But a good race happening for the top 3. You could see the red decks of, well, it's amongst the really 3 of the top 4 schools in Victoria at the moment. Melbourne Grammar there on the course. It's the Jordan King coached crew. Kipling Griffin there, fresh off a bronze medal in the Cox's seat of the Under-19 men's Coxed 4 in mercantile colours earlier on in this afternoon's program. So a very busy afternoon for him, but it is going to be Melbourne Grammar School in lane 5. They are locked in a close battle here with Brighton Grammar to their right. You can see the stripes of Brighton Grammar. Xavier College on the far side of the course, pushing hard, but have just dropped off in the closing strokes of this one. Melbourne Grammar pushing hard to hold off the crew from Brighton Grammar. It is going to be the dark boat, the dark Felipe Shell there of Melbourne Grammar, who crossed the line first, half a length clear of Brighton Grammar. Regardless, both will be easily through to the final of this event. I did call that the wrong way around, but it is Xavier College that they were battling with there for second place. Brighton Grammar over there in third in the Hudson Shell. And in the pink Empacker on the near side, the Scotch Oakburn Composite crew with St Augustine's St Peters from Adelaide, Sydney Rowing Club, Swan River Rowing Club and Ulverston Rowing Club. It certainly, the Yellow Pages have had a workout putting that composite crew together. And then over on the far side of the course there, Trinity Grammar from Victoria will run fifth, will be the crew eliminated from this event in the sole repechage of the under-17 men's 8.
Now, hang on a second, Chris. Before we get back to this race start, I've just been told that at the Bridge Hotel in Forth, live music from 8 p.m, there will be a disco, and apparently it's going to be the best party of the year.
Best party of the year.
That is a high bar.
So the Forth Hotel have been running our regatta bar all week and doing a fantastic job over there of getting us through some of the racing delays. And now they're going to host us at the Forth Hotel. It's just sort of, I believe, between here and Devonport. It's not too far away. And for the best party of the year. What a champion bunch of blokes.
Yeah, let the Forth be with you tonight.
We're getting a bit loopy up here in the commentary box, but more repecharges underway, and the under-19 this time, women's Coxed 8 coming at us thick and fast, Ben.
All right, let's go through it. So in lane 2, Perth College, Nina Prado, Charlotte Hasselgrove, Alessia Vinciguerra, Jada Barron, Verity Morn, Ash James, Olivia Johnson, Emily Gustiano, and Annabelle Linton is their Cox, coached by Tim Perkins and Aaliyah Poeta. In lane 3, Pembroke School, Walford Anglican School, Seymour College Composite. So from Pembroke, Laylee Majara. Catherine Watts also from Pembroke. So too is Scarlett Foster. Ava Leonello is from Seymour. Matilda Liu from Pembroke. Charlotte Wheaton from Seymour. Amara Davis from Walford. Alex Riddler from Pembroke. And Beatrice Liu is the Cox, coached by Tom Merrigan. Matt Hooper, Amanda Tidswell. St Michael's Collegiate from Tasmania in lane 4. Sophie Crean, Maddie Hart, Isla Honor, Sienna Weissel, Maddie Jones, Caitlin Crean, Lucy Jamison, Darcy McShane, and Anna Goslin is their Cox, coach is Neil Stump. Launceston Grammar in lane 5, Molly Clark, Penny Green, Tilly Johnston, Victoria Schramka, Maddie Hurd, Iris Brown, Stella Allport, Grace Hurst, and Hannah Badcock is the Cox, coached by Anna Roddick and Joe Dowling. And in lane 6, the Friends School from Tasmania, Trixie Millhouse, Ambika Augustina, Emma Hill, Isabella Lester, Lucy Wells, Ella Grinstead Riddle, Ella Nicholas, Maddie Jottage, and Zuri Carr, and there is their Cox, and their coaches are Ian Jordan and Christy Crow. And we've got scratchings in lane 7, Surface Paradise Composite, and in lane 8, Gippsland Grammar. So that means that you just need to not be last, and you are going through to the semi-finals.
Yeah, so pretty similar to our last race, where we had our top 4 crews have really worked their way ahead of the 5th place crew, and so Perth College over there in lane 2, who are trailing the rest of the field. But it doesn't mean that our leading crews are letting off the gas. St Michael's Collegiate locked in a tight battle with Launceston Grammar School, and then the Pembroke Composite with Walford Anglican and Seymour College. So the all across the, let's call it the best of Adelaide there in lane 3, who are back in 3rd place, but they're locked in a tight battle themselves with Friends from here in Tasmania. So 2 pretty tight battles going on out here on the course between our 1st and 2nd place crews, and then our 3rd and 4th place crews. All will go through, barring disaster, to the final. We can see there. So it was St Michael's Collegiate over Launceston Grammar by 1.2 seconds at the 1,000 metre mark. What do you reckon, Ben? Do you think that's 1.2 seconds there?
Oh, it looks like much less than that.
Yeah.
Well, and it's a couple of races we've got here between those top 2 and 3rd and 4th, and I reckon there's less than a second between both of them. And so those 2 crews, they almost sort of came together there at the head of the course. You do not want that potentially. You don't want to get tangled up there and then crew number 5 does a Stephen Bradbury and comes through and claims a spot.
Especially in a headwind like this, which has, I think, eased just a little bit, and certainly will be a lot more comfortable in the 8 than, for example, the lightweight doubles we've all just seen come down. But you lose the speed so quickly in these headwinds, and then you've just lost all of your speed. You're not going to keep running. You see them when they cross the line. They drift back across the line when they finish the race. So, yeah, you really, really want to make sure that you're keeping that momentum and not letting anything drop. But with the momentum, looks to be the crew on the far side of that battle. The crew from Launceston Grammar, who have just hit the lead before the 1500 metre mark in this 2-horse race here at the head of the field. Launceston Grammar versus St Michael's Collegiate, and it was St Michael's Collegiate, but Launceston Grammar, 2.8 seconds. I think it was about a canvas there for first and second, and then the battle for third and fourth is opened right up with Friends starting to cement themselves in third place over the Pembroke Composite there on the near side of the course. So Launceston Grammar with the momentum now over St Michael's Collegiate, the red boat next to them.
Well, it's a top 3 from Tassie, so they know how to row these conditions beautifully.
Popular finish, I'm sure, here on the bank. Bank's starting to get really full here on Friday afternoon, day 5 of the Australian Rowing Championships. I can't believe it's day 5. There's been a lot of waiting around, but it's gone very quickly.
Yeah, and Richard, just hop out of the bar and come up here into the commentary box. I think he's just getting a bit distracted down there.
Some of us are going to do the work, you know. The bar looks full. I don't know if you needed to get out of the bar. I reckon you'd have to do a bit of pushing and shoving to relieve yourself from the regatta bar, which has been a fantastic place to relax all the way through the week. Who is not relaxing, though, is St Michael's Collegiate on the screen there, who, despite just losing the lead in the third 500 to Launceston Grammar, still have their foot on the gas at the hopes of securing themselves the best possible lane in the semi-final of the Under-19 Women's Coxed 8. So it'll be a jam-packed schedule for these guys. I think the semi-finals later on this evening, in fact. It's one of the last races before we get underway in this. I think it's this evening. I'll have to double check before I spout that around. But Launceston Grammar now, the locals, Molly Clark, Penny Green, Tilly Johnston, Victoria Sramka, Maddie Hurd, Iris Brown, Stella Allport, Gracie Hurst, Hannah Badcock, the Cox. They fought hard for this one, but they'll take a win here on their home waters in the repechage of the Under-19 Women's Coxed 8. They'll do it by almost a boat length in the end from St Michael's Collegiate. The third place and also through to the semi-final goes to Friends. So it is a Tasmanian top 3 here. It'll be a very popular victory for those on the banks of Lake Barrington here. The composite with Pembroke, Walford Anglican and Seymour College will run fourth. Those 4 crews through to the semi-final, and it will be the Perth College crew in lane 2 who do not progress to the next stage of racing in the Under-19 Women's Coxed 8. And as we bid Ben Homer farewell, who will not be going to the regatta bar, he's, I think, off to jump on the ergo. And I think that'll be the last time I see Ben for the week. Best of luck on Sunday. And if you've enjoyed Ben's commentary, make sure that you get around the Club Men's Double Scull Final on Sunday morning as he competes for glory for the colours of Newcastle Rowing Club. As I'm joined back in the box by Lizzie Chapman, who's trying to make sense of all the mess of papers we've got up here.
I am.
So I'll run us through what we've got on course. The Under-19 Men's Coxed 8. We've just seen the women's come down, and we've got the Under-19 Men's repechage top 4 through to the semi-final here. Hutchins in lane 2, Friends in lane 3. Another good race with some some Tasmanian representation. The Canned crew in lane 4 has Scratch, Geelong Grammar in lane 5, St Peter's College in lane 6, Unley High in lane 7, and a composite of the Pembroke School and Unley High in lane 8. And it is the I'm not sure if it is Cambridge Blue, but it looks pretty close to Cambridge Blue of Geelong Grammar, who are leading St Peter's College here. And back to third over on the near side of the course. Looks to be the crew from Friends and then Unley High. So the Pembroke, Unley High, or the Friends and Hutchins rather, and then the Pembroke, the Unley High, and then the Pembroke Unley High composites, both running outside of those top 4 spots that move you through to the semi-final. And before we know it, they are on top of us and almost about to come down across the line. And they have extended that lead, have Geelong Grammar. It was 6 seconds, or in fact, St Peter's might have pegged back a little bit of that margin in the closing strokes here. St Peter's almost with overlap and certainly coming home very strong indeed. But Geelong Grammar worked for that lead early in the race, and the combination, Harry Yenkin, Hamish Yenkin, Banjo Thompson, Austin Olney Walker, Henry Church, Jack Lee, Henry Hinfus, Max Mills and Michelle Law, the Cox, will cross the line for a win here in the repechage of the under-19 men's Coxed 8. They will progress through to the semi-final. They'll be joined in that semi-final by St Peter's College from Adelaide, who cross in second place. Third will go the way of the crew on the near side of the course here from Friends, who were blinded by the light here, and it was actually quite close for that last qualification spot in the end. Unley High over Hutchins coming home with a wet sail, the South Australians, and Hutchins will miss out on the semi-final of the under-19 men's 8. And then over on the far side, the Pembroke composite with Unley High will run in 6th place, Lizzie.
Indeed, and in that first repechage of the under-19 men's Coxed 8, the Geelong Grammar crew crossed in a provisional time of 7 minutes 1.02 seconds. Second, St Peter's College by 5.5 seconds. Third, Friends by 5.5 seconds. And fourth, Unley High by 5.38 seconds will progress through to the semi-final. And now dropping out of the event will be the Hutchins School crew and the composite from Pembroke School and Unley High. We move now to the repechage of the under-21 men's quadruple scull. There are 2 repechages with only the first 2 to go through to the final. Sorry, these are heats, sorry, and the remainder to a repechage, hopefully. In lane 3, we have a composite between Leichhardt, Sydney University and Rockhampton Fitzroy. In lane 4, we have a composite between Fremantle, West Australian and Swan River. In lane 5, a composite between West Australian and Swan River. In lane 6, a composite between Adelaide University and Adelaide. And in lane 7, a crew from Canberra Rowing Club.
Yeah, it almost feels like we should be up to repechage. We probably should be up to repechages for this event. The finals normally taking place reasonably early on Saturday morning of the under-21 Coxless quads. So obviously a few things having to be pushed back due to the weather, but we are coping and we are thriving here at the Australian Rowing Championships. The sun is well and truly out, blinding us here in the commentary box. And it is that composite crew on the near side of the course. So Nicholas Thompson and Harry Brandt from Rockhampton Fitzroy, Bryn Potter from Sydney University Boat Club, and Dylan Lee from Leichhardt, who are leading this race, not by a convincing margin, but certainly looking good there on the left-hand side of your picture as they lead the crew from Adelaide University and Adelaide. Alex Lee and Igor Zarubin and Tom O'Mani from Adelaide, and then Patrick Keenan from Adelaide Uni. So that crew coming out of the South Australian Sporting Academy there under the leadership of Katie Healy, and they are currently running in second place, although challenging for a spot at the head of the field as they try to fend off Canberra Rowing Club on the far side of the course. Angus Scott, Ben Hayward, Garvin Hayes and Dylan Outram, coached by Mark Kwiatkowski and Tom Westgarth, and they are right in the mix. So only top 2 to the heat. I'm sure none of these boys will want to add a repechage to the program. So I think, are those repechages on this afternoon, Lizzie? No, they can't be.
No, they're
tomorrow morning.
Tomorrow morning, yep. I think so.
All out of whack. I normally know when everything is, and no, because we've got all our schools racing getting underway in just under an hour's time, which we're very much looking forward to. And I know all of the crowds on the banks that are starting to fill up, very much looking forward to. It is going to be close for a top 2 spot and a spot in the final, and not having to row a repechage between the Leichhardt composite on the near side of the course, the South Australians and Canberra Rowing Club. It is going to be Canberra Rowing Club who miss out, but who's going to take the line first? Oh, very close indeed. I think the South Australians managed to just get them, but we will wait for the confirmation there. I think it was the South Australians over the Leichhardt Composite Canberra, the West Australians, the two West Australian composite crews then running in 4th and 5th place. So top 2 to the final, rest will row again.
That composite between Adelaide University and Adelaide crossing in a time of 7:09.98, and then Leichhardt just 0.63 behind them. They progress through to the final and the remainder to the repechage tomorrow. Second heat of the under-21 men's quadruple scull is on the course with Hunter Valley Grammar Composite with Tasmania University and Sydney University. Finlay Mitchell and Monty Salabank from Sydney Uni Boat Club, Henry Manning from Tasmania University, and Luke Purdy, who's listed as Hunter Valley Grammar School but also rows for the Sydney University Boat Club. So they're in lane 3. In lane 4, UTS Haberfield's Zachary Neal, Fisher Potter, Will Pender and Robert Olivier, coached by Jack Hargreaves and Matthias Ungermark. In lane 5 from Melbourne University Boat Club, Charlie McClure, Thomas Stute, Matthew English and William Ball, coached by James Rookie Rook and Liam O'Leary. In lane 6 from Mossman and the New South Wales Institute of Sport, Harry Coddington, Floris Elias, Tobias Elias and Oscar Schilgamborg, coached by Alfie Young, Rowena Meredith and Joshua Hewitt. And in lane 7, again from South Australia, but this time Torrens Rowing Club, Tom Redman, Finn Redman, Sebastian Willis Hell and Hugh Hall-Craggs, coached by Emma Hall-Craggs.
A few quite interesting crews in this race, Lizzie. The Hunter Valley Grammar Composite, as it is listed, but with Tasmania University and Sydney University, I would suspect is mostly a Sydney University sort of crew, as we've got Luke Purdy rowing in Hunter Valley Grammar colours in this race. He did already won a double sculls race with Henry Manning from the Tasmanian University Boat Club, but I think he was in Sydney University colours in that one. So a few quick wardrobe changes for Luke Purdy, and joined now by Monty Salabank, who was in the under-19 quad scull for Australia last year, moved up from Victoria, and Finlay Mitchell, also from the Sydney University Boat Club. And they were our leaders early on in the race, and still our leaders, I believe, they're on the, or no, it is the Torrens crew, I think, who have just moved through. There they are. No, that's the Mossman crew. It's going to be very confusing here, Lizzie, with Mossman and Torrens with full fleet one club crews in this race. Very, very similar rowing uniforms here. This Torrens crew, very, very young, is this Torrens crew of the two Redmonds, Tom and Finn, Seb Willis Hell and Hugh Hall-Craggs. I know with designs on possibly a Henley trip in the junior quad in that event, and so having a good hit out here in the under-21 quad. That's the Mossman crew that I just mentioned: Harry Coddington, Floris Elias, Tobias Elias, Oscar Schilgamborg, and they will be hard to beat in this event. And it was them who were leading at the 1500 metre mark by just looks like just under a boat length now from the Hunter Valley Sydney Uni composite crew. UTS running in 3rd place only. Top 2 to go through to the final, but these top 2 not letting off the gas. They certainly want to be afforded those centre lanes when they make the final. And it is going to be the Sydney Uni crew coming up against the Mossman Rowing Club crew. And Mossman, they moved into the lead in the second half of this race. Can they hold off a fast-charging Sydney Uni, Tasmania University, Hunter Valley composite? I don't think Luke Purdy has had time for that wardrobe change, Lizzie Chapman. He looks like he's still wearing the Sydney University Zudi in the stroke seat of that quad, and that quad is coming home strong here because the Mossman crew have taken the opportunity just to try and relax and conserve a bit of energy. They can see that they'll almost certainly qualify through to the final of the under-21 men's quad. It's going to be very close across the line. Sydney Uni and Mossman. Sydney Uni here on the near side of the course had the momentum. It's just going to be Sydney Uni in the end. So Sydney Uni over Mossman. UTS will run 3rd. They'll have to row in the repechage. And it'll be back to Torrens in lane number 7, who will run in fourth place. And the Melbourne University crew in the centre of the course will run in 5th place. And Lizzie, I think with that one, I've got a few things to attend to with some writing. Check out jrn.news, all the previews for the interstate articles starting to come out this afternoon. I'll be back up here in about an hour's time for my last shift of the week, unfortunately, but I'll leave you in the very capable hands of Stuart John.
Thank you very much, Chris. So just confirming the results of our second heat of the under-21 men's quad scull. It was a win for the Hunter Valley Grammar Tasmania University Sydney University crew, and although it was a photo finish, I believe it was judged to be UTS Haberfield who had come across. Mossman and Swiss to be crossed the line in second place, so they progress through to the final and the remainder to the repechage. Well, we're going to start off our schoolgirl competition with the schoolgirl single scull. Heat 1 is in progress, with Sadie Schlitt of Strathcona in lane 2, coached by David Orchard, Adi Dedich of Adelaide High in lane 3, coached by Harrison Lindner and Joe Malcolm, Charlotte Williams of Kinross Walleroy in lane 4, Grace Holton of Cardinia International College in lane 5, coached by Anita Whitehouse, Caitlin Anderson of St Ignatius College Adelaide in lane 6, and Sarah Thompson of Radford College Canberra in lane 7, where she's coached by Olivia Hickey and Gordon Marks.
So it's Grace Holton from the Cardinia International College who is leading through 1,250 metres. Thank you to Chris McCarthy, getting ready for his final commentary stint of the 2026 Australian Rowing Championships. Now with this, we don't have a progression system up on our draw at the moment, so there will be looks like we might be running off some of this. So potentially running off the World Rowing Progression System. So it's still important. There has been a notice since yesterday that there was a chance that the repechages would be cancelled. So we are potentially running off where you do need to set a solid time during your heat, even if you aren't in those qualification positions. So coming up towards the 1,500 metres, it is Cardinia International College holding on to that lead. The sun belting down here on Lake Barrington. You can see there it's just a little bit tricky at the moment. It's heat number 1 of the schoolgirls single sculls that we have running at the moment. So it was Grace Holton from Cardinia International College. Coming through in behind her, it looks like we've got Sadie Schlitt from Strathcona. And then over on the far side of the course, it looks to be Radford College's Sarah Thompson, coached by Olivia Hickey and Gordon Marks. So pretty well spread out. The wind, it's coming, it's going, it's coming, it's going. The weather itself has warmed up quite nicely from this morning when people were racing. I think one rower raced in a beanie. Some of the guys from Canned Rowing Club in Brisbane were rowing in their vests. And now out here, the sun is well and truly beating down. The wind adding a bit of chill to our rowers, but that won't be bothering them too much there. So having a look on the screen, we can see there Grace Holton from Cardinia International College. A couple of lanes across from her, you've got Sarah Thompson from Radford College over in lane number 7. So and we've got a scratching from Kinross Walleroy in lane number 4. So in towards the final 250 metres now for Grace Holton from Cardinia International College. As we see on the screen, that will be the rower Sadie Schlitt from Strathcona, and then Ada Dedich from Adelaide High in behind her with those distinctive orange caps of Adelaide High. So Sadie Schlitt on your screen there from Strathcona. Now coming into those red boys, and those red boys would be an absolute blessed relief in these headwind conditions. Really, that's making sure you get as much distance as possible with every stroke, Lizzie.
Yes, indeed. I mean, certainly in conditions like this, what can you do other than stay long, stay light and bright on the catches, really get those legs down and try and keep your blade under the water so that you get as much distance as possible per stroke. And it is inevitable that you'll have a few very dodgy strokes in conditions like this. You just have to stay calm and plug away, really.
So Grace Holton from Cardinia International College coming up towards the finish line. So she will cross the line in first place. It does look like it's going to be Sadie Schlitt from Strathcona in second, and then Radford College's Sarah Thompson back in third, as we just see Grace Holton from Cardinia International College coming across the line now. And it's certainly making it very interesting to try and pick out the rowers as they cross over. Not so much of an issue in this race, some fairly defined margins. Sadie Schlitt from Strathcona coming through in second place, and she'll finish ahead of Radford College's Sarah Thompson. And then coming in behind her, we've got Sarah Thompson Sadie Schlitt just crossing the line now. Sarah Thompson from Radford College coming across the line. Then we've got St Ignatius College Adelaide. Caitlin Anderson will finish in fourth place. And then it is a little ways back to Ada Dedic from Adelaide High.
And it looks as though our sculler Grace Holton has crossed the line in a time of 9 minutes 55.2. It's showing on the screen as Heat 2.
I think we've got Heat 2 just around the 1500 metre mark.
Yeah, let's see who we've got then. So in the second heat of the schoolgirls single scull, we've got Meg Story from Canberra Girls Grammar, coached by Jessica Finnegan. In lane 3, Mia Simkovic, who we've seen race already as Leichhardt Rowing Club, that is actually from a school called Newtown High Performing Arts. She's coached by Isaac Shepherd and Arabella Barr. In lane 4, from Mercantile, Melandra Nell, who's coached by Susie Franklin and Rhett Spiller. In lane 5, from Scotch Oakburn College, Sophie Christie, coached by Abby Butcher, Zara Burgess and Brendan Long. In lane 6, from Winona, Erica Nutt, who we often see row under the colours of Mossman Rowing Club. And in lane 7, from the Friends School here in Tasmania, Bella Wells.
And it is the local from the Friends School, Bella Wells, who has the lead through the 1500 metres. And she's ahead of Mia Simkovic of Newtown High of Performing Arts. So the school events, those opportunities for some of I was about to say regular schools, but that's not quite correct. It's some of our non-rowing schools, their opportunity to get out and to to compete under their school titles. So the Friends School, certainly a rowing school. Bella Wells, a commanding lead at the moment. She's about 100 or so metres ahead. She's just going into the last 250 metres. Then in behind her, it's a lovely little battle going on between Mia Simkovic of the Newtown High of Performing Arts, and then a couple of lanes across from her, we've got Erica Nutt from Winona School, and then Sophie Christie from Scotch Oakburn College sitting in third place, and then a little ways back to Melandra Nell of the Mercantile Rowing Club. So Bella Wells would be used to rowing on these waters, sculling quite nicely. And one of the things that, chatting to Ant DeCosmo yesterday after her lightweight singles race, and in these conditions, one of the best things you can actually do is to drop the rating down. So to make sure that you're not trying to still rate 30 when the conditions are tricky, making sure that your blade work is as clean as possible, and that, potentially even rate 24 can be a successful rate to go through. We just see Bella Wells from the Friends School now. As we mentioned, no need to try and keep that rate as high as possible. She's just getting plenty of length with every stroke, and she will cross the line in first place. So Bella Wells winning heat number 2 of the schoolgirls singles sculls, and then it's a race in 3 for second, third and fourth places. So 3 scullers coming across the line very close together. We've got Meg Story from Canberra Girls Grammar, and then across from her, Erica Nutt from Winona and Sophie Christie from Scotch Oakburn College. And so it does look like it is going to be the Canberra Girls Grammar sculler, Meg Story, who will finish ahead. So Meg Story will finish in second place. Third place will go to Sophie Christie from Scotch Oakburn College. Fourth to Winona's Erica Nutt. In behind her, we've got the Mercantile Sculler Melandra Nell, and then Mia Simkovic from the Newtown High of Performing Arts, finishing back in 6th place.
And our third heat of the schoolgirls single scull, which is now in progress, has Hannah Dove of Don College in lane 2. She's coached by Michael Wilson. Molly Sawyer of Dramana Secondary College in lane 3. She's coached by Drew Holman. In lane 4, Alicia Garvey of All Saints Perth, coached by Neville Kempton and David Morridge. In lane 5, Ayla Drury of Lindisfarne Anglican School, coached by Tara Townsend. In lane 6, Louise Roach of Haileybury, coached by Glenn Fishman. In lane 7, Lorraine Kerber of Emmaus College, coached by Kim Byrne and Matthew Thompson. And of course, we've already seen Ayla Drury in great form for Willemba, taking out the under 17 single scull.
Yeah, and then let's just add to the confusion. So, as we just see Mia Simkovic over the line, so Ayla Drury, rowing for Murwillumbah, affiliated with Rowing Queensland, selected in the Bicentennial Cup crew for Queensland.
Oh, really?
Her school is, so at under 17, that is a heck of an
very
achievement.
impressive, yeah.
She's rowing for Lindisfarne Anglican School. Now, Lindisfarne is obviously not the Lindisfarne here in Tasmania. Lindisfarne Anglican School is actually just outside of Tweed Heads on the New South Wales side of the border.
Yep.
So out at Terranora.
And we often see this when they're on the Bordens there, whether is it New South Wales or is it Queensland? Yeah, and wherever they row first then becomes their state of domicile.
So we're just seeing, it looks to be Ayla Drury, unsurprisingly, out in front at the moment. She's won, I think, the under-17 singles, the under-17 doubles. A very talented sculler, and as we say, due to race for Queensland in the Bicentennial Cup, which is the under-21s. So in 4 years ahead of her, 4 years ahead of her age group. Just coming up towards the 1500 metre timing point now, and you can see there that point that we made earlier about rate 30 not necessarily being a winning rate at the moment. You can see there Ayla Drury just coming across the line. It's very nice. It's very composed, keeping the blades off the water as she comes forward to the catch, making sure she's getting plenty of drive in there, and really looking good. Rowing for the Lindisfarne Anglican School as opposed to the Murwillumbah Rowing Club. A couple of lanes across from her, we've got Molly Sawyer from Dramana Secondary College. She's coached by Drew Holman. She's sitting nicely in 2nd place. And then you can see there on this drone footage, we've got All Saints Perth, Alicia Garvey, sitting in 3rd. And then back a little ways then to Hannah Dove from Don College in Tasmania, Louise Roach from Haileybury in Victoria, and Lorraine Kerber from Emmaus College, I believe up in Bundaberg, which has had a bit of a fun time of it at the moment. So it was 20 seconds between Ayla Drury and Molly Sawyer in 2nd place. So there's a bit of a gap going on there. And then Alicia Garvey, Louise Roach and Hannah Dove, Lorraine Kerber back in 6th place. So again, another dominant performance from the sculler. We'll say she's from northern New South Wales. Sitting nicely out in front.
Yeah, pretty strong sculler, right? Yeah, gold in the under-17 single at the New South Wales State Champs, silver at the Queensland State Champs. Pretty awesome this morning in a photo finish with Isabel Patterson taking out the under-17 single nationally. We're just seeing constantly these under-17 women's singles and under-19 women's singles, could be either, then showing in the schoolgirl single, but there's some real strength and depth here. And once we know the progression system, which of course I think is been left a bit vague because of the weather conditions that are constantly changing.
Exactly right. What we do know...
Could be on placings, could be on times, could be either, yeah.
Well, what we do know is that Ayla Drury will qualify because she is leading this heat, and it's always the heat winner that is able to go through, and yeah, just looking really, really comfortable out in front at the moment. It looks like Molly Sawyer from Dramana Secondary College. we're just seeing Ayla Drury now from Lindisfarne Anglican School now coming across the line in first place. You can see there the glare as the sun starts to head west, just making it a little bit tricky for the cameras. Coming through in second place. So our second place sculler just coming up towards the line now. And that does look to be lane number 3, Molly Sawyer from the Dramana Secondary College. As we just get confirmation over the line, Molly Sawyer in second place. So it's worthwhile pointing out, if it is based on timings, the heat winners generally still go through to the finals, and then it is the next fastest, depending on the progression system, which in turn depends on the number of entries in that particular event.
And they won't be very fast times because this wind has picked up again, almost on cue for the schoolgirl single.
It's, well, it's every time I get up into the commentary
Oh,
box.
it's you, Stuart.
It is me. I've been living in Canberra. It gets a bit windy there, so.
And certainly we're seeing these single scullers just having to lock that blade into the water, really get the legs down and just heave on the handle to keep the boat moving in the headwind.
So third place to Alicia Garvey from All Saints Perth. And you can see there some fairly substantial margins between our rowers. A reminder too that if you are on the training lake, make sure that you're not crossing over the finish line during a race when it's just about to finish. Fourth place will go to Louise Roach from Haileybury in Victoria. Before fifth place will go to Hannah Dove from the Don College here in Tasmania. And Lorraine Kerber from Amos College finishing back in sixth place.
So our winner is Ayla Drury yet again, this time representing Lindisfarne Anglican School. That was Heat 3. For Heat 4 is in progress of the schoolgirls single scull. In lane 2 we have Natalie Smith of Corowa Anglican Girls' School, where she's coached by head coach Jane Robinson and by Ailish McGrath. In lane 3 from St Hilda's School in Queensland, Pedra Smith, coached by Chris Holliday. In lane 4 from Ascombe School, Isabel Bugg, coached by Oliver Klotz. In lane 5, I believe she's withdrawn, Charlotte Blackmore from Newcastle Grammar School. In lane 6, Heidi Heap from Winona School, who has represented this morning in the single scull, represented Mossman, where she's coached by Alfie Young, Rowena Meredith and Joshua Hewitt. And to round out our field, Alice Allen. She represents Canberra Grammar School and she's coached by Darcy Kelly Stout.
So some pretty handy rowers in this one here, Lizzie, and it will please you no end that at the 1500 metres, Isabel Bugg was leading Heidi Heap by about 10 seconds or so.
Oh, that's amazing. They rowed together last year in a quad here. Yes, Isabel Bugg, she is a cross-country skier as well as a rower and a cross-country runner, and she really loves she loves nothing better than battling out here, battling the elements. She was worried about this water, and I've got to say one of her mates has lent her a different single scull to the one that she was going to race in, and it's given her a little bit more confidence. You can see she's just sitting there heaving on the oars, just slowly working with the conditions to keep that boat moving.
So Heidi Heap from the Winona School sitting in second place. As mentioned, she does row normally for the Mossman Rowing Club, finished 5th in the under-17 women's single sculls, so a strong performance there. So she's sitting in second place, and again slightly different zooties to what you would normally expect. So Heidi Heap from the Winona School, normally in the red and white stripes of the Mossman Rowing Club, and now in the zootie of Winona School. So those two scullers well and truly out in front. It is a little ways back then to Pedra Smith of St Hilda's, and then Alice Allen of Canberra Grammar School, and Natalie Smith of Corowa Anglican Girls' School. As we just see now, Isabel Bugg from the Ascombe School. She's coached by Oliver Klotz, and Lizzie Chapman. She crosses the line in first place.
I have to say, I'm sure I've seen somewhere that the progression is the first through to the next round and the remainder to the repechage, but maybe that's been changed during the course of the day. 10:33.6 6:03, the unofficial time. The margin between Isabel Bug of Ascombe and Heidi Heap of Winona, 12.34 seconds. Heidi's been out here twice. Well, actually, Izzy's just done the under-19 quad, so I guess they both have, but pretty tired now.
I think they'll sleep very, very well. It's Pedra Smith from St Hilda's School who'll finish in 3rd place. She's had a nice battle paddle with Alice Allen from Canberra Grammar School back in 4th, and then Natalie Smith from Corowa Anglican Girls School will finish back in 5th place.
Moving on to Heat 5 of the schoolgirl single scull, because we are still running with 4-minute intervals. We have Grace Donovan from Ballarat Clarendon in lane 2. She's coached there by John Novak. Sybil O'Rourke of Don College, Tasmania, in lane 3, coached by David Tippett and Prudence Tippett. Matilda Hare of Townsville Grammar School in lane 4, coached by Erin McGuffey. Elizabeth Burke of Lowther Hall, AGS, in lane 5, coached by David Orchard. Josie Broad of Townsville Grammar in lane 6, also coached by Erin McGuffey. And Emily Barrett of PLC Sydney in lane 7, where she's coached by William Caldwell and Fabrizio Antonelli.
And it is Emily Barrett with the lead through the 1500, and she's 30 seconds ahead of Elizabeth Burke from Lowther Hall, I believe, Anglican Girls School.
Oh, is that what it stands
Victoria.
for? Thank you. I have the great fortune of occasionally coaching Emily at Sydney University Boat Club. That's her club, and I have to say she's a very impressive athlete. I remember seeing her battle here last year. She stroked a quad that I was in one of the minor finals, and you could see she's a very determined individual. She's put a lot of work in and really developed as an athlete, and this is a great scull coming from her in very difficult conditions. But I've got to say, she never shirks getting out there and doing the training, and it's paying off now.
I think of all the sports that I've ever played, rowing is the one where it is a very direct relationship, work in, results out.
Yeah,
you don't put
well
the work
said.
in, you don't get the results
Well
out.
said. Yeah, absolutely right. Yeah, I like to say the only place that success becomes before work is in the dictionary. So, and certainly in rowing, that is true. So she'll be our favourite in lane 7, Emily Barrett from PLC Sydney.
Elizabeth Burke in 2nd through the 1500, and then a bit of a gap back to Grace Donovan. Sybil O'Rourke from Don College, that's just up in Devonport, on the western side of Devonport. So a local rower will be very used to coming down here to Lake Barrington. And Josie Broad from Townsville Grammar having a nice battle paddle with Sybil O'Rourke. So they're in lanes 3 and 6. It was 1.8 seconds between the two through the 1500 metres. And that's always, it's always, I find, a bit of extra motivation. If you're up against someone, even if you're out the back of a race, if you've got a battle paddle with someone, it's on. You
Exactly.
look at each other, the red mist descends.
That's right.
It's just like, I will get you even if it's at rate 24.
And in a race like this, it's about putting down the power, but also staying clean, trying to make as few errors as possible.
And one lady that has made as few errors as possible is Emily Barrett from the Presbyterian Ladies College. She'll cross the line in 1st place, so takes out heat number 5 of the schoolgirls singles scull. So a very, very commanding win there. So this event, I believe we have over 50 entries in the schoolgirls singles sculls.
It certainly was massive, yeah.
And we had 60 in the under, I think in the under 19 single sculls as well. So it's definitely very well. So we've got 52 entries in the schoolgirls single sculls. We've obviously had a few scratchings from there, but still very impressive entries coming through in this event. So we're just waiting for our 2nd place rower to come over the line as she comes up towards it now. And that will be gleaming in the sun. That will be Elizabeth Burke from Lowther Hall Anglican Grammar School. I'll get confirmation on that one. Make sure that we get that one right. So she's finished in 2nd place. 3rd place will go to the sculler here from Ballarat Clarendon College. Grace Donovan. So a third for Grace Donovan there. So first to New South Wales, second and third to Victorian Scullers. And then that battle paddle we were talking about, Lizzie. Here we go, down towards the line. It's Sybil O'Rourke from Don College in lane 3. Josie Broad from Townsville Grammar in lane number 6. They are actually bow ball to bow ball as they come down towards the line. And I reckon it's just about going to be a photo between the two of them because it is very hard to see with the glare coming in from the sun. I think it's just the local rower, Sybil O'Rourke, getting her bow ball out in front in the last couple of strokes. She finishes in 4th place with Josie Broad from Townsville Grammar finishing in 5th.
And almost immediately we're on to Heat 6 of the schoolgirl single scull with Isabel Patterson from All Hallows School in Queensland racing in lane 2. Of course, we saw her earlier on racing for the University of Queensland Boat Club where she took the silver in the under 17 women's single scull. Sky Quirk from Cardinia International College, one of our rowers who was in the B final of the under 17 women's scull. Here she is representing Cardinia International College where she's coached by Jeff Watt. In lane 4 from Kinross Walleroy we have Bridget Thompson. In lane 5 from Manning Valley Anglican College Ava Falzon who's coached by Murray Dowse. In lane 6 from the Armadale School Isabella Henderson. What a fantastic day she's had already. And here she is, coached by Marty Inglis, representing the Armadale School in lane 6. And in lane 7, Estella Menzies of St Aidan's Anglican Girls' School in Queensland.
Yeah, so two very well-credentialed rowers in this heat, Lizzie. We've got Isabel Patterson, as you mentioned, won silver in the under-17 singles for the University of Queensland, now rowing for All Hallows School. And then in lane number 6, not in the distinctive bright yellow bucket hat that the Armadale School normally have, but Isabella Henderson, who won the silver in the under-19 singles and then the gold in the under-19 double sculls, representing UTS Haberfield. So she's out here on the screen at the moment. She's representing the Armadale School. So it's great to see some fantastic scullers coming out from the Armadale School.
Oh, yes.
They are part of the Sydney GPS competition, but obviously a little bit further to travel to Penrith than just up the highway from Sydney Harbour.
That's right, and certainly I'm working really closely with them at the moment, doing quads and things, and what a great attitude they have. They just get on with it and just pull so hard and work so steadily and really commit to what they're going to do, and they're a great team, I've got to say. So all kudos to their coach Marty Inglis, who can't be with them this week, but wonderful, all the parents and support that they've had, and really fantastic to see them doing so well here, battling it out in the conditions. Beautiful sculling there. Well done, Isabella Henderson.
Fantastic from Isabella Henderson, winning the heat for the Armadale School in heat number 6 of the schoolgirls single sculls. Now, coming in behind them, was Isabel Patterson a scratching, perhaps, because I can't see her on the course at the moment. So our next rower to come across, it looks like it's going to be Bridget Thompson from Kinross Walleroy, another regional school in regional New South Wales, this time rowing out of Orange, who I believe have had their first snow of the year. A couple of areas around Orange. First snow of the year, and we're in March. The weather is doing some crazy things at the moment. But Bridget will finish in 2nd place in the blue hull of Kinross Walleroy School. Ava Falzon from Manning Valley Anglican College, that's up at Taree. So our 1, 2 and 3, Lizzie, Armadale, Orange, Taree, love to see it.
Yeah, and you're right, Isabel Patterson's name has disappeared from the start list on the computer, so we have to assume that she has withdrawn.
Cardinia International College's Sky Quirk will finish in 4th place. And then St Aidan's Anglican Girls' School, Estella Menzies, will finish in 5th. So that's heat number 6 of the schoolgirls single sculls. And very pleasingly, as I say, 3 regional scullers taking the top 3 positions.
Fantastic. We have more to come Heat 7 of the schoolgirls single scull is now in progress with Addison McIntyre of Trinity Lutheran College in Queensland in lane 2, coached by Lillian Goldie. Shalom College's Sophie Evans in lane 3. Maggie Stafford from Brisbane State High has withdrawn. In lane 5, Elena Frank from Shenton College in WA, coached by Roland Warren. In lane 6, Maddie McLaughlin of Somerset College in Queensland, coached by Eric Rowan. And in lane 7, Nia Simmons of Manning Valley Anglican College, coached by Murray Doust.
So it is Maddie McLaughlin from Somerset College who has the lead through the 1500 metres. It's then 30 seconds back to Elena Frank from Shenton College. Sophie Evans from Shalom College, which I believe is up in Bundaberg, sitting in 3rd place. Nia Simmons from Manning Valley Anglican College sitting back in 4th place. So Maddie McLaughlin, we saw her for the Surfers Paradise Rowing Club, finished 4th in the under-19 women's singles sculls. So out leading here for Somerset College. So there's been some great talent coming out of the Gold Coast, and I'm hearing a whisper, Lizzie, that in the Queen's Cup coming up on Sunday, there'll be a woman who grew up on the Gold Coast that wears a black zootie at international level, potentially rowing for Queensland.
Really?
Yeah.
Very interesting.
So I think there's a few of them.
Does the black zootie have silver on it somewhere?
It does have a silver fern somewhere on there. So the Queen Zealanders, I think they like to call themselves. It's you've got people who New Zealand heritage or who were born in New Zealand, they moved to Queensland, so they support Queensland in the rugby league and New Zealand in the rugby union.
As long as they've lived there for long enough to comply with state team representation requirements, that's okay, isn't it?
You know, I think, according to the rules, if you're a citizen or if you live for 12 months.
Oh, 12 months, right, you are, okay.
12 months, but if you're a citizen, then it's at any point.
It's okay, right.
So the rules are the wonderful complexities of the interstate rules.
Exactly.
As we just see our leading sculler coming up towards the finish line now. So that's going to be a strong win for Maddie McLaughlin of Somerset College, taking the win there. So going from 4th in the A final of the under-19 women's singles for Surfers Paradise, and now taking the heat win in heat number 7 of the schoolgirl single scull.
And look, she's coped with those conditions very well. That was the same time, 10 minutes 14, that Ayla Drury posted, which is the quickest time we've had in these schoolgirl single scull heats so far. So clearly one to watch.
Absolutely. We're seeing Elena Frank from Shenton College coming up towards the line now. Shenton College over in WA. So it's very geographically dispersed there between 1st and 2nd. So she'll cross the line, and that will be about 42 seconds back in 2nd place. Our next couple of scullers are coming across the line now. So we've got Manning Valley Anglican High. It looks like Addison McIntyre. Potentially, no, it's Sophie Evans from Shalom College. And then over on the far side of the course, Nia Simmons from Manning Valley Anglican College. So it's Bundaberg versus Taree. It will be the Taree sculler, Nia Simmons, who finishes ahead of Sophie Evans from Shalom College. So we just get confirmation on the screen there. And then our final sculler, just struggling a little bit with the conditions here, will be Addison McIntyre from Trinity Lutheran College up in Queensland. So she's just down at the 250 metres at the moment. But a strong win there for Maddie McLaughlin. And you know, every year we see another club that sort of comes up with their junior program. Last year it was Commercial, this year Surfers Paradise.
Yeah, definitely one to watch. On to the next heat, Heat 8 of the schoolgirl single scull, and this is the final heat of that event. In lane 3, Evelyn James representing Perth College, coached by Tim Perkins and Alia Potter. In lane 4, Evie Barras from Pembroke School in South Australia, coached by Tom Merrigan. Olivia Ewan from Brisbane State High has withdrawn. In lane 6, Lily Nolan from Brisbane Girls Grammar School. In lane 7, Catherine Austin from Radford College, coached by Oscar Willink, Claudia Kendall and Gordo Marks.
So we do have an extra rower in this one. So through the 500, it was Evelyn James leading out Isabel Patterson. So we expected to see her in one of the earlier heats. She's now in this heat, rowing in lane number 2. So through the 1,000 metres, it looks to be Lily Nolan from Brisbane Girls Grammar, but I do not think that is correct. So we'll wait to see. You can see there Lily Nolan there, Brisbane Girls Grammar on the screen at the moment. But certainly it is the rowers in lanes 2 and 3 who have the lead. So that's Evie Barris from Pembroke School, Evelyn James from Perth College, leading out Isabel Patterson from All Hallows School up in Queensland. So
I do think that the officials have been absolutely wonderful because we have needed some flexibility. It's the turnaround times, the wind, the fact that we've squished up quite a lot of the racing into 4 minutes and also reshuffled the events. So fantastic, because you wouldn't want an athlete like Isabel Patterson missing out on doing the schoolgirl single, would you?
No, and I think on to that point, Lizzie, I think the officials, the boat race officials, the staff here, with all the different delays that we've had, they've tried their absolute to keep the racing as much as possible. It's as though at the moment they're juggling chainsaws going at full tilt, along with machetes, along with butcher's knives, along with scissors.
And there's no way the rest of us are going to be putting knives in their back either. They're just doing an amazing job, and particularly from behind the scenes where we sit, we know the amount of stress. But also in the boat park, everybody that I've come across has been really supportive. You just have to be flexible in conditions like this, right? And also everybody I've spoken to in the outside world that's watching in says that the outside world is really crazy. So if we think this is crazy, outside of this little patch where we all are, this little bubble is even worse. So here we have fantastic racing, difficult conditions, yeah, but hey, if you wanted something nice and easy, you wouldn't be doing rowing. Let's face it.
Rowing is not a sport that can ever be considered as nice and easy. The best make it look nice and easy, but it certainly isn't.
Good point.
And at the moment, this is a lovely battle going on here between Isabel Patterson of All Hallows and Evelyn James of Perth College. And you can see there Evelyn James just keeping an eye out to her right-hand side to see exactly where she is with regards to Isabel Patterson from All Hallows. So through the 1,500 metres, it was James leading Patterson. James led Patterson through the 1,000. Now it's Patterson leading James by half a boat length through the 1,500 metre timing point. So this is a great battle paddle. And again, when you have though, I think some of my favourite memories of rowing are where you are side by side with someone and it comes down to that final sprint. It comes down to the strokes.
It sure does, and it also, you develop such respect for each other if you just give it everything, don't you?
Absolutely. So you can see they're still side by side rowing, and it's still Isabel Patterson, but Evelyn James from Perth College has just made a couple of... She's just coming a little bit towards the boys, so it might just be throwing that momentum off. But they're both moving the boats really, really nicely. And if this is just the heat, Lizzie, we are in for a treat when it comes to the latter stages.
We certainly are. So picking their way carefully there through the bumpy water. As you said, I think probably Evelyn keeps looking over her shoulder at Isabel, and that's why she's steering in towards her. There we go again, head in the boat. But what a great opportunity, what a great experience. Maybe they've never raced each other before since they're from opposite sides of the country.
So it is Isabel Patterson from All Hallows leading out Evelyn James from Perth College. Over on the far side of the course, it does look to be Lily Nolan from Brisbane Girls Grammar. Catherine Austin from Radford College. We've already seen her race in this regatta. She was racing in the women's PR3 single sculls. So a couple of Radford College entrants, Isabel Egan, who won the event last year, rowing for Radford College. So with Gordon Marks, who was the former Australian para coach, making his way across the lake from the Rowing Australia headquarters to Radford College, and certainly identifying a couple of talented athletes for the para. And it's always great to see extra people racing in the para races. Now this is hotting up even further because we've been talking about the battle between Isabel Patterson, lane number 1, on lane number 2, sorry, left-hand side of your screen. Evelyn James from Perth College next to her in lane number 3, but on the far side of the course, Lily Nolan from Brisbane Girls Grammar has decided she is going to make a bit of a push as well. So it's all three rowers in this heat. Just as the wind gusts start to die down a little bit, it is Isabel Patterson leading out Evelyn James and Lily Nolan. They're going to be our 1, 2, 3. And in the final heat of the schoolgirl single sculls, it is going to be our closest. Patterson will take the win. Second place to Evelyn James of Perth College. Third place will go to Lily Nolan of Brisbane Girls Grammar School. And then we are a little ways back then, so it looks to be Evie Barris from Pembroke School sitting in fourth place, and then Catherine Austin from Radford College will come through in, that would make it fifth place.
Provisional time there for Isabel Patterson, 10.37. 0.61 and the margin 3.58, so that's by far the closest margin we've had. And I was just checking, and Evelyn James was in the A final of the under-21 lightweight women's single scull, so to do 2 races today in those conditions as a lightweight and a youngster, pretty amazing. So looking forward to seeing what she will do later on in the schoolgirl single scull competition. Well, we'll move now to the schoolboy single scull. Heat number 1 is in progress, and here we are sure that the first 2 will progress to a semi-final and the remainder will go to a repechage. In lane 1, Ruben Cleary from Kinross Walleroy, where he's coached by Benjamin Watt and Andrew Gannon. In lane 2, Rowan Vandenberg from Norwood International High. In lane 3, Felix Pentony from Darramarlin College ACT, coached by Damien Pentony and Charlotte McCarthy. In lane 4, Benjamin Purcell from Brisbane Grammar School. In lane 5, Kobe Keane from Adelaide High, coached by Noah Buxton and Joe Malcolm. In lane 6, Tyler Fitzpatrick from St Bernard's College in Victoria, coached by Mark Dwyer. In lane 7, Noah Parker from Trinity Lutheran College in Queensland, coached by Lillian Goldie. And in lane 8, Alexander Watt from St Joseph's Nudgee College, coached by Caitlin Shields.
And through the 1500 metre timing point now, and in something that makes me very happy, it's Felix Pentony from Darramarlin College in the ACT, holding on to a lead, and it is a very nice lead indeed. Tyler Fitzpatrick sitting in second place, and I think we might have seen him for Essendon Rowing Club in the lightweight event, so backing up again in what is some very tough conditions, sitting in second place. Third place will be from the middle of the course, so that is Kobe Keane from Adelaide High. And he is head of Brisbane Grammar's Benjamin Purcell, and then back a little bit further to our remaining scullers. So the Nudgee Scholar in lane number 8, actually under 17, won the B final yesterday. We had those amazing singles finals. Yeah, so the finals themselves in the mornings when we've been able to get them on have been absolutely fantastic. So particularly the underage ones. And we saw in the under 17 men's ones, I think, Luca Storgato beating Luca Wilson from Leichhardt Rowing College. And then a great race in the under 17 double sculls this morning, where it was the Leichhardt double in the lead with 5 metres to go and finished in bronze somehow. So St Virgil's taking the fastest route right up through the middle and being able to go through and take the win there. So some great racing, and now a number of those rowers out on the course. So it is Felix Pentony from Darramarlin who has the lead. He's had a great couple of regattas, a great season thus far rowing for Darramarlin College. Also the Black Mountain Rowing Club, and you can see him on the screen there. There have been some good rowers out of Darramarlin College. Nathan Kennedy, that rowed for the ACT back in 2018, 2019 in the lightweight 4, and I believe he made some junior Australian teams as well. So he was out of Darramarlin College, probably the last great representative rower that they've had out of Darramarlin College. I think Matty Ricard, the Ricard brothers that are now at Black Mountain, also out of there. It is going to be a win for Felix Pentony of Darramarlin College. He'll cross the line at about a 9:18.91. Coming through in second place then will be St Bernard's College Tyler Fitzpatrick, coached by Mark Dwyer. So wearing his school zootie as opposed to the black with the red sash of the Essendon Rowing Club. As we just see Tyler Fitzpatrick crossing over the line there. The V on the hat. Won't be long before he is in Victorian colours. Third place will be Kobe Keane from Adelaide High, coached by Noah Buxton and Joe Malcolm. Joe Malcolm doing some great things there with the state school program. And he is absolutely cooked at the end of that race. Coming through in behind them, it's a nice little race going on here. We've got Benjamin Purcell of Brisbane Grammar School, who'll finish ahead of Trinity Lutheran's Noah Parker. And then over here, closest to us, that was Rowan Vanderberg, just half a second behind Parker in 6th place. And then our final couple of scullers to come out on either edge of the course. So we've got Ruben Cleary from Kinross Walleroy, and then Nudgee College's Alexander Watt.
So progressing through to the semi-final from the heat in the schoolboy single scull will be Felix Pentony from Darramarlin College, and second, Tyler Fitzpatrick from St Bernard's College. The remainder will go to the repechage. Heat 2 is in progress of the schoolboy single scull, with Aidan Foran of Adelaide High in lane 1, coached by Joe Malcolm. Cassidy Elam Allen from Redbank Plains State High School in lane 2, coached by Cody Elam Allen. In lane 3, Henry Canavan from Cathedral College, Rockhampton, coached by Luke Offord and Matthew Thompson. In lane 4, Xavier Burke of Geelong College, coached by Jeff Sykes and Murray Smith. In lane 5, Nishan Sunna of All Saints College WA, coached by Nicholas Tejman. In lane 6, William Dalgleish of Brisbane State High, coached by Jacinta Edmonds. In lane 7, Darren Wang of Radford College, coached by Mackenzie Moore, Angus Walker and Gordon Marks. And in lane 8, Alex Cook of Brisbane State High, who's coached by Tom Reichels and Jacinta Edmonds.
So through the 1500 metres, it was Alex Cook from Brisbane State High leading out Nishan Sunna, while the All Saints, and then Darren Wang from Radford College. Cassidy Elam Allen in 4th place, Geelong College's Xavier Burke in 5th. Henry Canavan from Cathedral Rockhampton in 6th, and Aidan Foran from Adelaide High back in 7th place. So our rowers now coming up towards the finish line. What will be a bit of blessed relief as we just ride on board there with Alex Cook from Brisbane State High, coached by Tom Riles and Jacinta Edmonds. So also rowing with the Commercial Rowing Club. I think there's a lot of rowers that go from Brisbane State High to Commercial Rowing Club.
Yeah, next door. And what a great junior section they've got there at Commercial. Fantastic. Jacinta's doing an amazing job. She's such a strapping young lass. And so tall and so smiley, how could you miss her? But evidently her athletes say, we can't see you. So she was wearing a fluorescent green waterproof and all that bad weather yesterday.
Well,
couldn't miss her.
It's worked for her. Alex Cook from Brisbane State High will cross over the line in 1st place. 2nd place will go closest to us here, so that looks to be Cassidy Elam Allen, potentially. Yes, Cassidy Elam Allen from Redbank Plains State High School, and then Darren Wang from Radford College, breaking up the Queensland Quinella. Coming through in 4th place will be Xavier Burke from the Geelong College in lane 4. Coming through in 5th, it will be Henry Canavan from the Cathedral College in Rockhampton. A nice end to that race for him. And then it is back a little bit further to the rower from Adelaide High, Aidan Foran. So I might just have a couple missing from that finish line. It is quite difficult to look out the window here. The sun is directly over the finish line, which makes things very, very interesting. But certainly a win there for Alex Cook from Brisbane State High, ahead of Cassidy Elam Allen and Darren Wang from Radford College. As we move on to heat number 3 of the schoolboy single sculls, lane 2 from Bundaberg State High, Axel Wickham, coached by Ashlyn Chapman. Lane 3 from the Pembroke School in South Australia, Max van der Meulengraaf, coached by Harrison Francis and Patrick Eye. In lane 4 from Sydney Secondary College, William Spow, coached by Isaac Shepherd and Arabella Barr. Lane 5 from Brisbane Grammar, Oliver Kent. Lane 6 from Corinda State High in Brisbane, Tristan Dugdale, coached by Kerry Tickle and Peter Wadsworth. Lane 7 from Melbourne High, Christian Ling. And lane 8, Cameron Mills from Townsville Grammar, and he's coached by Erin McGuffey.
I've just checked online and it does look as though they're all racing. So here we have William Spow and Oliver Kent, some talented athletes who we've seen going up and down the course, but particularly Oliver Kent, who's also been in Cruise.
He was second silver medalist in the under-19 single sculls. And then in the double sculls, I believe he did quite well as well. So just missing out on a place. So I think he won the New South Wales Championships in the doubles, under-19 doubles, along with Leonardo Hughes from the Southport School, and just missing out on a medal in, again, those tricky conditions earlier on this morning. Certainly looking quite good at the moment, though, with that lead. It's nearly 30 seconds at the 1,500-metre timing point ahead of William Spow, Tristan Dugdale, Axel Wickham, Cameron Mills, Max van der Meulengraaf and Christian Ling from Melbourne High. So we're just riding with Oliver Kent at the moment, as we say, second in the under-19s. He was first at the New South Wales Championships in the under-19 men's single sculls, and he is in that wonderful position in a rowing race where you can just drop that rating right down. It's a very nice looking single scull as well. It's with the reverse carbon rigger on there, so he'll be happy. He's getting full use out of it, and he'll be very happy with that result. Going through, making sure that he qualifies for the next round. So Oliver Kent from Brisbane Grammar winning heat number 3 of the schoolboy single sculls. We've got top 2 through to the semi-final in this one, but please ensure that everyone is checking Rowing Manager and the regatta page for the progression systems, given that we've had a number of delays due to the weather conditions. Coming through in second place, we will have the sculler next to him. So that looks to be Sydney Secondary College's William Spow, who will finish in second. Normally of the Leichhardt Rowing Club, rowing for Sydney Secondary College here. Tristan Dugdale from Corinda State High on the, not quite the outskirts of Brisbane, but the suburbs of Brisbane, will finish in third place. Axel Wickham from Bundaberg State High will finish in fourth place. And then in behind him, we've got over on the far side of the course, that looks like it will be Christian Ling or Cameron Mills. So that's Cameron Mills from Townsville Grammar finishing in fifth, ahead of Max van der Meulengraaf of the Pembroke School in sixth place. And then our final rower to come over the line will be Christian Ling from Melbourne High.
And our winner there, Oliver Kent from Brisbane Grammar School, crossing the line in a provisional time of 9 minutes 25.78. The second person to cross was William Spow, so they both will progress through to the semi-final and the remainder to a repechage. Heat 4 of the schoolboy single scull on the course now has Jaden Van Ruin from St Luke's Anglican School in Queensland in lane 2, Marcus Fox of Somerset College, Queensland in lane 3, he's coached by Eric Rowan, Xavier Bruzzaniti of Melbourne High in lane 4, Nicholas Beaumont Walsh of Townsville Grammar School in lane 5, he's coached by Erin McGuffey. Maxwell Scales from Cranbrook School has withdrawn. Billy Miller from Radford College is in lane 7, it's coached by Stuart Sampson and Gordo Marks, and Scott McDonald of Brisbane State High is in lane 8. He's coached by Jacinta Edmonds and Tom Riles.
So through the 1,500-metre timing point, it was Scott McDonald from Brisbane State High with the leads, just under 7 seconds ahead of Nicholas Beaumont Walsh from Townsville Grammar, Marcus Fox from Somerset College in third, Xavier Bruzzaniti of Melbourne High in fourth, and Jaden Van Rooyen of St Luke's Anglican in fifth, Billy Miller of Radford College back in sixth place. So Scott McDonald with Brisbane State High, they are part of the GPS program up in Brisbane. Now they got on the podium last year, their first day to the Brisbane GPS. It was the first time since the 70s that they'd made the podium at the Brisbane GPS. This year, dropped back to 7th, last place. There's only the 7 rowing schools in Brisbane, in the GPS in Brisbane. Ipswich and Toowoomba don't row. They still went sub 7 minutes. So it was the fastest ever last place in Brisbane GPS history. So I think every crew in that race went sub 6. So a very quick bunch of crews, and I cannot wait for the schoolboy 8s, which I believe are going to finish off today. So schoolboy and schoolgirl 8s, we'll get to have a bit of an idea as to exactly where all these crews sit. Scott McDonald from Brisbane State High will take the heat win in heat number 4 of the schoolboys singles sculls, coming through in 2nd place. So a lot of S's in there. And going through in 2nd place, it looks like it's going to be Nicholas Beaumont Walsh from Townsville Grammar School. So Brisbane and Townsville, the exact opposite of the 2015 NRL Grand Final. Coming through in 3rd place, it will be Xavier Bruzaniti from Melbourne High. He's going to finish a couple of boat lengths ahead of Marcus Fox from Somerset College. And then back a little bit further to, looks to be Billy Miller from Radford College. Sorry, Jaden Van Rooyen, and then Xavier Bruzaniti finishing in 5th place, and then Billy Miller from Radford College just out towards the end.
Then progressing through to the semi-final from our 4th heat of the schoolboys single sculler will be Scott McDonald from Brisbane State High and Nicholas Beaumont Walsh from Townsville Grammar. The remainder will progress through to the repechage. The winning time, 9 minutes 37.23, the margin 14.58. We now move to the schoolgirl Coxed 4s. We have heats in this again, three heats, and the first 4 from each heat will progress through to the semi-final, and then there will be a repechage to determine the remainder of the crews. In lane 2, representing Farn School, Ruby Leditsky, Lola Wills, Charlotte Wilson and Zara Berry, coxed by Bridget Hesford. In lane 3, from Queenwood School, Lucinda Doku, Sally Fainganunuku, Isabella Kennedy and Scout Ferguson, Alice Holm coxing them. In lane 4, from Loreto College, Ballarat, Matilda Grant, Matilda Kavanagh, Oliver Lanyon and Jess Charlison with Eliza Dodd coxing them. In lane 5, from Walford Anglican School, Charlotte Matthews, Harriet Patterson, Imogen Griffith and Olivia Masters with Susanna Hall coxing. In lane 6, from Ballarat Grammar, Georgina Draffin, Bess Morrison, Cleo Tyndall and Alice Booth with Alexis Timms coxing. In lane 7, from Canberra Girls Grammar School, Grace Disney, Eliza Punch, Lara Clues and Mia Wiley, coxed by Grace Ralston. And in lane 8, from St Mary's College, Tasmania, Imogen Richardson, Mia Brooks, Charlotte Brimfield and Ruby Robinson, coxed by Lucy Pinelli.
Thank you, Lizzie. Thank you to Stuart John too for his work over the past hour or so. Some good racing there in the heats of the schoolgirls and schoolboys single sculling, but we now move to the Coxed 4s, and there's, as always in this event, a strong Ballarat flavour across the course here with a couple of Ballarat crews in this race, some locals too from Tasmania, and some good crews from north of the border as well. Farn in lane 2, Queenwood in 3, Loreto College Ballarat lane 4, Walford Anglican lane 5, Ballarat Grammar in 6, Canberra Girls Grammar in 7, and St Mary's College in lane number 8. And on that note, we do recognise the work of St Mary's College from Hobart, who've been assisting in the presentation area for the past 2 days, providing the tray holders for our very important presentation ceremonies at the National Championship. So thank you to St Mary's for their work there. It may well be some of the athletes in this race, in fact, who've been assisting with that presentation work. And they are sitting in over in lane number 8, the crew of Imogen Richardson, Mia Brooks, Charlotte Brimfield, Ruby Robinson and Lucy Pinelli there for St Mary's College, as we see them come through the halfway mark of this race now. And good race indeed between Queenwood lane 3, Loreto Ballarat there in the yellow colours in lane number 4, Walford Anglican from Adelaide in lane 5 and Ballarat Grammar School in lane number 6. Clearly our top 4. Worth noting here, the top 4 crews will all move through to the semi-finals to take place tomorrow afternoon. The repêchages, well, at least at this stage, scheduled to take place at some time on tomorrow afternoon's program. Of course, tomorrow's draw is yet to be finalised, given the changes to the schedule that happen over the course of today. But potentially for the crews outside the top 4 here, they will need to go through 2 rounds of racing tomorrow. So remains to be seen how that will all play out. The safest thing here for these crews certainly is to safely ensconce themselves in the top 4 of the race. So Loreto Ballarat were leading it at the halfway point of the race. Canberra Girls Grammar School there in lane 7 where, well, according to the timing system, they were in front, but I think you'll find it is the crew from Loreto Ballarat of Matilda Grant, Matilda Kavanagh, Olive Lanyon, Jess Charleston and Eliza Dodd, coached by Jordan Roberts, who lead the field here alongside Queenwood in lane number 3. That's Lucinda Doku, Sally Faganuku, Isabella Kennedy, Scout Ferguson and Alice Home, coached by Kieran Glynn. The other side of our race leaders, we have Walford Anglican, Charlotte Matthews, Harriet Patterson, Imogen Griffith, Olivia Masters and Susanna Hall, coached by Matt Hooper and Molly Goodman. And then alongside them, Ballarat Grammar School, Georgina Draffin, Bess Morrison, Cleo Tyndall, Alice Booth and Alexis Timms, coached by Robert Draffin as they come through 1,500 metres now. And it is indeed the Loreto Crews who leads narrowly here from Queenwood. And then Walford, Ballarat Grammar School still our top 4. And then Canberra Girls Grammar School from Farn and St Mary's on the outside lanes of the course. One of the concluding strokes now of this race, about 400 to go. Still the yellow colours of Loreto College from Ballarat showing out reasonably comfortably in front here. The combination by almost a length, you would think, over the Queenwood School from Sydney. And a good race for third. Ballarat Grammar School in lane 6 and Walford Anglican beside them in lane 5. Continue to be our top 4 crews ahead then of Canberra Girls Grammar School. Her crew, Grace Disney, Eliza Punch, Lara Cruz, Mia Wiley and Grace Ralston, coached by Jessica Finnegan. And then again to either side of the course, the Farn School from Hobart, lane 2. They were in 6th place, Ruby Legitsky, Lola Wills, Charlotte Wilson, Zara Berry and Bridget Hesford, coached by Annabelle Fry, Sophie Berry and Isabel Higgins. And St Mary's College from Hobart in lane 8, Imogen Richardson, Mia Brooks, Charlotte Brimfield, Ruby Robinson and Lucy Pinelli. But our top 4 continue to be comfortably clear here in the centre of the course, with 2 Ballarat schools here battling out as they have before at the head of the lake regatta as well, and they've gone clear here. Loreto Ballarat and Ballarat Grammar School from Queenwood and Walford Anglican lane 5. They will be our top 4. The places yet to be determined here as Ballarat Grammar School, as they are wont to do, charge home on the leading crew in the yellow colours from Loreto College in Ballarat. Those 2 collectively have gone a length and a half clear of Queenwood and also the crew from Walford Anglican in between those 2, but it continues to be in bright sunshine here on the finish line. The crew from Loreto Ballarat, who will come across on lane number 4 and take out the win in the first heat of the Schoolgirls Coxed 4. 2nd place to Ballarat Grammar School. 3rd will be Queenwood, and Walford Anglican will finish in 4th place. So they are all through directly to the semi-finals of the Schoolgirls Coxed 4. 5th place then looks like it will go the way of Canberra Girls Grammar School in lane 7. 6th in the battle of the Hobart schools. It'll be Farn on this side, and then St Mary's College on lane number 8 will finish in 7th.
So in a provisional time of 8:46, Loreto Ballarat have taken out Heat 1 of the Schoolgirl Coxed 4. Joining them in the semi-final will be 2nd placed Ballarat Grammar, 3rd placed Queenwood School and 4th Walford Anglican School. Going through to the repêchage, Canberra Girls Grammar in 5th, Farn in 6th and St Mary's College in 7th. Heat 2 of the Schoolgirl Coxed 4 is in progress. Scotch Oakburner in lane 2, Lily Atkinson, Allegra Quilliam, Annabelle Sanzaro and Olivia McLeod, coxed by Rose Talbot. In lane 3, Queenwood School, Lauren King, Claudia Gassman, Elsie Hood and Flo Vitch, coxed by Jazz Salmon. In lane 4, from Genazzano, Emily Carter, Sienna Lindemann, Claudia Calnan and Alice McGrath, coxed by Zara Bennett. The crew from Pembroke School has withdrawn. Loretto Ballarat are in lane 6, Avery Clark, Mela Templar, Ella French and Lucy Barlow, coxed by Missy Davies. And in lane 7 from Canberra Grammar School, Iris Rangaya, Charlotte Lynch, Addison Perry and Eliza Jones, coxed by Isla Morgan.
Thank you, Lizzie. Time for some shuffling around in the commentary box for the remainder of these Cox 4 races. Chris McCarthy coming back in, and to maintain the Victorian quota here, we have Ant to Cosmos to talk about the Ballarat schools. Yeah.
Thank you very much for that, Richard, and I'm glad to catch the end of this race, looking at the Genazzano girls, noting that was my old school.
Oh, here we go, and they're right in the mix.
Timing. So very excited. They just look to be coming towards the last 250 metres, but conditions are tough out there, Christopher.
Yep, it is certainly a tough slog out there on the water. Genazzano going toe-to-toe with, or rather, as they... I look at my timing screen and get ready. Is Genazzano there in station 4 on the near side of the course, who are challenging for a spot in the top 2 or even possibly for a race win in this heat. Top 4 will go through to the semi-final, so largely elementary in the end, and some significant margin back to Queenwood there in lane number 3. So Loretto Ballarat in the yellow and blue in the centre of the course. They are going to take a win here. They are leading and holding off a charge from Canberra Grammar by about half a length, and they've responded and moved further away. Here come Genazzano on the near side of the course. They are pushing hard on Canberra Grammar. Genazzano in lane number 4. Canberra Grammar in lane 7. It'll come right down to the line here in the sun glare of the afternoon here on Lake Barrington. Loretto Ballarat, they've done enough in this race in the yellow and blue, and they will take the win here in this first heat. Genazzano just edging up every single stroke. Loretto Ballarat from Genazzano in second place, and Canberra Grammar in third. Can feel Ant jumping up and down in excitement behind me.
Very impressive row from all of those girls, and I can see those Loretto Ballarat girls are very, very happy with that effort.
Yeah. So it's top 4 through to the semi-final. So we got very excited there, but largely the order of those 3 across the line largely irrelevant to the grand scheme of things. Queenwood will cross in 4th place. They'll take that last spot in the semi-final. Will the combination of Lauren King, Claudia Gassman, Elsie Hood and Flo Veach. Jazz Salmon, the Cox, coached by Grace Turner and Ella Davidson.
Very good effort. Those conditions are tough, and you know what? Those girls are handling it really, really well out there. They're staying calm, collected, and you could see from those top 3 crews that they stayed nice and neat and tidy.
So the Cox 4, big heavy boat to row, but quite rhythmic and can certainly be in these tougher conditions. There in lane 2, completing our field is Scotch Oakburn, the locals there, who will run 5th eliminated, or will run the repechage in the schoolgirls Cox 4. Heat 3 underway, Ant.
In lane 1, we have, in lane 2, we have Tara School. In lane 3, we have Loretto Normanhurst. In lane 4, we have Ballarat Grammar. In lane 5, we've had a scratching from Seymour College. In lane 6, we have Pymble Ladies. And in lane 7, we have Roseville. And these guys are coming through the last 500 now with Tara. Is it Tara, I believe, in the lead there?
The way around.
Sorry.
Got the knack of these lanes yet here.
Roseville.
Roseville. Annabelle Eben, Abigail Kelly, Chloe Franklin, Piper Robertson and Alex Davies, coached by Jack Henderson and James Petering. Done a great job with these girls all the way through the season, and in their new colours, which took us pretty much the entire season in the commentary boxes in New South Wales to get used to Roseville wearing sky blue. But they are leading here from Pymble Ladies, who we can see on the screen. That's the combination of Saskia Alexander, Kelly Clifton, Allegra Taubenschlag, Georgina Curtis and Emily Bartrip, the Cox, coached by James Blakeman, who raced in the under-19 8 as well, and they are a part of the second 8. Was, I think, undefeated in New South Wales, were Pymble Ladies College, but they have maybe just been overturned by Ballarat Grammar here. It is Ballarat Grammar. Lily Geddes, Annabella Miller, Clara Watson, Briley Walker and Lucette Ashmore, coached by Jamie McDonald, who coached the junior quad at
Yes, I think he
World
did.
champs last year.
Oh, this is shaping up to be a beautiful battle, I think, as they come to the line between this for the second spot there.
Yeah, big New South Wales versus Victorian battle here. It has been Pymble Ladies College the whole way down the course, but Loreto Ballarat with the momentum.
Come on, the Victorians.
There's obviously some New South Wales and Victorian interest in the commentary box here. I don't think Pymble Ladies College have got too much interest in pursuing this as a battle all the way to the line. Loreto Ballarat really starting to move away, and it'll be over a boat length in the lead in that race for second. Roseville College an all the way win here in heat number 3, the final heat of the schoolgirls Coxed 4. Second, and joining them through to the final will be it's Ballarat Grammar, not Loreto Ballarat. I'm sure Richard is shaking his fist at the screen somewhere around the Regatta Centre at the moment. Pymble Ladies College run third. Be Loreto Normanhurst who run fourth. 3/4 of that crew having a very tight race in the under-19 Coxed 4 this morning, and they'll get the chance to progress through to the semi-final of the schoolgirls Coxed 4 as well. Will the combination of Ellen Ogilvie, Juliette Mason, Matilda Cronin, Poppy Russell, Adele Simon, the Cox, Hannah Cowup, the coach, and I believe there was very nervous Aidan Smith wandering around in a very nice blue new blue jumper for Loreto Normanhurst. Tara School will round out this heat and run in 5th place.
Moving now to Heat 1 of the schoolboys Coxed 4. In lane 1, we have Launceston Grammar. In lane 2, we have Ballarat Grammar. In lane 3, St Joseph's College. In lane 4, Brisbane Grammar. In lane 5, Ballarat Clarendon. In lane 6, another Ballarat Grammar crew. In lane 7, Damascus College. And in lane 8, there's St Patrick's College from Tasmania. Very Ballarat heavy heat this one is.
Absolutely. Where has Richard Dorstein gone? He's
exited at the wrong time.
He's off cheer. I think I can see him sprinting the entire length of the course following the race, as Ballarat with a proud tradition of rowing Coxed 4s, and many a Ballarat school have won the national title here in the schoolboys Coxed 4, and it is on the near side of the course there in lane number 2, Ballarat Grammar, who leads this race over St Patrick's College from here in Tasmania. St Joseph's from New South Wales were running third. I think they just be at risk of slipping back to 4th. As I think, is that the red boat of Damascus, possibly?
Yes,
in the middle of the course.
there.
Yeah, I know my Victorian schools there. That's pretty good. Next to the Cerise boat of St Joseph's College.
Actually, I think it might even be Ballarat Clarendon or Ballarat Grammar in the red boat there.
You meant to just say yes.
All right, sorry. You know what? Damascus College have the yellow and navy blue zooties, I know,
of course,
off memory.
Ballarat Grammar still leading through the 1500 metre mark from St Pat's College here in Tasmania, and the second Ballarat Grammar crew, according to our timing screen there, is obviously quite difficult to tell from when we're looking across the course, as you can see on the live stream, but it is certainly the crews on the extremities of the course, Ballarat Grammar and St Patrick's College. 2 across, it is certainly the Ballarat Grammar number 2 crew running second, and St Joseph's running 4th, top 4 through to the semi-final. So all eyes on Ballarat Clarendon in lane 5. That's the red boat that we were talking about before. It's the green boat of Damascus over in lane 7. I knew it was a distinctive colour, but the red boat of Ballarat Clarendon there in the centre of the course, who have designs on not having to row the repechage, as St Joseph's College's Henry Campbell, Rocco Densley, Raphael Cousins, Lexington Spies and Noah Bellantonio, the Cox, aim to hang on to that 4th place. They were running second earlier on in the race, so they'll certainly want to be holding on to a top 4 finish here, not have to trudge their way down the course in these heavy, slow conditions in the Coxed 4 one more time than they need to. But it is all about the crews on either end of the course. You can see them on the far left and far right of your picture. And in fact, I'd even say the St Pat's College crew, the locals, are starting to get reeled in a little bit by Ballarat Grammar and Joey's from Sydney. And Ballarat Clarendon right in the mix as well. St Joseph's will have to look out here for a fast-charging Ballarat Clarendon crew in the centre of the course. It will be here in the shadow of the commentary tower, as they just managed to escape the sunshine. The crew in lane number 2 from Ballarat Grammar, who will take the win. St Pat's College from here in Tasmania, they've done enough. They'll hang on to 2nd place. 3rd looks to be going the way of the second of the Ballarat Grammar crews, right in the middle of the course, but they're only just going to do it over St Joseph's, who have responded to have St Joseph's, and they'll be clear and home safe. And it will be Ballarat Clarendon who have to fish again in the repechage, as will Damascus. And
can see that training on Lake Wendouree has served all of those boys really well.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, similar conditions to what have on Lake Wendouree. It's not the smoothest stretch of water.
No, they're looking at this like it's child's play.
Close battle here for the last place in this race between Launceston Grammar and Brisbane Grammar, but it will be the Sky Blue boat of Brisbane Grammar who gets up for 7th, and Launceston Grammar will run in 8th place.
Moving along to heat number 2 of the schoolboys Coxed 4. In lane 2 we have Launceston Grammar. In lane 1 we have Launceston Grammar. In lane 2 we have Brisbane Grammar. In lane 3 we have St Peter's College. In lane 4 we have the Scots College. In lane 5 we have the Shaw School. In lane 6 we have Pembroke School. In lane 7 St Ignatius, and then in lane 8 there Canberra Grammar.
Just see as the commentary box gets rocked once again. You know, the wind isn't obviously not as bad as what we had this morning, but it's gusty. There's and we can sort of see it from a distance where the wind just trails across the water, and so it's all about the Coxers have got a lot of work to do to sort of track what's happening on the water, monitor the conditions, and go, hey, the crew on the other side of the course here is going to get knocked by a bit of wind. We need to put in a little bit, just two. You might only squeeze in 2 strokes. You just squeeze in a couple of big ones just to get a little bit of momentum and hope that the conditions take a couple of victims out there. So certainly pretty tricky conditions. There's a lot that goes into successfully navigating this as this second heat of the schoolboys Cox 4 comes down towards us.
I'm noting a very a notable absence of the Victorian and Ballarat schools in this heat, so we'll see a bit of variety.
How the draw's gone there to put all of them against each other.
I know.
It's like when we see international crews go over to Henley and race crews from the same country in the first race, and it does seem a little bit like that. But I'm sure most of those Ballarat crews progressing through, and we'll get the chance to race crews from all over the country here at the Australian Rowing Championships. Riding on board there with the Launceston and Brisbane Grammar School combinations.
I believe it is St Ignatius maintaining a lead there. That is the crew of Banjo Metcalf, Edward Bateman, Thomas McClintock, substituted for Benjamin Eisenhower, Boston Kirby, and then the Cox, Ryan McNulty there.
Part of their second 8, who had a reasonably good season, but came second at the GPS Head of the River, coached by Hugh Courts, himself a St Joseph's old boy, as many of the coaching staff at St Ignatius are, which I don't think there's really any reason behind it, other than it's just interesting that there is a couple of former St Joseph's boys. Matt Curtin, obviously, as well, the first 8 coach there, has done a great job. Canberra Grammar running in second place at the moment. McGregor, Dafter, English, Griffiths, and Ballaghan the Cox. And the second, well, we don't have 2 St Ignatius crews on it. No, I'm looking at the other heat that's our timing screen.
St Peter's College.
Flicks around. So St Peter's College there. Winter, Barrera, Millington, Salvamini, and Masulo the Coxon. And Brisbane Grammar there, rounding out our top 4, and some slightly more stretched out margins than what we've seen in the last couple of races, Ant, where the top 4 are fairly home and hosed here. But despite the conditions, despite how soon they might have to race again or anything like that, no one seems to be too interested in taking it down, do they?
No, absolutely not. And why would you? I'm not sure if a race for lane factors in the schoolboys, but I know in a lot of the open races there definitely is a strategy if we're going to get these sort of conditions to race for a lane to put yourself in just slightly better position.
Yeah, certainly. We do see here generally when the wind blows, it's straight up and down. There's maybe a little bit of favour from being on this side of the course, but you can't really control that unless we were to redraw lanes, which doesn't, I don't think would be any chance of that sort of happening. So it is just about getting the middle lane where you can get the look back across the field to your competition. But I think more than anything, it's about putting down a solid performance where, you know, if you only race at 70%, you're only going to learn 70% of what you're capable of, aren't you? And make 70% of the mistakes and all the rest of it. So you really need to put down a good heat and ladies and gentlemen, you've come all the way here to Tasmania. You may as well get your money's worth and get some full racing out of each round. And St Ignatius College have done that here and have held off Canberra Grammar the entire way down the course. Very neat and tidy indeed. The boys from Lane Cove, and it will be St Ignatius who take the win here in this second heat of the schoolboys. Coxed 4, Canberra Grammar finished second. And the Scots College will run in third place. Tyson Marr, Lowe, Crawford and Cameron. Amos Noon and Judith Ungermark, the coaching duo there. And it'll be back to Brisbane Grammar there in the blue boat on the near side of the course for our top 4 straight through to the semi-final.
A little bit closer than back to the remaining crews rounding out the fields.
St Peter's College there. Lots of blue and white stripes coming down in our trailing 3. St Peter's College over Launceston Grammar, and then back over in the middle of the course, Pembroke School from South Australia run in 7th place. So the sun is out. It's still not warming up, but this is a reminder from someone who is reasonably fair-skinned that the sun does have a bit of bite down here. So if you're out watching these races, we've still got another good couple of hours of sunshine here as this third heat of the schoolboys Coxed 4 comes down towards us, and a bit of sunscreen. It does not go astray down here in Tasmania. And as this heat comes through the 1,000-metre mark and barrels towards the 1,500.
In lane 2, we have St Ignatius. In lane 3, we have Scotch College from Victoria. In lane 4, we have Christian Brothers College. In lane 5, Prince Alfred College. In lane 6, we have the Shaw School. Lane 7, St Joseph's College. And in lane 8 there, Scotch Oakburn, the locals.
Yeah, St Ignatius, Scotch, Shaw, St Joseph's. Is this a bit of a preview of the Schoolboys 8 that we're going to see on the weekend? I mean, we were just talking, and we'll have a podcast out, Rowing Down Under, wherever you get your podcasts. I am leaving tonight, so you'll be, if you miss me, you'll have the podcast. But more importantly, I won't have an opportunity to plug it after tonight. So, Rowing Down Under, we just had a podcast earlier, and we were chatting about how the Scotch boys do row a very unique style of very long round the finish, but this early square and very up tall, and they'll often use a lot of seat pads, and they'll be up very high up off the water, and how it definitely works for bringing a whole program together. But it may not be the best in some really tough conditions. And
here we can see St Joseph coming through the 1,500-metre mark, has a comfortable lead there over Scotch in lane 2. Of course, top 4 will go through to the semi-final. So just coming through now, we have St Joseph, Scotch College, Shaw and St Ignatius.
Yeah, close for 4th and 5th though, so closer than we've had the last couple of races where it has been the top 4 really separated. So you can see in the centre of the course, so it was St Ignatius from Prince Alfred, so it's St Ignatius on the left-hand side of your picture, and then the third crew in from the right, so the second crew, and St Ignatius, a big dirty stroke there, and that will really hurt them because the crew 2 across from the left from Prince Alfred College, the combination of William Garnett, Ollie Dennis, Maxwell Kammer, Dougal McLaughlin and Charlie Yelland, they were coming at them pretty hard there in the last couple hundred metres, and I think they've overturned them. St Ignatius might miss out on a direct qualification spot to the semi-final. They've pushed pretty hard early on, but that dirty stroke, and it has hurt them there, and that is a lot of work to do in just about 150 metres here for the boys from St Ignatius College Riverview, coached by Hugh Courts, part of their second 8.
St Joseph's there just coming to the line. That is the crew of Samuel Spork, Tate Fredrickson, Jackson Gordon, Edward Reinhardt, and then Christian Harris there, the Cox. They will take out that top position.
Will be our heat winners, and here comes St Ignatius. Actually, I said it was too much work to do in the last 150 metres, but I think they might have done it.
Chris.
A big spurt of adrenaline there after that dirty stroke. So it's going to be Shaw who finished second. I think it'll be Scotch who finished third, but who is going to finish 4th and who's going to have to go through to the repechage? It's not enough for St Ignatius College. Prince Alfred College just get them on the line. It'll go to a photo finish, but it was Prince Alfred College over the St Ignatius boys on the near side of the course here. And then over to the far side, we've got Scotch Oakburn and Christian Brothers from South Australia to round out this field and to round out the schoolboys at Coxed 4.
Moving back to a slightly smaller boat now, we have Heat 1 of the Schoolgirls Double Scull, progression 1 and 2 to the semi-final. In Lane 1, we have Gippsland Grammar. In Lane 2, the Armidale School. Lane 3, Commercial Rowing Club. Lane 4, Manning Valley Anglican. In Lane 5, Somerset College. In Lane 6, Hawthorn Rowing Club. In Lane 7, Brisbane Girls Grammar School. And in Lane 8 there, St Mary's College. So, should I start with the Gippy Grammar crew, or should we
Go for it, Anne.
move straight into racing?
Go for the Gippy Grammar crew.
As they're coming through, though, the 1,000-metre mark now, it isn't commercial in... Oh, it looks to... Oh.
That's the Armidale crews just come adrift there further down the course. I'll tell you what, we're just talking about how the conditions maybe aren't as bad as this morning, but it's one thing when you're, a 90-kilo schoolboy in a Coxed 4. I think for the girls in the double, a bit tougher.
Oh, yeah, it can be tough in the double, and you're essentially rowing on a pencil for all intents and purposes. And a schoolgirl double at that, it's light. You don't have a lot of, weight in the boat to keep you low, so it is tough. But at the moment, we have Commercial in the lead, followed by Brisbane Girls Grammar School and then Somerset College, but the top two will progress. So Maggie Stafford and Katrina Cook in the lead there, followed by Coco Kent and Olivia Ewan.
Pretty tough conditions out there, and a couple of crews falling foul. I think that Armidale School crew of Layla McFarlane and Georgie Jones. We've got some officials down there helping them out. So I know their coach, Marty Inglis, couldn't be here this week. So if he's watching back on the live stream, looks like they're okay and just being moved off the course further down by our officials. They will get the chance to race again in the repechage and have another crack at things. But a little bit of a battle going out at the head of the field. So only 2 through to the semi-final. Very well subscribed event is the Schoolgirls Double Scull. We've got 4 heats and 4 pretty full heats of 8 crews in all of them. So just the 2 to the semi-final, rest of the repechage.
See, this is where I think repechages are good for these sorts of events with the school kids, because it does give those girls another opportunity to have a crack, especially if you cup one gust and a dirty stroke, as you say, Chris, and that sort of derails your whole race plan. It gives you another opportunity to shine and...
a chance to fish again.
Exactly. Literally,
yes,
fish again.
Fish again. If you have not joined us and heard me say fish again 1,700 times already this week, repechage, so it's another chance to make the semi-final, and is the French word for fish again. I've never actually checked that. I've just taken Lizzie Chapman's word on it and said it every year since I started commentating here, and I think we'll just run with it.
Do you know where catching a crab comes from then, Chris?
No.
It's a translation from an Italian saying when you go fishing and you catch a crab instead of a fish. It's making a mistake. So it's an Italian saying.
Okay, very good.
Lots of European languages entering the rowing vernacular.
Of course, the French and the Italians both very successful on the international stage, and both have been very successful in the double scull.
Exactly.
To bring us back to the racing we're seeing in front of us. So it was commercial very early on the near side of the course here in lane 3. They're the crew you can see on the left-hand side of your picture if you are joining us in the big screen, or indeed in the regatta bar. And then on the right-hand side of your picture, Brisbane Girls Grammar School, Coco Kent and Olivia Ewan, who are leading this race from, I'm fairly sure our top 3 crews all actually row for Commercial Rowing Club. And the Queensland schoolgirl season runs opposite to everyone else's and runs actually in the winter. And fair enough, can be hot in Queensland. Fair enough. And it just means that a lot of these schools, a lot of these girls get to row for clubs over the summer, and Commercial Rowing Clubs picked up a lot of those. Have a look at this wind, Ant, and see what this is going to do. This is what I was mentioning before.
And
if you had a Cox, to have a look around and see that coming, and you can see the impact that's had straight away on the Brisbane Girls Grammar crew. Doesn't really upset them beyond the initial stroke where it hit them.
These girls are handling these conditions really well, and just sort of taking it within their stride. It's still, Brisbane Girls does have the lead now. That's a combination of Coco Kent and Olivia Ewan, and then just followed by that commercial crew of Maggie Stafford and Katrina Cook. But a little bit of a way back to the girls from Somerset College, but as they enter the last 250, anything can happen.
Yeah, so
especially that second spot.
Yeah, top 2 going through. I almost got Yes, it's certainly rowing for Commercial Rowing Club because they're rowing in the Darcy Ruck, who is a very proud member of Commercial and is now coaching at
Caulfield Grammar School, who we will see racing at this regatta. So Darcy's around and so are Caulfield.
Yeah, we saw a couple of Caulfield Grammar boys rowing for Mercantile earlier, didn't we?
Yes, for a alleged Henley tour.
Keep
to
that
be
a secret.
confirmed.
If you are interested in all things Henley Royal Regatta, I think tomorrow night, looking at an information session here with our Henley stewards, Sarah Cook and John Boltby, on what it's like to head over there and all the things associated with it. So it is going to be, in the end, Brisbane Girls Grammar School leading the way across the line. Commercial in second. I'd love to know what school it actually is in the Commercial colours, because they're not rowing in Commercial colours. So I suspect a little bit of admin hasn't gone on there. Somerset College run in third. They will have to fish again in the repechage. It is going to be very, very tight for fourth place between the crew in lane 4, who just edged them out. So crew in lane 4, that was Manning Valley Anglicans, Nia Simmons and Ava Falzon. And they will just get the run on St Mary's College at the post.
Just a little bit way back there to the Hawthorn combination of Brigitte Tan and Poppy Page. We'll also get another opportunity. And then just to round out our field is the girls from Gippy Grammar. That is Sorrel Fraser and Catherine Bloomfield. So those girls will also get another shot in the repechages.
And I meant to say it earlier on because I saw it was scratched. But so Gippy Grammar had an 8 out the other day in the under-19 8. And I saw one of their very successful alumni, Paige Barr, was very, very excited to see Gibson Grammar with fielding out an 8. Unfortunately, they didn't row the repechage. I think maybe the scheduling didn't quite work out for that second race, but great to see that program branching out into some sweep rowing as Heat 2 of 4 comes, is it 4 or was it 5, Antica?
It was 4.
Heat 2 of 4 comes down to us now through the 1500.
In lane 1, we have the MLC School from New South Wales. In lane 2, we have St Peter's Lutheran. In lane 3, we have the Armidale School. In lane 4, Perth College. In lane 5, Ballarat Clarendon. In lane 7, All Hallows. And in lane 8, St Mary's College. We've just had a scratching from Queenwood in lane 6. Interesting to see one of the Ballarat crews there entering a sculling boat, because they, as we know, usually in the Coxed 4s.
Yeah, that's true. We didn't just turn up late for the Cox 4s earlier on.
Have a whack in both.
Yeah, well, you know, I mean, the double scull and the Cox 4 should be a very similar time, actually.
Yes,
at the senior level. Well, the world's best time for the Cox 4 is about 5:58, and the world's best time for the doubles is in the men's for double sculls 5:59. Quite an old record now, 5:59. It's about 10 years old, and
wow.
the Cox 4 record held by Matthias Ungerbach, who coaches at UTS. But the
first cruise is coming.
Sorry.
Yeah, I was going to say the first cruise are coming up hot here through the last 250. That will be, I believe, the girls in lane 7 from All Hallows. That is Sophia Preston and Zara Hilton, the Queenslanders in this event.
Yep.
And just on the near side of the course, looking to take out second, is the girls in some beautiful pink suities there. I believe that might be St Lutherans from here. Yep, St. Peter's Lutheran,
yep.
Scarlett Hall and Yo-Yo Wang. We, of course, have seen Yo-Yo Wang in the Scull earlier on in the week.
Yep, so once again, All Hallows, those girls row out of Commercial Rowing Club, and I think, I'm trying to double check, but I'm fairly sure one of them, or it was one of those commercial combinations that won this event last year in the schoolgirl double scull. I think it was Zoe Ball and Zara Hilton. So Zara Hilton back with Sophia Preston. It's going to be very, very close towards the line, actually, between these two leading Queensland crews. Between us, the pink of St Peter's Lutheran. They are absolutely going for it in the closing strokes here. All Hallows.
This would be very difficult there, because do you risk look in these conditions, or you just...
It's a long way to look as well.
Have a bit of faith.
So I think it is just going to be St Peter's. It is indeed St Peter's Lutheran who take out the win here in this second heat of the schoolgirl double scull. 2 seconds ahead of club mates from Commercial, but All Hallows, Preston and Hilton on the far side of the course. Those two through to the semi-final. And third across the line will be the Armidale School, which I can't believe I didn't mention the Armidale School just yet.
No, that's a combination of Matilda Coddington and Isabel Coddington.
Yeah. Who have had a good regatta thus far at the Armidale School, with a couple of medals from Isabel Henderson in the in UTS colours. And then back to the lane 1 crew there of MLC's Nicola Keast and Jemima Blake. And
very close over the line, though, there between them and the MLC school.
St Mary's, yeah, I almost missed them in the
yeah, that was very close there.
Here, as the sun's just dipped behind and I don't have all the glare, and now I'm not used to being able to see out of our commentary box. So St Mary's College over MLC School, Ballarat, Clarendon there in 6th place to round out this second heat of the schoolgirl double scull. Heat 3 Ant of the schoolgirls double scull coming at us now, and just about through the 1500 metre mark.
In lane 1, we have the Cranbrook School. In lane 2, St Mary's College. In lane 3, Newcastle Grammar. In lane 4, Townsville Grammar. In lane 5, Damascus College. In lane 6, St Patrick's Townsville. In lane 7, Brisbane Girls Grammar School. And in lane 8 there, another combination from the MLC School from New South Wales. Not to be confused with the Victorian MLC School.
No, certainly not to be confused. They certainly ride very different boats. MLC School, traditionally an 8s school. MLCQ, traditionally an 8s school. MLC School in Sydney's Inner West, traditionally a sculling sort of program. We'll correct what I said earlier. So last year, this event was won by Brisbane Girls Grammar School. It was won by Lily Nolan and Genevieve Davies, and it's a little wonder to see Lily Nolan and Genevieve Davies back again, and at a pretty with a pretty handy lead. Or they did have a pretty handy lead at the no, that is, so they are so far ahead, in fact, that I was getting confused with who we were seeing, but over there in lane 7, you know, I think something may have changed there in the third 500. So that is the Brisbane Girls Grammar School crew. I'm not going to trust that 10-second lead that the timing had them at, but over on the far side of the course there is Genevieve Davies and Lily Nolan. Georgia Cresswell and Holly Wilkie of St Pat's Townsville in the lane next to them, trailing behind. I don't think quite by 10 seconds, but certainly a comfortable margin for the reigning champions. Roxana Brown and Elliot Munro from Newcastle Grammar School. They are hot on the heels of a qualifying spot here. So you can see the two crews coming through the 1750. Almost dead level is St Pat's Townsville and Newcastle Grammar. Roxana Brown and Elliot Munro. Look how tough these conditions are out. We just saw a big gust of wind almost stop these crews. That's the Stripe Zooty of Newcastle Grammar. I saw all of the Newcastle Grammar girls here at the podium absolutely going wild for Remy Keats and Jack Hanley when they won their medal in the lightweight double scull. They both coached there at Newcastle Grammar School, and those girls are doing well here to challenge for a spot directly through to the semi-final, but they'll have to overcome the combination in the centre of the course that they've been doing battle with from Townsville, St Patrick's Townsville, Georgia Cresswell and Holly Wilkie. We're seeing them on the screen there. Well, that's the Brisbane Girls Grammar School combination. The reigning champions in this event, Genevieve Davies and Lily Nolan. And have a look at the sprint finish from the Novocastrians on the near side of the course. They're going to go straight through to the semi-final. They're not going to need a second chance here if they can keep this momentum up. I may have spoken a little bit too soon. A little bit of steering going on, actually, over on the far side of the course from St Pat's Townsville. But certainly it is going to be the Novocastrians who run in second place. The reigning champions here, Genevieve Davies and Lily Nolan, just taking their final strokes through a little bit of increasing wind here at the finish line. The Newcastle Grammar girls, a great charge in the last 500. Hey, Ant.
Yeah, and
second.
You can see they've worked hard, looking absolutely gassed. They've come across the line. Tough conditions, and they've handled it really, really well.
Yeah, certainly. We saw some girls, some of them holding their arms and everything there, and you don't get any respite when you finish the race, because looking at the commentary box, all three crews about to drift back over the finish line.
Yep.
Because it is that wind just starting to pick up here at the end of the course.
It's one of those things, because you think you'll be going straight and you might get one gust that knocks you off course, and then you've got to use those sort of arms to bring you back towards your lane.
Yep, so as the remaining crews in the race just come up to the line now, and that is MLC School, Ella Hugh and Clementine Hendricks. Charlotte Armand, Rafe Stanford Meisel, the coaching duo there, and they finish just ahead of St Mary's College, the locals, Lucy Pinelli and Lucinda Washington. And then back to the crew in the centre of the course in Station 5 is Damascus College, Catherine Code and Livia Radicic. And then in the middle of the course next to them is going to be Townsville Grammar's Matilda Hare and Josie Broad. And we will as well give a bit of a shout out to the Cranbrook girls on the near side of the course here, Raffy Reid and Amelie Fletcher. The Cranbrook still going co-ed this year, and this being the first female crew that they've had at the National Championships. So great to see them here as they take their final few strokes towards the line. But the race behind them getting very close, isn't it, Ant?
Very close, as the first crew's coming up to the 250 metre mark. In lane 2 we have Winona School. In lane 3 we have St Mary's College. In lane 4 Brisbane Girls Grammar School. In lane 5 the Pembroke School. In lane 6 Northern Beaches Secondary College. In lane 7 Lourdes Hill. And in lane 8 there another Gippy Grammar crew. It would be remiss of me to mention the name of this trophy that they're racing for is actually the Shelford Trophy, which was donated by Shelford School last year, and unfortunately is no longer in existence as they've amalgamated with Caulfield. So these girls are racing for that Shelford Cup, which immortalises that school. Yeah, this is being quite a new event here, the Schoolgirl Double Scull. It was only brought in 2024 to the Australian Rowing Championships, and it has actually been a fantastic, I shouldn't say actually, it has been a fantastic event every time the two runnings that we've had it. Well, I mean, we could possibly see someone go back-to-back with Davies and Nolan from the last heat, but not if these girls have got anything to do with it. Eloise Stevens and Elise Coates, the silver medalist in the under-19 double scull. They just had a boat stopper there, but it doesn't seem to have slowed them at all. They're right back on it, and they've got enough margin there to stay comfortable. Yeah, not these girls. They've been right at the top of junior sculling in New South Wales over the last, not even the last year, the last 3 years, really. They've been almost unstoppable, and probably didn't get the results they wanted to in the single scull, but a very, very closely fought silver with UTS in the under-19 double this morning. Back out in the colours of the Northern Beaches Secondary School now, not Mossman, and they take the win in this fourth heat of the Schoolgirls Double Scull. Second will be back to the crew on the near side of the course here from St Mary's College, I think, in lane 3 there. We'll just wait for them just starting to lose a little bit of light to see bound numbers and everything at this St Mary's College. And obviously your eyes are better than mine. You were calling me old before, and maybe you're justified at an astonishing 2 years younger than me. I'm trying to be nice about it, Chris. I'm trying to be nice about it. Certainly, I'm not quite at glasses level at the moment, but the crew over in lane 7 from Lords Hill, Lucinda Staley and Matilda Dammers, Nigel Stubbs and Hamish Cooney, the coaches there. They will run in third place, and we'll have to have another crack in the repechage tomorrow. Just a little bit back, though, to the Pembroke School. That's the combination of Matilda Liu and Mia Chapman, coached by Tom Merrigan. Bit of a scrap happening at the back of the field there, actually, with that crew, as you mentioned, in lane 5, Pembroke School, holding off Brisbane Girls Grammar and also Winona, which are also part of the Mossman Rowing Club program. You can see in the red blades there, they'll run in 5th place behind the Pembroke School, and then 6th is Brisbane Girls Grammar School. And then over on the far side of the course, rounding out this race will be the crew of Emily Henderson and Jessica Gerrand from Gippsland Grammar. That's the one, and that does round out all 4 heats of the Schoolgirls Double Scull, as the Schoolboys Double Scull bears down upon us very, very shortly, actually. The crew's entering in the last 250. That is the crew from, in lane 3 there, from Northern Beaches Secondary. So another Northern Beaches Secondary crew, and a very, very strong Mossman Rowing Club program. Floris Elias and Ewan Humphreys have had great weeks thus far in their small boats, a great season back home in Sydney. And now in the Northern Beaches Secondary colours leading this race. A couple of scratchings from this one, the 2 Pembroke crews in 5 and 6, and Newcastle Grammar over in lane 8, and that does leave us with Northern Beaches Secondary, and with over on the far side, Manning Valley Anglican there, Oliver Sampson and Hayden McPhellamy, coached by Murray Doust, and they'll go straight through to the semi-final. 4 crews will go through to the semi-final, and you know what? I think all
there's only 4 crews on the course owing to those scratchings. So all 4 will progress through to the semi-final, even as Redlands there. Oh, big boat stopping crab for Redlands as they trail the pack. I think something not quite right there because those Redlands guys have had a great season, and but regardless, they are through to the semi-final.
There must be going on with something happening in lane 4, because that's 2 crews now consecutively missing their bow numbers.
Oh, not missing their bow numbers.
I dare say the wind would have knocked those off, so a couple of lane 4 bow numbers will be floating around.
Bow numbers are, well, I reckon they'll be floating very close to the start line. I don't think you'll find them up here at the finish, because I think that's where they'll end up very, very quickly. But I'm sure they'll be removed from the course if any of our officials come across them. As Heat 2, a little bit more breathing room back to this one, and they're in the third 500-metre mark.
Yes, in lane 3 we have Lychee Condore, Lucie Condorcet. In lane 4 we have Hawthorn Rowing Club. In lane 5 we have Townsville Grammar. In lane 6 we have St Joseph's Nudgee. In lane 7 we have Shalom College, and in lane 8 there we have the Friends School with a scratching from Cranbrook in lane 2.
So the boys in lane 3, better known for their exploits as a part of Leichhardt Rowing Club. We saw Luca Wilson get a silver medal yesterday in the under-17 single scull, and I think backed it up. Did he back it up with a gold this morning? I need to double-check that before I say things like that out loud, don't I? But it's certainly been an extremely impressive individual in under-17 competition locally in New South Wales, and it is that combination who are doing quite well at this stage of the race, but not quite leading, as St Joseph's Nudgee, Chris White and Dash Whitnell currently lead the charge here in Heat 2 of the schoolboy double. So a little bit more forgiving, top 4 through to the semi-final in this one, Anne.
Definitely a little bit more forgiving, but still conditions are still tough. You still have to row well and stay calm, and these boys that are doing it really, really well. Just coming up, so St Joseph's Nudgee there, that is the combination of Chris White and Dash Whitnell, followed by the boys there, Remy Wilson, Luca Wilson, and in third place, Shalom College, Max Lee and Stanley Marsh, just as they're coming through to the last 500 metres.
Yeah, so we'll just keep an eye on, so Hawthorn back in 4th, Thomas Perrinet and Angus Liu, some way back in 4th, and they look to be some way clear of the crew over there. In the distance, in the little silhouette that we're seeing as the sun does dip behind the hills on the far side of the course there, but it is the crew from Friends, Alexander Johnston and Daniel Kelly, that are currently running in 5th place, and some way back don't really look a chance of challenging for a semi-final berth at this stage. Cameron Mills and Nick Beaumont Walsh from Townsville Grammar running in 5th.
The Friends School, they're located in Hobart, so shorter journey than the rest of the field.
Yeah, certainly.
Still a bit of a drive. As our first crews, a couple of crews are coming through the last 250 now.
They know these 2 crews. So the St Joseph's Nudgee crew, you know what, I'll even say the St Joseph's Nudgee crew still having a good crack of it, keeping the tempo up nice and high. But the Lucie Condorcet crew, the Leichhardt boys, Remy and Luca Wilson, with the rating down nice and low, and I would say those 2 will be a big threat in this field, and would be one to watch out for. Even if they don't get line honours here in the heat, I think they're right up there in terms of the competition.
I know if I was definitely comfortable in a qualifying spot, I'd probably conserve a little bit of energy and just survive a little bit, Chris.
Yeah, exactly. Especially out here where, you know, spending more energy than you have to is can be very, very punishing. But it is going to be the boys from Nudgee, St Joseph's Nudgee, in the Nudgee Blue, we decided to call it yesterday. Chris White and Dash Whitnell who take the win in this heat, but then a very controlled row was from Lucie Condorcet or Leichhardt Rowing Club, Remy Wilson and Luca Wilson, who indeed both, I'd say maybe a pretty measured row from both, because both those leading 2 crews just cruising past the finish line. They know that if they stop, they'll get blown back down to the start, and you do have to row an extra, it's probably 50 metres past the line before you can turn around here, or you'll have the wrath of the marshals upon you if you cut those boys. So
definitely smart though, just with given the way it is, definitely a safety thing for sure. Max Lee and Stanley Marsh just coming across the line there in lane 7. So those boys will also go through to the semi-final. And then the boys from Hawthorn Rowing Club, Thomas Perrone and Angus Liu there. Just a bit more comfortable.
And I think Lizzie has... Lizzie.
Lizzie.
Getting
I'm
all over the
Lizzie
place.
now.
Lizzie now. I think
All right.
Stuart, Ben, whoever you are, Jude. Jude hasn't even been up here yet. Yeah.
Those boys are Alexander Johnston and Daniel Kelly just coming across the line from the Friends School. Locals from Hobart.
That's a good example of what happens when you do stop the Hawthorn boys stopping on the line, and you do stop very quickly.
Oh, yeah.
You stop rowing at the finish line here. There's no drifting across the line and letting the boat run for a couple of metres and then turning around. It's you stop rowing and that boat stops very, very quickly. And then our last crew across the line there from Townsville Grammar School. And Ant, with that, I must bid thee farewell and bid the good people here at the Australian Rowing Championships farewell. Unfortunately, I do have to travel back to Sydney for a wedding, but I'll be on the plane editing our podcast for our preview of the interstates and everything, rowing down under, wherever you get your podcasts, and all our previews of the interstate regatta.
Farewelling a New South Welshman.
Oh, yeah, righto.
From the box.
No one listened to the podcast. See you all. Thank you.
Our thanks to Chris McCarthy and Ant Cosmo for their commentary over the last hour. As we move on to the final heat of the schoolboy double sculls, first four through to the semi-final. Lane 2 from St Augustine's, Henry O'Hare and Hamish Wise. Lane 3 from Brisbane State High, Flynn O'Loughlin and Scott McDonald. In lane 4 from Nudgee College, Angus Kovac and Jacob Brown. In lane 5 from Adelaide High, Austin Battams and Andreas Blafari. In lane 6 from Western Heights College in Geelong, I believe, Tad Bailey and Xander Bailey. And in lane 7 from Rockhampton Grammar, we have Oliver Whaling-Kane and Archie Becker. So it is the Baileys, just celebrated their birthday, I think yesterday or the day before, and in the lead at the moment here in heat number 3 of the schoolboys double sculls. So rowing for Western Heights College, rowing for their school here in the schoolboy double sculls. They're ahead of the Nudgee College double of Kovac and Brown, and then Brisbane State High, O'Loughlin and McDonald sitting in 3rd place. Rockhampton Grammar back in 4th place, that's Whaling-Kane and Becker. Adelaide High back in 5th place, so they are at the moment out of those semi-final positions. The crew from Adelaide High, Austin Battams and Andreas Blafari, and then it is a little ways back to Henry O'Hare and Hamish Wise from St Augustine's.
Thank you, Stuart. Yeah, huge lead here to the Bailey brothers from Western Heights College of Geelong in the bright orange colours of their school, which always stand out and so often find themselves at the head of the field. A substantial lead over Nudgee College in 2nd place there in lane number 4. So Tarjan Xander Bailey for Western Heights College, Angus Kovac and Jacob Brown for St Joseph's Nudgee College, Flynn O'Loughlin and Scott McDonald for Brisbane State High School, and Oliver Whaling-Kane and Archie Becker for the Rockhampton Grammar School. Our top 4, but it is top 4 here through to the final, and the Baileys doing it very, very well here. Nudgee rowing in the Adam Kaczynski there, their boat, after many strong rowers who've progressed from that school to higher levels of the sport. It'll be the Bailey brothers here from Geelong. Western Heights College are going to take out the win here in the 3rd and final heat of the schoolboys double scull. They make their way very comfortably through here to the semi-finals tomorrow. And they continue on rowing down the course after the finish line. Job done there. It's been a busy few days for the Baileys, as it has been for a number of rowers in this event. Nudgee College will be next. Angus Kovac and Jacob Brown. Augustine's on this side, Henry O'Hare and Hamish Wise. In fact, the Brisbane State High School, I should say, the crew of Flynn O'Loughlin and Scott McDonald will finish 3rd. Bright orange caps there of course, the Joe Malcolm coach crew from Adelaide High in the battle with Rockhampton Grammar for 4th place. As we see State High across in 3rd. 4th will indeed go to Rockhampton Grammar School, 5th Adelaide High, and 6th place on this side will be St Augustine's from Sydney.
As we move back down the course, we are underway in the first heat of the under-21 men's 8s. So the top 2 to go through to the final, the rest through to the repechage. Lane 2, we have Sydney University. Lane 3, Sydney Rowing Club. Lane 4, it's a Rockhampton Fitzroy, Leichhardt, Sydney University, Redbank Plains State High School, and Maroochy River Composite. It is well and truly a licorice all sorts there. In lane number 5, this one's from WA, but I reckon this might just about be the Noel F. Wilkinson crew. It's the West Australian Swan River Curtin University and Fremantle Composite. Lane 6, it's the second crew from Sydney Rowing Club, and lane number 7, Melbourne University. And through the 1500 metres, it's no surprise to see this. It is Sydney Rowing Club first, Sydney Rowing Club in second, then Melbourne University, Sydney University, the West Australian Composite back in 5th place, and then to the Rockhampton Fitzroy Composite in 6th. And after that domination in 2025 for Sydney Rowing Club, particularly in the 8s, no surprise to see them 1 and 2 here.
And how fitting, and Chris McCarthy was wondering where I was during the Ballarat Schools races before, but he's left the box just as Sydney Rowing Club are going to claim a Quinella here. He might yet be climbing back up the ladder, but yeah, a comfortable lead here. There's a 2 Sydney Rowing Club crews here in the under-21 men's 8, which is a new event at last year's National Championships. I know is a coveted one amongst the big clubs of both Sydney and Melbourne. But yeah, Sydney Rowing Club looking very, very strong here as
and this
the last place crew there is going through 1500 because the leaders here are about to beat the finish, Stuart.
Yeah, this leading crew from Sydney Rowing Club, that is Henry Pursehouse, James Bell, Max Mason, Edward Leckie, Thomas Maloney, Oliver Edwards, Ben Muffet, Matthias Maloney, and Coxed by Moira Geraghty, just able to drop that rating right down towards the end. They're going to finish ahead of Poulton, Smith, McGrath, Pillar, Harvey, Denton, Hainlieb, Kellett and Lokes. So it will be Sydney 1 and 2. It's going to be 2 Sydney crews already through to the final of the under-21 men's 8s. Coming through in 3rd place, it will be the Melbourne University crew of Ball, McClure, Stute, Boycott, English, White, Forsyth, Hanley and Klug. And then coming through to Fish again, it will be Sydney University in lane number 2. They'll finish in 4th place. Then it is a little ways back to the West Australian Swan River Curtin and Curtin University and Fremantle Composite. And then the Rockhampton Fitzroy, Leichhardt, Sydney University, Redbank Plains State High School and Maroochy River Composite will finish back in 6th.
7:07.19 there for Sydney Rowing Club. So again, that time gives a fair indication of the degree of headwind out on the course, but certainly, obviously, in the 8s, a bit speedier times than we've seen in our single and double scull races over the last couple of hours as well.
As we move on to heat number 2, and again, top 2 through to the final, you can see them on the screen at the moment. Lane 3, Sydney University. Lane 4, it's an Adelaide University and UTS Composite. Lane 5, University of Queensland and Surfers Paradise. Lane 6, Mercantile Rowing Club. And lane 7, it's another WA composite. Actually, this might be the Noel F. Wilkinson crew, and that is Swan River, Fremantle, West Australian, and the University of Western Australia. So at the moment, through the early stages, it does look to be the crew from Sydney University who have the lead. They're ahead of Mercantile in 2nd place. So the club crews are the ones that are leading through the early stages of this race.
Yeah, and I guess to be expected now in this under-21 8, which has become such a serious event for, as I said, the big clubs, particularly the high-performance clubs from both Sydney and Melbourne. So Sydney Rowing Club, Sydney Uni, Melbourne Uni, of course, involved in this one as well, and Mercantile here in this 2nd heat of the under-21 men's 8. And they're sitting in 2nd place behind the crew from Sydney Uni. Number of familiar names in that Mercantile crew. So from, again, the recent years of Scotch College, I can remember Maxwell Finlay, at least in particular, who's in this boat, who was in that very quick turnaround of the double sculls I think that was in yesterday's race, sitting in the bounce seat of this boat. So just in his first year out of school. So of course under 21 does encompass all ages under 21.
Yeah, you'll get a few rowers, won't you, that'll go through. I noticed actually in the Queensland Bicentennial, in the Noel F. Wilkinson, so the youth men's 8, there are actually a couple of school rowers that have been selected in that one. And then the Bicentennial Cup, you've got somebody who's under 17 rowing in there. So, but it is an opportunity, though, to be able to expose your younger rowers to a higher level of competition and hopefully inspire them to keep rowing to try and catch up. As we just see our leading crew from Sydney University still sitting nicely in first, ahead of Mercantile back in second place. That's our 1 and 2, looking good to qualify for the final, along with the 2 crews from Sydney Rowing Club. For the remainder of our crews, though, it is another chance through the repechage, as we just see here the Adelaide Composite sitting in back in 3rd place, University of Queensland Surfers Paradise in 4th, Swan River Composite in 5th place, and then so that are our 5 crews. And Sydney University, this is the crew of Raphael Corbett, Samuel Basher, Finlay Mitchell, Angus Mitchell, Matthew Coleman, Garcia Solka, Max Garnett, William Rogers and Sophia Tayeb. So a very nice looking crew there, just able to drop that rating right down, Richard.
So you use the term licorice all sorts regularly, but having a look at that South Australian composite crew, that is just the definition of a licorice all sort, with stripes in both directions, all sorts of colours. It is a fantastic sight, that composite crew.
Stripes, chevrons.
Absolutely.
There's a bit of pink in there as well with the Adelaide Uni Special Edition Zudi.
Yes, that's right. So no, it's great to see. But more consistently here, the colours of the Mercantile crew, the red and white, of course, looking pretty comfortable there in second place, the crew from Mercantile. And in fact, not too far away, it looks like, from Sydney Uni now. It looked to be an easy win to Sydney Uni coming up, but Mercantile going for home strongly here, looking set to certainly charge home late in the closing strokes of this race. So it may be a very tight finish here. Once again, Sydney University on this side, Mercantile the far side, both are going to go through, but both fighting for the race win here. Sydney Uni just holding on, and they'll get up by a canvas. So Sydney University from 6 seconds ahead after 1,500 metres find themselves winning it by under a second, but they will get the race win. So first lane 3, second lane 6. Big gap back now, not surprisingly, after that sprint finish from our top 2 crews. The Adelaide Composite, the original licorice all sorts, as we shall now christen them, will finish in 3rd place. 4th will be the Swan River Western Australian Composite crew on the far side of the course, and 5th place, University of Queensland and Surfers Paradise. And what looked like a sedate finish there, Stuart, suddenly got exciting.
Yeah, Sydney University were just starting to ease off, and I just wonder whether or not they might have done that just a touch too early. So certainly Mercantile really pushing hard right into the end there, and then gave Sydney University one heck of a fright.
Yeah, forcing the response certainly, and that margin yet to be adjusted, but sits, it looks like, just under 1 second between the two. So I reckon it might narrow a little when the final results come out, but it's Sydney Uni over Mercantile, both through to the final. Well, the under-21 men's Coxed 8, as we now go to the new events at the Nationals this year, the under-17 schoolboys at Cox Quad Scull, and we'll have some time during this race to discuss how that differentiates from the other schoolboys Cox Quads race that's already on the schedule, Stuart. But this is... I'm
just wondering whether or not we've got the schoolboy or the schoolgirls that's going out at the moment. So I've got the schoolgirls that are next.
Yes,
down
indeed.
on.
You are right, and this... So we await... well, there's a field of 6 listed in the next race, and there are currently 7 boats on the course to confuse things even more. But if it is the schoolboys Cox Quad first heat, in fact, that should be a field of 8. So I'm not sure it's necessarily either of those races, or has there been a late change to the order? We will find out shortly. And confirmation now, this is race 401. So what you're seeing on screen was correct. It's the first heat Well, the under-17 schoolboys Coxed Quad Skull minus the crew from Cranbrook who were listed as lane 1, who are not in the race. So a field of 7 remains. Radford College in lane 2, Unley High School in 3, Brisbane Boys College lane 4, Ballarat Clarendon lane 5, St Patrick's Ballarat lane 6, St Virgil's from Hobart in lane 7, and Gippsland Grammar School in lane number 8.
Through the 500, it was Brisbane Boys who had the lead. That is Adam Williams, Magnus Steamson, James McNaught, Noah Taluo and Valentino Alafaci. And they're sitting ahead of Unley High in second place. So from South Australia, Axel Masters, Xavier Anders, Roman Moiseev, Martin Dubiev and Addy Burns, and they're coached by Olivia Santes. And you can see up on the screen at the moment, Brisbane Boys, and then Unley High just second from the bottom. So that does look to be the crew from Unley High? No.
That's Brisbane Boys College
Brisbane Boys.
there on screen, who were the Brisbane Head of the River winners in the Year 10 Division 1 Quad Skull, which is essentially what this event replicates at national level. The under-17 schoolboys Coxed Quad Skull. We've had the under-17 8 for for many years now, which is known to many of the schools as the Baby 8. So I've heard this race called the Baby Quad in some regards too, usually with Year 10 rowers in most of the boats.
Baby Quad.
Take your pick.
It's just putting me in mind of Baby Shark. So we're just going to go back to the racing. Ballarat Clarendon.
All right, Karen, yes, they're on screen.
Yeah, Oakton Williams, Owen Connolly, Henry Waitley, Lewis Smith, Ethan King is their coxswain, and they're coached by Matt Olver. And you can see there's still some rough conditions. The wind, it picks up, it dies down, it picks up, it dies down. But these quads certainly sitting nicely through these conditions. It's still Brisbane Boys College with the lead, Unley High in second place. But then we've got a couple of lanes across. St Patrick's College, Ballarat, Jonty Woodburn, Lawson Goodall, Zach Galvin, Noah Connell, Lenny Driscoll as the coxswain and coached by Josh Phillips and Paddy O'Brien. They're starting to make a little bit of a move, and we'll get a bit of an idea as they come through the 1,000 metres. It was Brisbane Boys College by 4 seconds over Unley High. So Brisbane Boys College just coming over the 1,000 metres now. And it is, in fact, St Patrick's College who've moved just ahead of Unley High in second place. It's only the top 2 that go directly through to the A final. So we'll keep an eye out on that race. Ballarat Clarendon sitting in 4th place. And Virgil's from here in Tasmania back in 5th place. Radford College back in 6th place. So
Vaughan had just a messy couple of strokes there, caught on camera in the Brisbane Boys College crew, unfortunately for them, although they do still remain fairly healthily placed here, so we can see just how tricky those conditions can be, but still leading it by over a length. So a good recovery from that BBC crew.
And we're just seeing Unley High there. It looks like they've just made a little bit of a push to try and get themselves ahead of that St Patrick's College Ballarat crew. So it's going to be interesting. I think what the great thing about this particular event is, Richard, is that not every school at Year 10 level in particular does the 8s, but most of them will do quads.
Exactly, and so just watching again on the screen there, we've seen a hat into the water there from Oakton Williams in the bow seat of the Ballarat Clarendon crew. So a crab for BBC, a lost hat for Ballarat Clarendon. It's all happening on the waters of Lake Barrington. The BBC have it here by a little bit over a length. The green canvas is there. The crew from St Patrick's College of Ballarat who were the head of the lake winners from Lake Wendouree a few weekends ago now in that unique all Ballarat schools regatta raced on a Sunday morning in Ballarat in late February. Fantastic event. All the schools who are quite close to the lake come down in big numbers. There's lots of noise and singing and dancing and bagpipes and all sorts of accompaniments. And the great thing is, because there's only 5 or 6 schools who race in Ballarat, no heats, straight finals, 3.5 hours. It's done by lunchtime, and there's a great pub right near the start line as well.
Sounds terrible. Sounds absolutely terrible. Through the 1,500 metres, it is still Brisbane Boys College. And I guess the other thing that you don't have to load your trailers because you just boat, you're already on the lake.
Yeah, no, the Ballarat schools. We talked this up many times before, but it's just fantastic. They have 5 or 6 boat sheds scattered around Lake Wendouree, all very close, or most very close to the schools as well. And yeah, no trailers required.
St Patrick's College Victoria extending that lead. Unley High looked like they were trying to make another push just past 1,000, but unfortunately they have now dropped back to about a boat length back from St Patrick's College, Ballarat. And then it is back a little bit further. We've got Ballarat Clarendon sitting in 4th place, St Virgil's in 5th, Radford College back in 6th place. And then Gippsland Grammar back in 7th place over in lane number 8. So very much looking forward. We've got the schoolboy-schoolgirl quads coming up a little bit later on, and I am very curious to see how Gippsland Grammar's schoolgirl quad are going to go in the seniors. So particularly when they come up, well, they're not against Canberra Girls Grammar, so that mouth-watering.
The random draw is keeping us away from that contest, possibly until the final of that race.
Brisbane Boys College has led the entire way down the course, but now the push is coming from the boys in the green boats. St Patrick's College, Ballarat in lane number 6 have started to make their move, and they're catching up now to Brisbane Boys College. They are within a canvas of the boys from Brisbane, who themselves have been leading the entire way down the course. Unley High still pushing hard. They're a couple of boat lengths back in 3rd place, so it does look like they are going to go through to the repechage. Great footage here. You can see there it is level pegging, and Brisbane Boys College might just be starting to flag a little bit. Here comes St Patrick's College. They're off on the far side of the course. They've moved past Brisbane Boys College. This has been an absolutely perfectly timed race from St Patrick's College, Ballarat. They'll go through and take the heat win in the under-17 schoolboy Coxed quad sculls. They'll finish a boat length ahead of Brisbane Boys College in 2nd place. Unley High will go through to the repechage in 3rd. They had a great race right through to the end there. Ballarat Clarendon battling it out with St Virgil's for 4th, but it will be just Ballarat Clarendon finishing in 4th place. The gust of wind just as you get towards the line is one of the cruelest tricks that the
Another hat gone. That crew started with 4 white hats on. They're down to 1 by the end of the race.
And then Radford College and Gippsland Grammar battling it out for the final spot. You can see a sprint coming here for the boys from Radford College, and it looks like they might just be keeping themselves ahead of Gippsland Grammar. They come up towards the line. No, Gippsland Grammar have done their own push. It's going to come down to the surge, and it is going to be a photo. It's going to be a photo, and there we go. It even comes up on the screen. I was about to call it and went, nope, that's just a little bit too close for comfort. But Radford College and Gippsland Grammar going through to the repechages. Great win there for St Patrick's College, Ballarat. They'll go through to the final, as will Brisbane Boys College.
A photo for 6th and 7th in the first heat of the under-17 schoolboys Cox Quad Scale. The first time this event has been run at the National Championships. So there's a win, but a good win to St Patrick's of Ballarat, who again suggested earlier they may have some experience in training in rough and windy conditions. So it certainly showed out well in the concluding stages of that race, going past the crew from Brisbane Boys College, who themselves were involved in a very close photo finish with the Nudgee College crew, who we'll see in this race, I believe, at the Brisbane head of the river. So that is our next race, Stuart, race 402. There's been a bit of shuffling around of race order here. We'll keep you updated, but for now, we have the start coming up soon in race 402.
So the lights are on, our crews are poised, and they will be very, very eager to get going. A big shout out to the boat holders. You can see a couple of them down there. It would be extremely wet. We've seen the wind, particularly towards the start line, which has been the issue all regatta, particularly in the last couple of days. You know, that wind blowing up, it makes it, and you can see there, it looks to be the Southport School.
That's got me confused.
That's Cranbrook. That's Cranbrook from heat number 1.
Yeah, that's for the W1, you're right, alongside X2 Newcastle Grammar. So Cranbrook, it seems, have been put into this second heat.
And you can just see there the 2-seat just trying to, he's grabbing the oar of the bow seat, and the reason that he's doing that, he's trying to move the boat across so as that it's pointing directly down the course. And you can see there, it's blowing it all around a little bit. So Trinity Grammar also having issues there as well. They are underway, and these crews now will, the Trinity Grammar, it'll be tough for them. They'll need to, the coxswain will need to be straight on the strings and making sure that they don't go into any of the other crews. And it looks like they are all underway cleanly. So in lane number 1, it's the Cranbrook School. So it's Oliver Southwell Keeley, Jensen Lee, Archibald Simons, Tate Leggett and Thomas Lukes. And then in lane 2, we've got Bill Sandoz, Charlie Martin, Theodore Spack, Daniel Vesey, Tiffany Perrottet is the coxswain, and they're coached by Jack Hanley and Harper Timms. That's the crew from Newcastle Grammar. In lane number 3, we've got Trinity Grammar Q, so that is Josh Katagaris, Emerson Yan, Matthew Ricard, Ben Palmer and Xavier Siat. In lane 4 from Nudgee College, Isaac Superina, Rory Nyhold, Lachlan Kovac, Flynn O'Toole, Harvey Buchanan, coached by Liam McCoy. Lane 5 from the Southport School, so plenty of Brisbane GPS competition going on there. It is Drew Galley, Oscar Derman, Edward Milligan, Ethan Hu and Gus Cooper. Lane 6, it's a second crew from Trinity Grammar Q. I love saying that, it just rolls off the tongue.
It does indeed.
Harry Power, Nicholas Kloshowski, Bram Poyovsky, Harry Croker and Hugo Evans. Lane 4 from Kinross Walleroy, we've got Xavier Zinger, Hamish McDonald, Heathcliff Bell, Ash Robinson and Sam Thomas is their coxswain. And lane 8 from Newcastle Grammar, Nelson Scholes, Aidan Bird, Hunter Mann, Sam Cross, Sam Gartelman is their coxswain, and they're coached by Jack Hanley and Harper Timms. So a couple from Trinity, a couple from Newcastle Grammar in there as well. And then let's just throw in, just for fun, the GPS competition between Nudgee and the Southport School.
Yes, those crews obviously in the centre lanes there have raced each other several times already over the course of this year. As I mentioned, Nudgee College were narrowly beaten in the second by Brisbane Boys College, who took out, who didn't in fact take out in the end the first heat, but did go through in the top 2. The Southport School, I recall correctly, were 4th in the head of the river race, and they do row in similar colours to the Cranbrook crew there, who are in lane 1, the similar bright yellow caps, Cranbrook and also the Southport School there towards the centre of the course. But it is Kinross Walleroy over towards the far side in lane number 7. Got off to the best start here, 2:00.94 their time for the first 500 metres, and they had taken almost a second lead on St Joseph's Nudgee College there in second place. Then the Southport School, Cranbrook lane 1 sit in 4th place, then Newcastle Grammar lane 2 from Trinity Grammar lane 6, Newcastle Grammar lane 8 and Trinity Grammar in lane number 3. So the 2 schools here with 2 combinations in the race at this stage, a little outside of the qualifying spots. First and second here only will go through to the final, the final I should say directly.
And you can just see on the screen at the moment the Cranbrook School coxswain. So that is Thomas Lukes. Is wearing a waterproof jacket, and I'm sure he's very thankful right about now that he is, because he just looks soaked at the moment. That's Cranbrook School crew. It's unsurprising to see Kinross out in front. They were the winners of the schoolboy Year 10 Coxed Quad Sculls at the schoolboy head of the river in Sydney just a couple of weeks ago. They had a good win over Marist College by a few seconds. So Kinross Walleroy, our early leaders through the first 500 metres. And just to give you...
I reckon Nudgee College may have moved up on them now too, but Stuart?
It's blue v blue. It's Kinross, the blue of Kinross Walleroy versus the blue of Nudgee College.
Yes, indeed, the dark blue versus the light blue, possibly boat race style here in the second heat of the under-17 schoolboys Coxed Quad Scull. And in between them, a couple of crew. That's the Cranbrook School. They still, to me, look like the Southport School when you see them up close, but Southport for many years now have rowed with the bright yellow high-vis caps on as well. But it is going to be Nudgee certainly here at the halfway mark, who have taken the race lead by 1.19 seconds it is. So Nudgee College first, Kinross Walleroy second, the Southport Schooler for the link back in third, and then fourth on this side, the lane 2 combination from Newcastle Grammar School, ahead of Cranbrook in 5th place, who also look to me to have French flags there on their oars as they come down the course.
I was about to say that not only do both schools have the bright yellow caps, but they've got very, very similar zooties.
Yes.
It's a predominantly white zootie with the red and the blue stripes and around the torso as well. So not a lot to pick between them. Just coming in behind them, Newcastle Grammar in lane number 8 and Trinity Grammar in lane 6. And then that would also be Trinity Grammar in lane number 3 that we saw just having some issues right from the start. So Cranbrook in the foreground on your screen, and you have a look there. You've got the Southport School with the very... you've got Cranbrook, sorry, that are on the screen at the moment. So there we go, just being confused again. Newcastle Grammar in lane number 2 next to them in those black and blue vertical stripes.
Still the crew from Nudgee College in Brisbane continues to lead out here in heat number 2. The under-17 schoolboys at Coxed Quad Scull.
I just wonder whether or not the Kinross Walleroy crew have gone out a bit hard a bit early because we're now starting to see, we've seen Nudgee College go through them. The Southport School aren't a million miles behind either, so TSS with a big chance.
And interesting to note, I certainly know the case in Queensland, the Year 10 crews race over 1,500 metres. I'm not sure if that's also done in
2K.
Well, so it is 2K. Okay, so yeah, so it certainly be the case that some of these Queensland crews would not be as experienced on the 2,000 metre course. They would have, in many cases, rode at the New South Wales State Championship, so not completely unfamiliar with the standard race distance. Certainly in Year 10 is 1,500 metres up there in the Queensland GPS.
Well, it's only about a boat length between first and third, and we'll get a great bit of vision as they come through here. Kinross might just have seen a bit of danger and decided they're going to put on their push. Through the 1,500 metres, it's back to Kinross. They're now leading from Nudgee College and then a boat length back to the Southport School. We'll keep an eye on this, Richard, because it's 2 to go directly through to the A final, the rest to go through to the repechage. There is going to be one very deserving crew that is going to have to go again. Newcastle Grammar in lane number 2. They're sitting in 4th place, and then over on the far side of the course, it looks like it is going to be the other Newcastle Grammar crew that will sit in 5th place, as we just get confirmation up on the screen there, and then it is back a little bit further to Cranbrook School in lane number 1, and then our 2 crews from Trinity Grammar.
As we ride high above our top 3 crews here on the, certainly, yeah, again, somewhat lumpy waters of Lake Barrington here, but it does seem to be Kinross Wallaroi in the light blue boat there at the top of the screen, just dealing with the conditions slightly better and maintaining what is still a narrow lead as they head up towards the last set of yellow marker buoys there in the course with 250 metres to go. And there is the bow Coxed boat from Kinross Wallaroi in the traditional light blue shell that we see that school compete in so often with great distinction, alongside still Nudgee College, who usually row in dark blue boats, of course, but they've just got the plain white shell here.
We could have had dark blue v light blue shells coming down the course, although the dark blue right about now would be well camouflaged against the water.
Yes, indeed it would be. So it is still very close between our top 2. The lead has changed certainly more than 2 or 3 times down the course of 2,000 metres. The Southport School still sit there in 3rd in their boat. Le Champ, is it LF champion? There was Le Champion. We've gone French everywhere for a second, but I think it's the LF champion there for the Southport School in 3rd. But I think they're going to struggle to reel in our top 2. It is Nudgee College on this side, Kinross Wallaroi the far side. They've changed leads every 500 metres down the course. So now maybe it is Nudgee just as these 2 crews drive towards the finish line here. Nudgee College leading it from Kinross Wallaroi with a couple of strokes to go. They'll both go through, but Nudgee will get the race win. Nudgee by a canvas first. Kinross Wallaroi, the light blue boat there, will finish in 2nd place. And 3rd will go to the Southport School, about a length and a half back, in jubilation there for the Nudgee College crew too as they came across the line. 4th is going to be Newcastle Grammar School here on lane 2. 5th then towards the far side is the other crew from Newcastle Grammar, so that'll be 4th and 5th, those 2 combinations. Cranbrook School down lane 1 will finish 6th. And then a couple of combinations from Trinity Grammar School in Q will come home in 7th and 8th place. Lane 6 will be 7th and lane 3 will finish 8th. So 7th and 8th for Trinity Grammar. But a hard-fought win there to St Joseph's Nudgee College. So we have now had the 2 heats as scheduled of the under-17 schoolboys Coxed Quad Scull. We do now go back to race 398. So just confirming these 2 events have been swapped around in terms of race order. But the first heat here, Stuart, well underway in the under-17 schoolgirls Coxed Quad Scull.
That's right. In lane number 2, we have St Mary's College from here in Tasmania. Ruby Robinson, Imogen Richardson, Chloe Gray, Evie Bressenden and Izzy Godfrey is their coxswain. Lane 3 from Loretto Marriotteville, Gemma Lorna, Ava Waters, Isla Allgrove, Bronte Pryor and Miller Wilson. Lane 4 from St Patrick's Townsville, we have Amy Alandi, Lillian Ponte, Charlie Skinner, Chelsea Skinner and Elise Meakin. In lane 5 from Ballarat Clarendon, we have Mietta Hegney, Delaney Kopka Veldhus, Maggie Peel, Chloe Forsyth and Grace Burke. In lane number 6 from Canberra Girls Grammar, Zoe Tran, Grace Fogarty, Audrey Blacker, Layla Biddington and Lucia Wildman. And lane 7 from Scotch Oakburn College, we have Isabella Skititano, Claire Russell, Olive Kwan, Florence Rogers and Sienna Kearns. So unsurprising to see Canberra Girls Grammar leading at this early stage at the head of the river in Sydney just a couple of weeks ago, Richard. Canberra Girls Grammar won each of the 4 quads, first division quads. So the Year 8, the Year 9, the Year 10 and the Open Cox quads. I've been told by Kaz Pipers that it is the first time that any school has done that, so I am definitely not surprised to see them leading through the early stages here.
Any truth in the rumour their invitation to compete will be rescinded in future years, going to Sydney and taking home all the medals?
Look, you know, it's a good thing that you don't tend to fly back to Canberra because it would have been done for excess baggage.
Absolutely. So it was Loretto Marriotteville who briefly appeared on the timing screen just before 2, but they're not the race leaders here. It certainly is, as Stuart has said, that combination from Canberra Girls Grammar School. That's the crew in lane number 5. Ballarat Clarendon were not too far off the pace either in lane number 4. A different progression here in the under-17 schoolgirls quad with 3 heats. The first 4 will go through to the semi-final in each case, and the remainder of the field to the repechage. So 4 spots on offer here to go through to what we hope will be tomorrow afternoon's semi-finals, with the repechages to be held earlier in the day. But again, the standard disclaimer, as it's been around this regatta, is check the program when it comes out late tonight and see where those races will fall. But
check the fine. Check the fine print for details.
Exactly right. And it obviously the draw cannot be finalised till today's racing is completed, and we expect that to be somewhere right about sunset this evening as well.
It could be a very interesting drive back to the hotels, but it is Canberra Girls Grammar. As we say, Zoe Tran, Grace Fogarty, Audrey Blacker, Layla Biddington and Lucia Wildman, coached by Nigel Miller. He's recently joined the ANU Boat Club. It's very nice to have another middle-aged man joining a squad full of university students.
Yes, you've been recruiting hard, have you?
Exactly. He's only a small bloke too, so even better again.
Got hair?
He does. He's got enough for the both of us.
Oh, well, that's good. That's good. All is well then at ANU, who've had a pretty good regatta so far, Stuart. They'll be happy with their achievement so far.
Yeah, absolutely. And look, you know, Talia Turnbull getting the win, Alex Moylan with the gold and Hannah Tippett with the bronze. And then it's worthwhile pointing out in the under-23 double sculls, Julian Lemaitre from Mossman Rowing Club, who finished in the silver medal position, has actually joined ANU as well. So he's rowing as Mossman, but he competed with us. He stroked a ANU 8 that was a boat length down at the 1,000 metres and rowed through Canberra Rowing Club and won by a second.
Not bad.
That's not bad, particularly when they had very oversized coxswain screaming at them the entire way.
Who was the oversized coxswain, Stuart?
Well, that would be the oversized and underhead coxswain sitting right next to you.
I'm sure your inspirational words and soothing tones were exactly what they needed to get off the water quickly.
It was not soothing. I'll give you the pro tip right now, particularly at the last 250 metres. On the course though, Canberra Girls Grammar really looking good out in front. Ballarat Clarendon off to their right-hand side, and the crew on the left, Scotch Oakburn College. It's top 4 to go through to the semi-final, and as they're coming up now towards that final timing point, you can see, and again we've spoken about a little bit, Richard, you don't need in these conditions to rate 30. Sometimes dropping your rating down does help you move the boat a little bit quicker because the blades are in just that little bit cleaner. You can get a better stroke in. It means you're getting a better distance, able to maintain that connection with the water. And actually the Scotch Oakburn crew are doing that really, really well as well over on the far side of the course in lane number 7. Skikitano, Russell, Kwan, Rogers and Kearns, as we just see them coming up towards the 1,500 metre timing point.
Yeah, it's a sensible option too, because obviously the more strokes you take in these conditions, the more chance of something going wrong. So it is extremely important to get maximum value and maximum length out of each stroke and keep the boat moving in the right direction down towards the finish line, and while of course maintaining good timing. So yeah, the Scotch Oakburn crew, who obviously will be very familiar with the vagaries of Lake Barrington, doing a good job down lane number 7. But Canberra Girls Grammar School as well continue to lead comfortably here, almost 10 seconds. It was 9.58 seconds after 1,500 metres. Canberra Girls Grammar first, Scotch Oakburn second, and just over 10 seconds back to Ballarat Clarendon in third position. And then St Patrick's Townsville in lane number 4 sit in fourth place.
And they're just ahead of Loretto Marryatville and St Mary's College. So that'll be a nice little battle going on there for the final couple of positions. Our top 4 looking reasonably well settled, and I wonder whether or not, so Canberra Girls Grammar last year won their first ever Open title. They're going to be one of the favourites in the schoolgirls. It's one of those ones where I think they've been rowing for 30 odd years to get their first Open national title, and then the next one comes along 12 months later.
Yes,
like the number 92 bus.
Yes, that's right. It certainly is possible. And so is it the dark green there, Stuart, of Canberra Girls Grammar School?
It is
the official colour?
Yeah, they've changed their school suiting, so a little bit of a darker green in there, and you can see they're still with the bright green bow ties, hair ties at the back.
Stuart, you and I are not the right people to be having this discussion. You especially, it must be said, but I'm no expert in hair ties, I can assure you.
You could at least still wear one.
I could try, but it depends on my knot tying skills. But yeah, so it's good to see the Canberra green still resplendent there. The lime green, of course, worn so proudly by the Canberra Raiders for the best part of 40 years now. They've been competing in the competition formerly known as the New South Wales Rugby League.
Yeah, 1982 or 83 from memory.
That's right. So, the area with certainly a great sporting history, Canberra, and it's fantastic to see the school programs there.
Oop, just a couple of rough strokes
here as well. But yes, they do. As we start to talk up what they're doing, they're lucky they're 3 lengths clear here, Canberra Girls Grammar School. But that again shows the importance of maintaining concentration all the way through to the last stroke of the race, because a bad crowd here could pretty much stop a boat in its tracks. But it looks like Canberra Girls Grammar School will, with about a 3-length lead here, will be the first crew across the line in the first heats ever held at the National Championships in the Under-17 Schoolgirls Coxed Quad Scull. So it's Canberra Girls Grammar School first. Second is going to go to Scotch Oakburn from Launceston on lane 7, the school that dominated the Tasmanian head of the river here at Lake Barrington a couple of weekends ago. Ballarat Clarendon in the red colours will finish in third place with a strong crew from that school as well. And fourth, the all-important fourth and final qualifying spot, because you can skip an extra race, which in these conditions is a huge advantage, is St Patrick's of Townsville on lane number 4, as they'll be across shortly ahead of Loretto Marryatville from Adelaide and St Mary's College from Hobart down lane number 2, who will finish in 6th place. 10:18:32, the unofficial winning time there. So 12.14 seconds, big margins indeed. Slow racing here, but well done by Canberra Girls Grammar School and the entire field now across the finish line.
As we move on down to heat number 2 of the Under-17 Schoolgirls Coxed Quad Sculls, and again the first 4 directly through to the semi-final. Newcastle Grammar in lane number 2, that's Sarah Brown, Edie Wills, Alison Capano, Ella Walters and Lexi Hayward. In lane 3 from PLC Sydney, Ava Lane, Lara Rathjen, Zoe Leisha, Sophie Moore, Talia Kinleyside. In lane 4 from Damascus College, Greta Kalniak, Mary Hexter, Grace Rivet, Danny Crilly, Lewis Harrison. Lane 5 from Unley High, we've got Keely Pitt, Clancy Absalon, Maya Luce, Lily O'Neill and Sienna Kraut. Lane 6 from St Patrick's College, Tasmania, we have Stella Mannion, Morgan Butler, Gabriella Tonnelly, Eleanor Peach and Ella Farquhar. And lane 7 from Pymble Ladies College, Rose Jones, Lulu Hill, Mila Eel Henville, Kate Lonergan, and their coxswain is Emma Wayne.
So we've got PLC Sydney here, which is Presbyterian Ladies College, not to be confused with Pymble Ladies College, who are racing in lane 7. And of course St Patrick's College from Tasmania, the school from Launceston, not to be confused with St Patrick's of Townsville, who rode in the previous heat, and St Patrick's of Ballarat, who we saw not long ago.
And there's not even a Loretto in here.
There's no Lorettos in this. No, we did have a Marryatville, didn't we, in the last race, but and in the next, in fact, as well. So be careful what you wish for, Stuart. The Battle of the Lorettos, I'm sure, is coming up before too long. But PLC Sydney, our race leaders on lane number 3, and they are comfortably clear, very, very comfortably clear as they move into the closing strokes of this race ahead of Pymble Ladies College. So the 2 crews that could both be called PLC are sitting first and second here. St Patrick's Launceston, his boat shed is right beside the Preston Editors, it's a North-Est rowing club as well. St Patrick's who trained from that same part of Launceston. They sit third. Unley High School from South Australia in fourth. Owen Nix would like to remind us that is the same school that Julia Gillard, former Australian Prime Minister, attended some time ago.
There we go.
And we're missing Owen's trivia here. He does still send us through information from time to time. It's not quite the same as having him here in the flesh with his absolutely encyclopedic knowledge or Nixopedic knowledge.
The Nixopedia, yes.
It's an incredible sight to behold. We hope we can persuade him to come across the country to Perth next year as well.
As we just see the crew here from Presbyterian Ladies College in lane number 3. You can see them there. I do like the red zooties with the green socks.
Distinctive, yeah.
It's very distinctive, it's very festive, and it's also doing them quite a great deal of good because they are leading and they are sitting nicely out in front. Just a few strokes left before they cross the line in first place, and they're going to go through a little bit quicker than Canberra Girls Grammar did as well. So that's a 10:01.41 for PLC Sydney. Canberra Girls Grammar in a 10:18.29. So they have well and truly thrown down there. So PLC Sydney in first place. Second place will go to the crew on the far side of the course. So that is Pymble Ladies College, who will finish in second place over in lane number 7. That's in about a 10:19, a 10:20. Coming through in third place will be St Patrick's College Tasmania, based in Launceston. They'll finish a boat length ahead of Unley High in fourth place. So they are our 4 crews to go through to the semi-finals in the under-17 Schoolgirls Coxed Quads. The Damascus College crew will finish in 5th place, with Newcastle Grammar finishing in 6th. Those 2 crews to go through to the repechage.
Yeah, it's 10:01.41, so yeah, substantially quicker. I'm wondering if times probably mean even less in long, slow races like these than they may otherwise. But in any case, a good result there for PLC Sydney and Pymble Ladies, who will go through to the semis, along with St Patrick's of Launceston and Unley High School, as we have a race 400 on the course. I think 627 in total on the schedule for this regatta, so still over 200 races remaining in the next 2 days. But here is race 400, Stuart, the third and final heat of the under-17 Schoolgirls Cox Quad Scull.
And in lane number 3, we have the Tara Anglican School for Girls. It's Rita Liu, Rudy Odbert, Kelly Lee, Nicole G and Mackenzie Track, and they're coached by Ben Board and Jesse Allen. Lane 4 from Melbourne Girls College in Victoria, we have Amber Jensen, Fallon Walsh, Iris Edwards, Heidi Quinlan. Eve Howie is their coxswain, and they're coached by Meshi Seymour Pessar. In lane 5 from Melbourne Girls Grammar, Harriet Andrews, Sophia Barnaby, Eva Nash, Erin Anthony and Olivia DiMattani. In lane 6 from Loretto Marriotteville in South Australia, Alice Frierson Lee, Ruby Kernahan, Eugenie Anderson, Layla Bryant, Winnie Katsaros, and coached by Dario Sportelli and Madison Johansson. And lane 7 from Radford College, we have Lara Ward, Estella Thew, Emily Egan, Winnie Howe and Harper Walter is their coxswain, and they're coached by Olivia Hickey and Gordon Marks. Melbourne Girls Grammar leading through the 1,000 metres ahead of Loretto Marriotteville, Radford College and Melbourne Girls College sitting in 4th place. So at the moment, it is only the Tara School that will go through to the repechage.
And Stuart, just some information through on the racing schedule for this evening. I have now had confirmation that many may have received a text message at the venue that due to fading light, unfortunately the Schoolgirls 8 and Schoolboys 8 heats scheduled for tonight have been postponed. These races will be rescheduled for tomorrow morning, and those crews already on the water will return via the training loop. So the last 6 or so races of the day, the heats scheduled for the Schoolboys Coxed 8 and the Schoolgirls Coxed 8 will not be held today due to the absence of sufficient daylight to run those races safely. So the last 6 races of the day will go to tomorrow morning's program, and those crews already on the water will return via the training loop. So unfortunate for those crews, but again, the safety of the athletes remains the driving force here, and those crews will get their chance tomorrow morning.
So we're just seeing our crews out on the course at the moment, and it was Melbourne Girls Grammar with the lead, but we're just seeing Again, a few rough strokes that just putting them off a little bit. So Melbourne Girls Grammar still holding on, and then you can see off to their right-hand side, it's that Loretto Marriotteville sitting
It is.
in
I think it's their
second
left,
place.
but sure. That's
Well, they're left, sorry.
well, that's our right.
They're
But yeah.
left and right. It's been a long day.
Too late in the day, I know. But yeah, Melbourne Girls Grammar School by about a length and a half. Melbourne Girls Grammar School, Stuart, dominated the Year 10 races at the head of the schoolgirls regatta on the Barwon recently, and in fact at the Victorian State Championships as well, where Year 10 races were included in the senior states for the first time on Lake Wendouree. They swept the races at states in Year 10, and at the head of the schoolgirls, they won every race except for Division 1. It was the one race where they failed to overhaul MLCQ in a very tight closing stages to the race, and almost having seen this pattern of racing where Melbourne Girls Grammar School would charge home in each of the Year 10 races, expected them, I think I said at the time, that they would probably come through and win the race, and they didn't then, but this crew here with Erin Anthony in the stroke seat, the three great products of the Anthony Milne rowing family, who we've seen racing here. Well, of course, we'll see one on the Interstate Regatta on Sunday as well. But stroking here, this it was a Year 10 quad scale from Melbourne Girls Grammar School, and still maintaining about a 2-length lead over Loretto Marriottville. So it still looks to be at this stage Melbourne Girls Grammar School as comfortably as you can in these conditions.
Yeah, I think comfortable is certainly a
relative term.
It is very much a relative term, and you know, it's very, very unusual to see any kind of quads going through at about 10 minutes over the 2Ks, particularly some of these where they're so well trained and, you know, really pushing through, you know, this is the peak of the season. Yeah. So Melbourne Girls Grammar leading out Loretto Marriottville, Radford College, and then there's a bit of a gap back to Melbourne Girls College, but they are sitting nicely in that 4th place. So they would, at this point, avoid the repechage. It would mean that the Tara School in lane number 3 would go through to the repechage. So this crew from Loretto Marriottville, they were 2nd place at the South Australian head of the river. So just missing out there, and to give it, they were over 1,500 metres, and that was a 5:47. So it's going to be about double that time.
It is indeed, yeah. And again, look, certainly the case. I know in Victoria, the head of the schoolgirls is a 1,500 metre course as well. So, and in fact, for these Year 10 crews, the head of the schoolgirls only race 1,000 metres. So again, they are stepping up substantially in distance, going from about a 4-ish minute race. In this case, it's something that's going to go past 10 minutes. And Melbourne Girls Grammar School have come unstuck there, but look to have recovered quite well. And luckily for them, had built a substantial lead, so they're able to row away again here. But it does just show the difficulty in these conditions of maintaining clean strokes and maintaining consistent run on the boat. But Melbourne Girls Grammar School, I thought we were going to come to a stop off again, and still on their way, it looks like, to at least very comfortably, well, again, we shouldn't say comfortably, but at least qualify by a substantial amount of time through to the semi-finals of the Under-17 Schoolgirls Coxed Quad Scale.
And we saw that in the first heat as well, Canberra Girls Grammar, and again, it was right towards the end. So if we have these conditions coming up in the final, then I would be telling my crews, if I was one of the coaches, I'd be telling my crews, right, race right till the end, keep it as clean as possible, particularly if it's this kind of a headwind that's coming through, because we've just seen 2 of the heat winners have those showstopper crabs, and then, you know, because if you're rowing cleanly, you'll be able to push on through, and it does actually mean, I reckon Presbyterian Ladies College were the cleanest out of all of them. Certainly they're the quickest going through.
They're going to, set by far the fastest time here too.
So it is going to be the girls from Melbourne Girls Grammar crossing over the line in 1st place, and that will be a time of 10:53.23. Loretto Marriottville will go through in 2nd place. Radford College will finish in 3rd. 4th place will be the crew from Melbourne Girls College, and then 5th place will be the Tara School. So the Tara School going through the repechage, with the rest going into directly into the semi-finals.
So 3 heats concluded now in the Under-17 Schoolgirls Coxed Quad Scale, which means that we do, in fact, we did row those races, of course, out of order. So we've already had races 401 and 402, which were the 2 heats of the Under-17 Schoolboys Coxed Quad Scale. And we now rejoin the scheduled program with the schoolgirls Coxed Quad Sculls. So just repeating that the 8s will not be rowed at, well, maybe we can say tonight, can't we? This evening, this afternoon, but the quads at will. So we still have 3 heats to go here in the schoolgirls Coxed Quad Scull and 3 in the schoolboys Coxed Quad Scull to complete the day's racing. And those last 6 races will be rescheduled to tomorrow morning. And here we have, Stuart, time for the big ones. The first heat of the schoolgirls Coxed Quad Scull.
Yeah, in lane number 2, Gippsland Grammar, Cecilia Anderson, Maggie Sheridan, Alicia Turnbull, Tara Dyehood and Grace Frew, coached by George Pearson. Lane 3 from Albert Park College, Jocelyn Doig, Lillian Hinneberg, Coco Jones, Ella Strangward and Romy Sekulic, coached by Eric Schrader. In lane 4, it's a Perth College crew of Alessia Vinciguerra, Lara Burbidge, Charlotte Hasselgrove, Jada Barron, Sasha Ong Sen is their coxswain, and they're coached by Tim Perkins and Elia Poeta. In lane 5, also from Perth College, Verity Morn, Ariane Tolmy, Olivia Johnston, Amelie Gustiano and Annabelle Linton, coached by Tim Perkins and Elia Poeta. 2 crews from Perth College side by side, and then 2 crews from Radford College side by side. Lily Soderblom, Hannah Koch, Freya Teschendorf, Isabel Egan and William Huang. And then in lane 7, also from Radford College, Rosie Humphreys, Natalia Costanzo, Kate Collier, Lucy Mihailovic, and they're coxed by Gigi Hickey. So I think the Radford College crew in lane number 6 are our race leaders through 1,500 metres. That is their first crew, but the Gippsland Grammar crew is not their first
I was
crew.
about to point that out, Stuart. Well spotted. That is the Division 2 crew from Gippsland Grammar School. A decent quad scull of their own who have been very competitive in Division 2 quad scull racing this Victorian season, but the Division 1 crew is coming up in the next heat.
This Radford College crew, Isabel Egan in the stroke seat. She's well known to followers of para rowing, was the Australian Women's PR3 Single Scull Champion in 2025. She's due to race in the final, which I think is due to be tomorrow, but again, check local programs for further details. She won the PR3 double scull today. That was with Flynn Wilkinson from the Sydney Rowing Club, and then also raced for Australia whilst still in school at the Under-23 World Championships in the inaugural Women's PR3 single sculls at the Under-23 World Championships last year.
Yeah, remarkable. Very, very strong record, and still obviously still at school and still racing here strongly for the Radford College combination as well, who sit 1st and 3rd in this race too, either side. The Albert Park combination, Albert Park College combination in lane 3. That is a Division 1 crew from Albert Park College as well, coached by Eric Schrader there on the waters of Albert Park Lake when they can get to them. And unfortunately, we've found the Gippsland Grammar School crew here has had to call for the rescue boats. It looks like they've come off the course and a lot of water in that boat. So the rescue affected here to the girls in that Gippsland Grammar School crew in lane number 2.
And hopefully they're all okay and can get out, so that you saw the couple of rescue boats there, which was very good to see. Radford College out in front and sitting quite nicely there. As we say, this is the crew of Soderblom, Koch, Teschendorf and Egan, with William Huang in there in the bow-loaded coxswain seats. And I don't know which one I would prefer as a coxswain, you know, whether or not I would prefer to be in the bow, but sitting down with the waters coming up right around you or up in the stern and, you know, potentially having the splash directly on you as well. It doesn't sound like a lot of fun.
I'd prefer to be where we are, Stuart.
I quite like where we are. Radford College are going to go through to the semi-finals of the Schoolgirls Coxed Quad Sculls, sponsored by Bont Rowing. So they'll be very happy with that one. A high five there between Isabel Egan and Freya Teschendorf in the stroke and 3 seats. It is going to be the crew from Albert Park College who finish in 2nd place, so they'll go directly through to the semi-final. A great row there from them. And coming up towards the line, it will be the 2nd crew from Radford College, so that is Humphreys, Costanzo, Collier, Mihailovic and Hickey. They'll finish in 3rd place. Big thumbs up, I love that, from the Albert Park girls. Big thumbs up to the Radford College crew. Yeah, my arms would not be in the air, but my forearms would look like Popeyes by the end of all that. Bradford College will finish 1 and 3 in this heat, so they'll both go through to the quarterfinals. A 10:30.79 for schoolgirl quads is showing just how difficult these conditions are at the moment.
It is an interesting, it compares in fact, a bit slower than some of the under-17 schoolgirls quads did, given that change in race order. They've raced back-to-back here, and these open quads doing very similar speeds to the younger crews.
So there does look like we're a little ways back then to the two crews from Perth College. And what's going to be interesting here, because Gippsland Grammar have unfortunately had to be rescued, one of these Perth College crews is going to go directly through to the semi-final. Now, they are a little ways back. It does look like it's going to be the Perth College crew in lane number 5. So that's Verity Morn, Ariane Ptolemy, Olivia Johnston, Amelie Gustiano and Annabelle Linton, ahead of Alessia Vinciguerra, Lara Burbridge, Charlotte. And we're just seeing now there's...
Yeah, potentially. I was just watching through the binoculars there, and this race, I think, has been stopped as it coming down the course, because the Gippsland Grammar School boat still is across the course, blocking the crews racing down. So the umpires have stopped the crews from heat number 2 in this schoolgirls quad from heading into any danger with that stricken boat. I think, Stuart, there might actually be a second boat in some distress up there. So heat 1 has at least been running one as far as Bradford and Albert Park College are concerned. Still 2 Perth College crews coming home here.
Yeah, and again, it's that spot in the semi-final for those ones. And then we'll keep an eye out on what's happening in behind. So, as we say, extremely difficult conditions out there at the moment. It is the Perth College crew in lane number 5, leading out the Perth College crew from lane number 4. So the race that was in behind, so that was the second heat of the schoolgirl Coxed quad sculls. And what was very interesting there, Richard, and again, really tough conditions, but Gippsland Grammar's first crew was sitting in 3rd at the 1,000 metres. So that that's very interesting. But again, we just don't know what is happening in those boats at the moment, because we saw with that first Gippsland Grammar crew in the Gippsland Grammar crew in the first heat that they were in some distress there, and whether or not there's been another issue with the boats. It is extremely rough conditions here at the moment. You can see on the screen at the moment this Perth College crew coming up towards the line. The waves are coming up towards the gunnel, and that's what we were saying with the bow-loaded coxswains. Those waves would be going into that little area that the coxswains have squeezed themselves into. There's going to be a lot of water in those boats, and it is extremely rough conditions, particularly if you're not used to it. Yep. Perth College crew in lane number 5 are going to finish in 4th place, so they would go directly through to the semi-final, and then the Perth College crew in lane number 4 just coming up towards the line now. So we'll keep an eye out on everything that's going on. It's, as we say, very difficult.
Confirmation here that racing has been abandoned. Stand by here at the course for a further announcement. So just repeating for the benefit of those watching on our live stream that racing has been abandoned for the day. So all crews are advised to safely and as quickly as possible return to the boating area and get their boats off the water. Racing has now been abandoned for the day, and all crews need to as safely and quickly as possible return to the boating area, which does, Stuart, bring us to the end of what's still been a huge here, day 5 of the 2026 Australian Rowing Championship. We didn't quite get all
140 races in on what was always an ambitious schedule, but despite challenging conditions, some great racing here today.
Yeah, and we saw in the finals this morning, you know, particularly those junior double sculls, some great racing in there. I think in the open men's double scull, we saw the Queensland boys, Cormac Kennedy Leverett and Jackson Free coming through with the win. The women's fours, for the first time, we had the Gina Reinhard AO Trophy for the open women's fours, and I'm sure it would have pleased Mrs. Reinhard greatly to see a crew from Western Australia go through. And I saw them making the swan symbol of WA at the podium when they were presented. What's this mean for the QC?
Yeah, exactly right. So, no, a great day of racing here, Stuart. A similarly packed schedule will await us tomorrow as well. We do encourage all to check the website for the latest draw as soon as it comes out. We expect racing to commence as early as 7:30 or 7:40 in the morning. So please stay on the Rowing Australia website to find out details for tomorrow. But in the meantime, a reminder, of course, that Rowing Australia is broadcasting live for free via our YouTube channel all week until the final race on Sunday. Find the link on the Rowing Australia website and social media. Hello to our interstate and international viewers, and goodbye for now from Day 5 of the 2026 Australian Rowing Championships.
Atlas Iron and Roy Hill have come together to form Hancock Iron Ore, a team built on a significant West Australian legacy, founded by a patriotic Australian, Gina Reinhard, working together to be the best in Australia, for Australia.